Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Deku became a father in a Flash Part 2. If you guys enjoy this what if and want to see Part 3, comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content and leave a like. And don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends and check out the description in my playlist. The author of the story 𝗧𝗵𝗲 from fanfiction. So let's start the video. Izuku arrived at the dorms. She took a deep breath and looked up at the building that would be home for a bit. She glanced across the way, seeing the one dorms silently. She cursed her luck. But it was much closer than she had been yesterday. Walking in, she watched as everything was bustled with activity. A girl with blonde hair, a pair of horns, and big Prussian blue eyes skipped to a stop in front of her with a significant smile. "Greetings, I am called Pony," the girl began in Japanese. "I would like to help with your boxes." "Yes." It took Izuku a second before she responded. "I can manage," she began to say, only to see the girl deflate some. "But it would be much easier with some help." The girl perked up. Izuku pointed to a few boxes. "If you could grab those, that would be a huge help." "Izuku Kendo," she added. "Pony Tsunotori, I am pleased to meet you. Forgive my Japanese, it is not very good, but I practice," Pony said, picking up the boxes. A chubby young man with short blue hair and black eyes stepped forward with a clipboard. "Hello, I am 𝗧𝗵𝗲. For some reason, I am supposed to check people in. I am not sure how I got the job, but it is a pleasure to meet you. May I have your name?" "Izuku Kendo." "Welcome to 1B Izuku. You are in room 304. Here are your keys. After you get settled, we plan on eating dinner together and getting to know each other. It starts at 7. He said with a polite smile. "I hope to see you there." Izuku and Pony made their way up the stairs to the 3rd floor. Finding her room quickly, Pony set the boxes and left her to settle in. It didn't take Izuku long to get everything squared away. A knock at the door left in surprise as she opened it to see a floating head. "Hey yo, I'm Setsuna Toga. I came by to see if you had any recycling," the head with dark green hair and eyes said. "You seem to be missing part of yourself," Izuku responded. "Izuku Kendo. It's not missing. I know exactly where it's at. It should be around the corner in a moment." The head turned down the hall, and sure enough, a headless body was walking along carrying some boxes with another student, this one a boy with a young man with relatively long, chin-length, messy gray hair, and black eyes which are tilted dramatically inwards, each lined with a very jagged, tan-colored hair fur, which gave him the appearance of wearing a bandit mask. "See, told you," the head said, sounding proud. The boy smiled and smiled. "Sorry, Set gets carried away sometimes. I'm 𝗧𝗵𝗲. "Wait, what?" Izuku said. He smiled. "That's my name. But you can call me Tetsu. It's the name so nice my parents used it 4 times. "Well, then call me Izuku," she replied as she stacked more boxes on the boy's arms. "Thank you for taking the boxes." "Yeah, sure thing," he responded. Set smirked as the door closed. "She's pretty cute, huh?" "Yay, she is," he responded without thinking before he blushed, and walked off down the hall with the boxes quickly. Set followed him laughing. After she finished, she made her way downstairs to meet some other of her classmates. She was impressed that Pony wasn't the only international student when she met Rin. He was friendly. His shoulder-length black hair was pulled back in a nice braid. The most interesting sight was the boy with no head, but instead had a caption bubble for a head that he used to speak. And when he introduced himself as Manga, Izuku almost thought he was messing with her. The oddest was the girl with vines for hair. She came off as very cold to Izuku and dismissive. It was a little confusing for Izuku, as she had never met Ibara before. She noticed it from a few others. They looked at her funny or seemed guarded when she met them. She wanted to say something but didn't want to be rude. She was watching for Jirota and Kinoko, hoping she would have a chance to catch up. Kinoko was the only one that kept in contact, though it wasn't much. Kinoko had told her they had made it in with Ojiro, And Itsuka knew from Izuku that 𝐎𝐸𝐲 was in 1A. She knew she was going to cross paths with 𝐎𝐸𝐲 soon, as if she wanted to be around Izuku or Inari. It was inevitable. She just hoped that they could be civil. But judging from what Izuku had said, it seemed that 𝐎𝐸𝐲 was blaming Izuku for their breakup. As she entered the common room, she saw Kanoko, who waved at her, and Jirota, who looked at her like he was trying to look through her. Itsuka sighed and joined the rest of her class. Hopefully, the night would be pleasant. As they sat down to eat, she noticed the students that had given her an odd vibe were all sitting together with Jirota. Fucking great. After dinner, a blonde boy with a grin that made Itsuka feel like punching him walked over. I apologize that I didn't have a chance to introduce myself, Nido Monoma, he said, extending his hand. It is a pleasure to meet you. Itsuka Kendo, she replied, shaking his hand. Nice to meet you. I heard that you have a boyfriend in 1A. Is that true? Itsuka's eyes narrowed. No, I have an ex-boyfriend in 1A. My apologizes, I must have misheard, he said, a smarmy smile playing across his face. May I ask who you heard from, and why you were talking about me? It was nothing sinister, I assure you. Kanoko told us last night how she knew you before you. And such. So she was the one that mentioned the boyfriend thing, Itsuka asked. Itsuka felt hurt that Kanoko was talking about her behind her back. She would have expected it from Jirota, especially the look he gave her when she entered. But Kanoko had greeted her fondly. At least, that was how she interpreted it after all. Why would this guy lie like this? Itsuka kept her distance instead, not wanting to cause an issue on her first day here. Luckily, she was invited to sit with Satsuna and Tetsu. The evening was pleasant at the very least. She didn't hang around afterwards, not wanting to miss out on breakfast with her friends. Morning with the morning rays of sunlight to greet him, and a still slightly unfamiliar surround, Izuku found himself being pulled towards wakefulness, the last figments of his dream tugging at his mind. He wasn't sure, but he knew he was talking to someone on a bridge. As he struggled to recall it, the more it seemed to slip away. Once he was presentable, he made sure to go and take care of the princess, who awoke without much fuss, though she pouted till Izuku promised she would see Momo and Itsuka at breakfast. Momo was heading downstairs towards the kitchen to join Izuku, and Inari had just received a confirmation text from Itsuka that she was on her way. As she descended the steps, she heard the giggling first, followed by the singing. Pulling out her phone, she crept forward. Now I'm the king of the swingers. Oh, the jungle VIP, I've reached the top and had to stop. And that's what bothering me. With an impeccable measure of self-control, she did not giggle to betray her presence as she watched Izuku swinging his arms about, dancing in the kitchen to the delight of Inari. Of course, she had to record it. I want to be a man cub and stroll right into town. And be just like the other men. I'm tired of monkeying around. Oh, Ubi, do I want to be like you? I want to walk like you. Talk like you, too. You'll see it's true. An ape like me can learn to be human too. Inari smiled the entire time and kept saying, Ubi-do, as her dad sang. She was having a grand time, especially when her daddy handed her some grapes to snack on. She liked it when her daddy was silly. Now don't try to kid me, man cub. I made a deal with you. What I desire is man's red fire. To make my dream come true, give me the secret, man cub. Clue me what to do. Give me the power of man's red flower, so I can be like you. What do you say, princess? Can I have the secret? He asked as he made his eyes as large as possible for his daughter. No fire, she said proudly. Izuku made his face droop some before he kept singing. Oh, Ubi, do I want to be like you? I want to walk like you. Talk like you, too. You'll see it's true. An ape like me can learn to be human too. Momo watched the scene before her with a smile and a warm sensation spreading in her chest. It was so precious to see the bond between Izuku and Inari. Oh, Ubi, do I want to be like you? I want to walk like you. Talk like you, too. Oh, Ubi, do I want to be like you? I want to walk like you. Talk like you, too. You'll see it's true. An ape like me can learn to be human too. As he finished and Inari was clapping, Momo couldn't help it. She gave him a slow clap as she walked over. Perfect, King Louis. But no one here is foolish enough to trust you with fire. Izuku froze upon hearing the voice. He knew she was coming down, but he had gotten so wrapped up in his routine with Inari that he forgot. Blushing, he asked, "How long have you been there?" Momo smirked as she pressed the send button on her phone. "Long enough, Your Highness, to have bore witness to the entire routine and to preserve it," she said, holding up her phone. "For posterity, of course," she added, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "Might I be able to persuade you that such a thing should not be saved or shared?" Izuku said. Too late. The dorm's front door opened, and Itsuka entered, looking at her phone with a massive smile as she nibbled on her thumb. Watching the video, Izuku could hear himself singing, and Inari telling him, "No fire. That's it, Inari. We have to move and change our names. I can never be cool again." "When were you ever cool?" Itsuka said sarcastically. "I was in a dream once, very cool, sunglasses at night cool," Izuku responded proudly. "No one is that cool, Izuku." The two girls walked over and gave Inari kisses, and took a seat as Izuku served them banana French toast, eggs, and bacon. As they all sat down, they started talking about their moves. Itsuka was very interested in hearing about how the rest of the class reacted to Inari, wondering if she would have to beat up anyone mean to her goddaughter. Itsuka was relieved it went all right. Bakugo was a douche, but that didn't surprise her. Once they were all done eating, "Now that I have plied you with breakfast, I want to talk to you two about something," Izuku said, directed at Momo and Itsuka. The two girls nodded. "I would like your permission to put you two down as having permission to sign Inari out of daycare. In case I get tied up with something or something happens. She has to be picked up by 6 p.m., or they will report it to child safety. It might be a lot to ask, but I trust you both. I am her godmother, Izuku, of course. If I am willing to raise her if something happens to you, picking her up from daycare is a no-brainer," Itsuka said. "I would consider it an honor that you would trust me so," Momo added. He smiled. "Thank you both. Second, would you two be willing to help me potty train? I watch videos and read books, but I figure girls." Itsuka and Momo started laughing. "What, it's not funny?" Itsuka wiped a tear from her eye. "You are such a dork." "We will do our best," Momo added. "And I agree with Itsuka that you are a dork." "Well then, I will get things cleaned up here. Please mind the princess," he responded. Momo grabbed a damp cloth to clean Inari before freeing her from the high chair. The three went to the living room to relax and play. Reunited Ojiro was making his way downstairs when he heard the sound of a child laughing, and another voice he couldn't forget. He took a deep breath. "Hello, Itsuka." A voice from the stairs sounded into the common room. Itsuka looked, seeing Ojiro. "Hello, Ojiro. It is good to see you again," Itsuka responded, doing her best to sound polite. "How are you settling in?" "Well enough," he responded, doing all he could to stay calm as his emotions fluctuated wildly. "I was fairly sure when I met him, but now I know for sure. So this is really that Izuku." Itsuka, who was bouncing Inari in play, handed her to Momo. "Maybe you should take her to the kitchen," she said, getting to her feet. "Yes, it wasn't like I hid him from you. Is there a problem?" "Problem," he said. "Oh, I can think of a few. He gives you jewelry, calls you all the time, and God only knows what else. So what after you broke up with me, you just ran home to play house together?" Itsuka calmed herself momentarily. "I did not run home to play house. I came home to help out my best friend and bury another. I apologized once, Ojiro. I didn't mean to hurt you. And I know what I did was wrong." "Damn right, it was wrong. You dump me, disappear, and next thing I know, I make it to you, and get stuck with him in my dorm. I know you just didn't run home to help." How long were you home before you spread your legs for him? The two of you just getting your rocks off, and how you made me look like an idiot. How fucking dare you, Ojiro, Itsuka responded, her voice full of anger. How dare me, how dare you, he retorted. You better choose the next words that come out of your mouth very carefully, Izuku said, walking out of the kitchen. If you don't when you regain consciousness and locate your teeth, you can try again. Oh, now you want to get brave, trying to be tough in front of your girlfriend. Ojiro, I have been brave long before this day. Itsuka is not my girlfriend. She is my best friend and the godmother to my daughter. I have known her since I was 12. I am severely sorry if the death of my girlfriend and Inari's mother put some damper on your life. And I will do my best to make sure not to let it happen again. Izuku's voice was rich with menace and sarcasm. You mean the woman you didn't even know was pregnant with your kid? He bit back. Izuku began to see red. He felt the one for all about to spring to his call when Itsuka stepped forward and slapped Ojiro hard, sending the boy stumbling back. Momo placed a hand on Izuku's arm, pulling him back to reality. He looked at her pleading eyes and saw Inari looking at him and her eyes watering. You fucking listen here, you asshole, you be mad at me. I am the one who wronged you, not him. I am the one that should have broken up with you much sooner. If you ever talk about Suijin like that again, I would like to see you survive long enough for someone to pull me off you. And you better pray that I get a hold of you first, not him. Ojiro stood there seething. He wanted to lash back out instead. He shot a glare at the group and stormed out of the dorms. Itsuka paced some as she calmed herself. Izuku took Inari into his arms, the little girl hugging him tight. He could hear her little whimpers as she began to calm down. Momo walked over and placed a hand on Itsuka's shoulders. I am not versed in relationships unless they are fictional, but if you want to talk, Itsuka, I will listen, she said gently. Itsuka calmed her breathing before looking at Momo. Thank you, Momo. I just messed up and strung him along when I knew I didn't feel the same way he did. I just thought that something was wrong with me. That all the teenage fantasies about relationships were clouding my judgment. Itsu. Inari's little voice rang out. The little girl's trembling lip broke Itsuka's heart. She walked over, holding her arms to Inari. I am sorry, Inari, I just got mad. But I am okay now, I promise. Inari seemed to think it over before leaning into Itsuka's arms and patting Itsuka's back like her dad did when she was upset. It took a little doing, but eventually, the little girl smiled again and played. She began to yawn as her nap time got closer. Itsuka took the opportunity to take her leave. Hot heads combine. I bet she is over there right now, probably getting freaky with her boyfriend. Jirota sneered when Kanoko told him that Itsuka wasn't in her room. After not getting the opportunity last night, the mushroom girl had gone by to talk to her friend. Why do you say things like that? Kanoko said. If you don't want to be friends with her, that is fine. It doesn't mean you must talk ill and make up rumors. Why do you always defend her? Listen, Jirota, you and Ojiro have been my friends for a long time. But if this is how you two are going to be, then I don't want to be around you. Let me know if you two decide to grow up, Kanoko said before walking away, leaving Jirota stunned. With a frustrated growl, he decided to leave the dorm. As he exited the dorm, he spied Ojiro, who seemed agitated. Jirota jogged over to his friend. As he got closer, he saw a red mark on Ojiro's face. Who hit you? I bet that bitch Izuku sucker punched you, Jirota said. Ojiro scowled. No, it was Itsuka. What the hell happened? I come downstairs, and they fucking are playing house and shit. So I tried to be calm and shit. But then I just called them on their bullshit, and she fucking slapped me. Dude, are you fucking kidding me? What did that little bitch do? Nothing, just talk tough. Itsuka had to defend him. I can't wait to get my hand on him during training, Ojiro said, punching his hand. I can't wait for cross-training now. I want a piece as well. Momo and Izuku, the two, sat in his apartment as Inari just went down for her nap. I promised you an explanation about me and Bakugo, right? You did. But if you still need more time, I understand. Izuku, it seems an important issue. I can wait some more if you are not ready. Izuku thought about it. Why don't you sit down? The barest of explanations is that he was my friend until he became my bully. He took great delight in tormenting me for my lack of quirk. But you have a quirk stockpile, she said. Yes, but it took time to manifest as the energy had to accumulate. And for the longest time, I was quirkless. That is how I met Suijin. Momo was shocked, outraged, and wanted to punch Bakugo in the face. It was a new feeling for Momo, not prone to acts of violence. Elaborate and intricate revenge plots danced through her head. Momo was aware of the passing of Inko and Suijin, but not the other parts of the story. It was like she had enough puzzle pieces to get an idea, but only part of the picture. The absolute abysmal actions of Bakugo just angered her. Momo knew Izuku was a friendly, caring, and good person. That someone would make his life a living hell, attempted murder, callous disregard for Izuku's mother's death, because it inconvenienced him in some fashion. The thought was beyond her. And here he was in UA, training to become a hero. A hero of all things. It was almost absurd. I am sorry for what you had to endure from this cretin, Momo said. But I know, and Itsuka knows the type of man you are and the type of person you are. Know that you will never be alone as long as I draw breath, Izuku, you or Inari. Know that I will be with you both. The compassion and warmth in Momo's voice took Izuku's breath away. Neither had realized that as she spoke, she had taken his hands and held them ever so gently, their eyes locked in a tender silence. I want him to kiss me. The sudden thought brought Momo back to reality, realizing their position and how her speech was almost a borderline confession. She blushed furiously, pulling her hands back. Thank you for sharing with me, Izuku. But you must excuse me. I have some things to finish in my room, she said quickly before exiting. Her heart thumped against her chest. Izuku nodded a response as she left, a singular thought running through his head. I wanted to kiss her right then. Thankfully, there was no awkwardness at dinner. Instead, everyone sat about talking about the start of classes the next day. Hey Izuku, Denki called out. Yes? Do you know anything about our homeroom teacher? No, not really. I never interacted with him. He just told everyone to leave him alone. But I know he expelled all his students last year for some reason. No way. Are you serious? 𝗵𝗃 chimed in. You have to be joking, right? Tell me you are joking. I wish I were. The faculty were talking about it for a while, Izuku said, pouring Inari another glass of juice. Most of the other teachers are pretty nice. So what happens to Inari while you are in class and stuff? Ochako asked as she slipped Inari a small piece of bread with butter, the little girl smiling and shoving it in her mouth. She goes to a daycare on campus. Part of being an employee was one of the reasons I took the job. The evening didn't last much longer as everyone wanted to be ready for their first day. Day 1, everything started great for the little family. Inari woke up on schedule. She enjoyed her ride around the campus as Izuku got his run in. Ate all her breakfast and didn't put up too much of a fight getting dressed. But she was still not happy about the part of the shoe. As he stepped out of the dorms, Itsuka was walking up. Itsu, Inari yelled, running over to her godmother. Good morning, princess. You look so cute today, Itsuka said as she scooped Inari up and peppered her with kisses. You look handsome today as well, Izu. But for the love of God, what happened to your tie? Look, it and I had a disagreement, and it won all right, and you look very pretty as well, Itsuka, he replied. Itsuka blushed and twirled. You are just saying that because I am wearing the skirt. A bet is a bet, Izuku said. But you look good in skirts. You have nice legs. Shut up, Itsuka said, hiding her blush, but turning around and walking down the path with Inari. Izuku laughed and jogged a few steps to catch up. It was the first day. How stressful would it be? The athletic field. You are not here to have fun. Whoever scores in the bottom quarter of the assessment will be expelled. And whomever I deem has no talent will be expelled from the UI. Will not waste my time or yours, Aizawa said. That's not fair, Ochako said. Is life fair? Natural disasters, villain attacks happen all the time. Good people, innocent people die for simply being in the wrong place at the wrong time. You believe you have the right to be here since you passed a biased entrance exam. Teachers here at UA have the leeway to run our classes how we see fit. And if I see that your being here is a waste of my time, I will remedy that right away. That is bullshit, Izuku said. What did you say, Midoriya? You heard me. What in the hell gives you a right to judge whether someone has potential from some quirk test? And the bottom quarter of the class. Life isn't fair, but we all earned our right to be here and the chance to prove that we belong here, not to have that snatched away just because you are too damn lazy to teach us. Based on a quirk test, for that matter. You watch your tone, Aizawa bit back. This is my class, and if I say you or any of you don't have the talent, then that is final. If you want to keep talking, Midoriya, I can expel you now. Then expel me. What kind of teacher are you? So you will get rid of Toru, Minoru, Denki, Kyoka, or anyone that doesn't have a physical enhancement quirk. What about Koji or Yuga? He argued back. If that was the case, would you have even made it through UA? All you do is negate quirks. If someone is a better fighter than you or a mutant quirk, you are potentially screwed. If UA decided that you get to sit there and take away something we have all been fighting for all our lives, then I'd rather go somewhere else. Over a quirk test? Fuck you. I bet there are 5 to 10 of us that could score better than you. I hope you learn to be an actual teacher instead of a pompous ass. That is enough, Aizawa roared. Get changed, pack your shit, and get out. Izuku took a deep breath. He had been bullied and put down. He was not going to stand by and let it happen again. With pleasure, go fuck yourself, he said as he walked towards the tunnel. Hey, Izuku. Izuku turned and saw Kyoka jogging toward him. Yay, fuck this guy. I don't like bullies, and I am sure not going to get taught by one. I thought better of you, I guess I was wrong. Momo added as she joined them. The students looked at each other. Ochako started to walk towards them, followed by Mina and Ijiro. Soon most of the students were standing with Izuku. Much to Izuku's surprise, Shoto even joined them. Ijiro was conflicted. He didn't like Izuku, but he respected that the guy was willing to throw it all away for what he believed. Lastly was Bakugo. He walked over to Aizawa. I don't need to learn shit from you to be the number one. He clicked his tongue and walked to the group, who exited the field as one. Aizawa was pissed. He grabbed his computer pad and began marking all the students for expulsion when it froze, and his phone rang. What do you want, Nezu? I have paperwork to fill out. Yes, I did. It is my prerogative to run my class as I see fit. Last year had no potential, and this year would rather follow some idiot. Then I failed to see how that is my problem. Yes, sir, on my way. Everyone changed in silence. They had just walked out of UA. Some panic set in, with some guys freaking out a little. Shut up, your extras. You made a decision. Now stand by it, Bakugo yelled, slamming his locker closed. They exited as a class. They walked down the halls, out of the building, and towards the dorms. Nezu's office. You wanted to see me, sir? Yes, Mr. Aizawa. Would you mind telling me what happened there? I ran the class how I saw fit. Some students had no business there, and I was weeding them out. So, passing scores on the entrance exam mean nothing? Not in my class. I see, Mr. Aizawa, you're fired. What? You told me I could run my classes as I saw fit. Nezu opened a file. Now let us see. Last year you expelled your entire class, 8 students, in the first week of the year before that. I believe Mirio was one on the chopping block, was he not? You have expelled more students in your tenure here than all the other professors combined. Now you are threatened to expel 5 students on day 1, and any others you deem unworthy. Now tell me what general studies students you have picked to call up this time. We are here to train heroes. If they don't have the potential, they shouldn't be here. Are you a teacher? I was till about 2 minutes ago. Silly me. I thought teachers were here to nurture and help these young adults become great adults. Not just take a single look at them and toss them aside. Your judgment is clouded due to your loss. You blame the teachers and the hero for your friend's death, and you dismiss those you see who do not meet some invisible standard you have in your head. Mr. Aizawa, you need to seek help. You are no help to yourself, this institution, or anyone else in your state. If you seek employment at another university without seeking help, I will tell them the same. Send in Miss Kayama on your way out. Aizawa walked out of the office, seeing Nimiri waiting outside. Don't let them run to their death, Nemu. Save them from themselves. He walked away, ignoring her calling after him. She walked into the office. Nimiri, Aizawa has been relieved of his duties. You are now the homeroom teacher for 1A. I want you to accompany me to the dorms to see if we can avert a walkout of your students. He hoped on her shoulder. I will fill you in on the way. One a dorm, the class entered solemnly. They all sat in the standard room. Well, that happened, Mina said. No kidding, my mom is going to be pissed, Denki added. They all sat in silence when the door opened, and in walked Midnight and Nezu. Awa, good you are all here. May I have your attention, please? I would also ask that any phone calls to parents or moving companies be paused till I speak. Nezu said. The class turned and looked at him. Mr. Aizawa has been relieved of his duties. Professor Kayama will be assuming the role of homeroom teacher. While it is within the purview of teachers to expel students, I disagree with Mr. Aizawa's method. You are all on your first day in your first year. It is our job as educators to get you ready for the world. If you do not try or put forth effort, we can expel you after we have exhausted our extensive resources. Please reconsider your decision to leave. The class looked at each other, and some looked at Izuku. He stepped forward. Midnight Sensei, all we want is a fair chance. A chance to learn, fail, grow, and be better. We understand that we are training for a harsh world, but want a chance. I promise all of you that I will give that to you if you wish to become my students. The class all broke into cheers and cries if they were in. Midnight smiled. All right, kids, get back in your P uniforms so we can do this test. What? They yelled. The purpose of the quirk assessment test is to have you not just use your quirks on a test that sweet them, like Mr. Bakugo's explosion and say the ball throw. It is to get you to think about other ways to use your quirks in tests. It may not be immediately apparent on how they would apply. It also will give me a baseline of some of your physical capabilities, so we can teach you to improve. As long as you all give me 100% of your effort, I will give you 100% of mine. Because, after all, this is you. And we go beyond. Plus Ultra Day 2 Inari had decided that this morning that she would rebel with everything. Waking up, going for a run, getting dressed, and even having breakfast were her public enemies number 1. It was one of those mornings. Izuku dealt with it the best he could. He had been nervous about today after the fiasco that was day 1. He had to admit that he felt a little bad about Aizawa being fired, but he had stood up for what he believed, which mattered. After Midnight had become their homeroom teacher, they returned to the athletic field to take part in the quirk assessment test. And Izuku had been right. With the increase of power from One for All, he had placed near the top of most events. Bakugo had sneered at him the entire time, especially in the first event of the 50-yard dash, where Izuku won easily. He had expected a violent outburst, but sneered and walked away instead. It was the same in every event for them. Izuku had to advertise his gaze during some of the events, as his gaze may have wandered over some of his female classmates. During some events, Things were bouncing, and his eyes were noticed. He felt guilty as they exited the field. He felt like he was disrespecting Suijin's memory, but remembered what Hound Dog had told him. Should he develop feelings or even another romantic relationship? It didn't mean he loved Suijin any less, it was just different. She wouldn't want him to be alone forever, and he wouldn't have wanted that for her were the roles reversed. Knowing something intellectually and emotionally were two very different things. Emotions were tricky and liked to go in the opposite direction of where your mind wanted them to go. After dropping Inari off at daycare, a slight flicker of annoyance as his daughter seemed to be much easier for the worker who received her than she had been for her father all morning. But that was quickly erased with an Inari blowing him a kiss and her signature, "Bye-bye Dada," somewhere in his mind. He knew he was done for. She would forever have him wrapped around her finger, his little princess. Rushing to class, he barely managed to reach the door at the same time Midnight was walking down the hall. He smiled and waited for her to arrive so he could open the door for her and quickly followed her inside, taking his seat in front of Bakugo. "Welcome, class. Before we start today, we have a few things to review. Your first heroics class will be after lunch. I want to first thank all of you for getting through what can only be described as one of the roughest first days anyone could imagine. As for the results for yesterday, you all have seen your place. For those of you at the bottom of the list, I recommend using the school gym. It is important to take care of your body. Those at the top, keep up the good work, but don't get complacent." "Yes, sensei," the class responded. "I have also sent a list of resources that should have been given to you during the welcoming ceremony, including the name and appointment times for your meeting with your guidance counselors and physical fitness advisors. I expect you all to make your appointments by the end of the day. I want you all to understand that all these people are here to help you, but no one can help you more than yourself. You are all here chasing the same goal for your reasons, but ultimately, the common goal is to be a hero and save lives. At some point in your career, your life will depend on the person next to you, so don't drag each other down while competing. After some announcements, you can enjoy the wonderful world of Shakespeare, world history, and mathematics." As the class groaned, she let out a coy laugh. "Welcome to you, children. If you take out that the teachers were pro-heroes, it was just like any other lecture that one would expect. The teachers were well versed in their course and spoke with passion and clarity. Nothing could make the subjects that much fun, regardless. With the signal of the lunch bell, the class filed out to the cafeteria, something that Izuku was excited about. Before he had withdrawn from school, he had only ever eaten lunch with Suijin. Before that, it was in the most out-of-the-way spot he could find to avoid being bullied. This time, however, the lunch table was full. Momo, Fumi, Ochako, Tenya, Itsuka, Tsu, and Kyoka filled out the rest of the spots. It was and always had been a silly fantasy of his to eat surrounded by friends. Silly, yes, but to have it come true was satisfying nonetheless. When Momo leaned over and whispered about what he was smiling about, blushing slightly, he relayed how he wanted to always sit at a table with friends. Momo smiled at him fondly, not in a shocked or dismissive way, and whispered that she also thought about it. Itsuka heard the exchange and smiled to herself, ignoring the glares from some of the members of her class. She wasn't sure what was going on, but she had just about enough of whatever it was and wasn't going to allow it to continue much longer. Itsuka wished her friends luck on her first heroic class as they exited. Class 1B was scheduled for tomorrow. Wana was excited as they all speculated on their heroic teacher. Izuku chimed in with some random thoughts, even though he already knew the answer. "Here I am, coming through the door like a normal person." They heard the bellow from the hallway as he entered the room, Silver Age costume and all. "All Might," the class roared, their excitement boiling over. "Now, young ones, today is your first heroics class. But you can't practice being heroes without these." All Might pressed a button. The wall hissed as panels slid open revealing metal cases. "Your hero costumes. Go get changed and meet me at Gym Gamma." And remember that criminals wait for no one, so get changed quickly. The class hurriedly retrieved their case and went to the changing room. Izuku sat just looking at his costume for a minute. 𝗵𝗲 had already changed, walked over, and placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Is something troubling you, my good sir?" 𝗵𝗲 asked, concerned something had happened. Izuku just smiled and shook his head. "It's just that you dream of something for so long, and seeing it in front of you makes me think of those who will never get to see this. My mom and Suijin helped me design this, and I never got to show it to them. Loss travels with us. Never forget that though they may not be physically present, they see you in this moment. So, raise your head and wear it pride. Remember that we must press on for those here," 𝗵𝗲 said. "Thank you, 𝗵𝗲, perfectly said," Midoriya replied. "You should hurry so you are not late, Midoriya," Dark Shadow added. "Go on ahead. I will be right there." The rest of the students were assembled. Momo looked around for Izuku, wondering if something had happened, when she saw him come walking out. *A, and everyone else has the same costumes. Izuku was wearing black boots, combat pants with emerald green trim, a black reinforced fitted shirt, green gloves, and a dark green hooded jacket with a half mask pulled down around his neck. He kept his jaw off the floor as Momo and Ochako approached him. Momo due to the amount of skin revealed, and Ochako due to how the suit hugged her body. "Oh, sweet baby Jesus," he whispered. As they got closer, finding his voice and a safe place to look, "You two look amazing," he said loud enough for them to hear. "Thank you, Izuku. Unfortunately, they couldn't make me my updated costume choice as the material is time-consuming to create," Momo said with a slight blush. She found her eyes drifting over his muscled chest. "Oh, with the Gen fabric?" Izuku said. "Well, I can't wait to see version 2. Yay, I don't think I was clear enough when I submitted my costume. I wanted it more space and not so tight," Ochako said, looking down at her suit. "Well, it looks terrific, Ochako," Izuku said. "I think it suits you," he said as they fell into step, heading to join the rest of the class. "You look good as well, Izuku," Ochako said, looking away from his fitted torso. "Yes, Izuku, I agree," Momo added. "Thank you. I originally had a much brighter green costume in mind, but I modified it as I got older," he said. "Now that we are all here, we are going to split into teams of 2 via lottery to simulate random hero team-ups that will be encountered in the field. 2 teams will take the field while the rest observe from the observation room. 1 team will be the heroes and the other villains. The villain teams will be defending a bomb. The time limit is 10 minutes. The heroes must enter the building and either defeat or capture the villain team or touch the bomb. Villain teams need to either hold out or defeat heroes. After the match, we will decide on an MVP. Now everyone, let us begin." Match 1. Ojiro and Ida vs. Izuku and Ochako. Ojiro smiled. At last, he would get his hands on Izuku. He had dreamed of this day. Ida noticed the sadistic grin of his teammate. He wanted to assume that he was getting into character, but his instincts told him otherwise. "I mean, not to pry my Shirao, but you seem rather gleeful about this exercise," Ida probed. "I am. While I may not be thrilled about playing a villain, I have been dreaming of the day I get my hands on Midoriya," he replied, almost salivating at the thought. "May I ask why?" Ida said, his voice full of concern. "While I must admit my first impression of Midoriya was somewhat marred after meeting him again, I have failed to see anything that would warrant such a fervor for combat." "That's because you don't know him," Ojiro said. "I was dating Itsuka Kendo from 1B back in my hometown, and he kept sticking his nose in to steal her away. All the while, he would talk about Inari's mother and shit. Then he put on this sob act when she died and lured her back here. He's deceived her, and they both played me for a fool. Today is the day I get revenge." "Mashirao," Ida said calmly. "While I do not know all the circumstances of your relationship or what type of person Kendo is, I have to say that this anger towards Midoriya seemed skewed. Are you saying that Kendo and Midoriya engaged in some long-distance relationship, while Midoriya was also engaged in a long-distance relationship with Inari's mother? That's exactly what he began, only for Ida to raise his hand to stop him. I again apologize for my rudeness, but that is one of the stupidest things I have ever heard. If Kendo were engaging in some affair, why would he have to do it long distance if the mother was already away and out of the picture? If they were only waiting for the mother to be out of the picture to make their affair physical instead of mental, why wait? And if Kendo is the type of girl that would wait for her best friend to die to run home and engage in carnal activities with Midoriya, would that be a person you would want to date? You don't understand how he manipulated her, Ojiro said, clinging to his anger and ignorance. Kendo is Izuku and Inari's mother's friend, correct? From what I heard, he said. They have been friends for years, correct? Again Ojiro nodded. Now, if we are to assume for a moment that what Midoriya said at the mixer is true, that he was unaware of his daughter's existence until the mother died, wouldn't he reach out to their mutual friend for support? If it were someone I was extremely close with, I would drop everything and rush to their aid, wouldn't you? But did Kendo give you a reason for the breakup? She said she didn't feel the same about me as I did her, that she kept hoping for the feelings to change, and they never did, that she should have ended things sooner. And you choose to disregard this reason in favor of one where she was stolen from you by a manipulative other man. You don't understand, Tenya. I know what happened, Ojiro said, clinging desperately to his delusion. And what will put this to rest for you? What will allow you to put this behind you and move forward? I fear this unreasonable fury will consume you as you are now. I am going to beat his ass, he responded, punching his open palm for emphasis. I am going to put him in his place. You guard the bomb, and I will handle this. Your plan is flawed, as is your motivation. But if this is what will put this issue to bed for you and Midoriya, proceed. I will guard the bomb in an attempt to secure our victory. Izuku and Ochako. So that is why you believe Ojiro will come after you, Ochako said, stunned. Yay, he started spouting off all this nonsense the other morning. I was about to knock him into next week, but Kendo got there first and slapped him. Izuku said, shrugging his shoulders. What a dick, Ochako muttered, Izuku raising an eyebrow. Sorry, my parents own a construction business. I spent much time on the job sites, she said, blushing. It's cool, I agree he is a dick, Izuku said, smiling at her, making her blush even more. Well, if he comes after you, kick his ass, and then come help me with Ida. Ochako said, I get that he is upset with Kendo. What she did was pretty messed up, but for him to say those things are just wrong on so many levels. Thank you for understanding, Ochako. I mean it. I owe some matcha, he said. I'll take it, she said before she looked, her arms tucked behind her, one leg behind the other. I don't know, maybe we can go get some this weekend, get out a little bit. That sounds like fun, Izuku said. But first, let's win this thing. Her head shot up when he agreed to her plan. We are so fucking going to win, they won't even know what hit them, she said, her face shifting to pure determination. Wow, she is fired up, he thought. Begin, All Might called out, Ojiro sprinting down the stairs as Ochako and Izuku entered. They didn't have to wait long as Ojiro was not trying to be quiet. The hero team just stayed on the first floor, was done up like a lobby waiting to see what set of stairs he came down. Izuku saw him appear on the right-hand side. Ochako smiled and took off up the left-hand side. Don't make me wait long, she said, giving him a salute as she ran off. Izuku versus Ojiro. Ojiro leaped down and found Izuku waiting for him. No green lightning like during the quirk assessment. He saw Izuku stop and take a battle stance similar to Itsuka's, a form he had seen many times. Are you mocking me now? Ojiro spits out. Izuku raised his eyebrow. Holy shit, you are an idiot. I trained in her dojo. I was her student till she moved. Then I trained with her father. I am going to beat the truth out of you, "Do you understand me?" he said, froth foaming at the edge of his mouth. "I will expose you for the piece of shit you are, and how you manipulated her the entire time we were together." 𝐎𝐩𝐼𝐳 yelled and jumped forward, bringing his tail down in a wild attack. Izuku stepped to the side and pivoted behind 𝗎𝗫, grabbing him by his uniform, throwing him over his shoulder, and crashing to the floor. Izuku danced back, keeping himself light on his feet instead of following up on his attack. "Is that the best you can do?" he said. "Entire time you were together? Buddy, I didn't know you existed until after she returned." "You lie," he roared, getting to his feet and charging in again. Recklessly, he threw an elbow which missed, and he tried to follow up with a spinning back fist. Izuku ducked under, executing a perfect hip toss. But this time he followed up with a sharp punch to 𝗎𝗫's stomach before backing off again. "I was over 100 miles away. Could only talk to her while she was in town, if that. And even if what you are saying is true, how crappy of a boyfriend do you have to be for me to be able to manipulate her with a few texts a day and maybe one phone call every other week? I will end you." Again he rushed in with a thrust kick this time, but when Izuku dodged, 𝗎𝗪 used his tail to smack him in the gut, sending Izuku tumbling back. He jumped again, this time attempting to smash Izuku with his knee. Izuku kipped up and landed a spinning back kick, drawing blood on 𝗎𝗪. "I will say this once. I didn't know about you. I didn't steal Itsuka away. She came to help me after the woman I loved died, her best friend, and we both learned about Inari. Loved. You didn't even know about your 𝗵𝗃. Everything froze." Observation room. The intensely personal conversation was blaring over the speakers, and at that moment, everyone froze, completely flabbergasted at what 𝗎𝗪 had just said. No one saw All Might fist clench so hard that he almost drew blood from his palm. "If Izuku doesn't kick his ass, I am going to beat him into next week," Momo said between clenched teeth. "Somebody better get him out of there." Everyone turned as it was Bakugo's voice that rang out. 𝗎𝗪 is about to get taught a lesson about what happens when you say the wrong thing to Midoriya. Especially when it's about someone he loves, he said, and absently traced the scar by his eye. Izuku versus 𝗎𝗪. At that moment, Izuku stopped dead. 𝗎𝗪 ran and threw the most potent punch at Izuku's face, only for Izuku to catch it. Green lightning raced over his body. His eyes began to glow an electric green. There is a saying, "Beware of still water, beware the silent man, beware the dog that does not bark." Izuku went silent. All that was heard was 𝗎𝗪's scream as his hand was crushed in Izuku's grip. 𝗎𝗪 flailed wildly, his punches having no effect. Izuku punched him in the ribs, breaking them, then nonchalantly tossed him aside. With his broken hand, Izuku calmly walked over. 𝗎𝗪 stumbled to his feet, fear coursing through him. He panicked and lashed out with his tail. Izuku caught it, driving his elbow down. Another sickening crack rang out. Then Izuku took in both hands and hefted 𝗎𝗪 into the sky, slamming him back down, again and again. The darkness of unconsciousness pulled the tail user into the sweet darkness when Izuku finally spoke. "When you wake up, you get one chance to make this right. Should you fail, then this will seem like I hit you with pillows. He is alive," he said, "but you should send the medical immediately." 𝗎𝗪 has been eliminated. Izuku raced off in a blur up the stairs, clearing them in one leap. As he touched the wall, he pushed off and ascended faster. "Ochako, where are you?" "Top floor," Iida was monologuing, "and I gave away my position, engaged. I got him off me, but damn, his kicks are something else." Izuku burst into the room as he saw Iida attacking Ochako with a sidekick. He watched as Ochako leaped over it and grabbed the back of Ida's armor, and yanked him hard into the floor, his head bouncing, blurring the speedster's vision. "Ochako, throw him up," Izuku shouted as he pushed off the ground, cracking it and propelling himself to the ceiling. Ochako saw him move, negated Ida's gravity, and threw him straight up. She then turned and dashed for the bomb. Gravity missile. Izuku roared as he pushed off the ceiling and came crashing down into Ida, driving him almost through the floor and knocking him out cold. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 slid, grabbing the bomb to her chest. Tenya Ida is eliminated. The hero team wins. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 set the bomb down and walked over. You have a move called gravity missile. Izuku blushed. No, I made that up on the spot. You negated his gravity, and I was coming down like a missile. It works, he said, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Did we just create a team-up super move mid-fight? She said, blushing a little. I think we just did, he responded, extending his fist for a fist bump. Gravity missile. Fucking gravity missile, she said, completing the fist bump. They waited for the medical squad to arrive to collect Ida before they made their way out. Did he say what I think he said? 𝗧𝗏𝗄 asked, referring to Ejiro. He did, and I made him regret those words, Izuku said coldly. Good. If you didn't, others would be lining up to do so, 𝗧𝗏𝗄 said as they stepped into the observation room. Observation room, they were greeted with some congratulations as they entered. Momo went to Izuku. Are you okay? She said, her voice full of concern. I am. He crossed a line. Thankfully I could pull myself back before I did the same, but slamming him around may have been a bit excessive, Izuku said, trying to smile for her. Momo accepted that and smiled back. No, I don't think that was too far. The thoughts running through my head were much more violent. All right, class, we need to decide on an MVP. Ejiro should get it for surviving that ass kicking. Holy hell, Zero said. He deserved that shit, though. It caused some laughter which helped to disrupt the tension in the room. Momo raised her hand. All Might nodded at her. While I agree with Zero, I think the MVP should be Ida and 𝗧𝗏𝗄. Izuku could have taken Ejiro out sooner, and then he and 𝗧𝗏𝗄 could have taken on Ida together. 𝗧𝗏𝗄, even though she gave her position away by laughing while Ida was monologuing, adapted and tried to use different strategies to bypass Ida. She may have been able to win it all when she slammed him down. There would have been a serious discussion of whether she could have reached the bomb before he recovered enough to stop her. Ida tried to dissuade Ejiro. From what we could tell, their audio wasn't up, but they seemed to be having a serious discussion. I agree, Izuku chimed in. I should have dealt him sooner instead of using the grounds to carry out a grudge match. Very well put, young Yaoyorozu. I agree that young Uraraka and young Ida are the MVPs now. The next match, All Might boomed. The next match, Katsuki Bakugo jerked his thumb towards the door at 𝗵𝗲. Come on, Orbs, let's go, he said as the boy fell into step behind him. If you cause us to lose, I will blast you into next week, got it? 𝗵𝗲 nodded as they headed out. Momo smiled at Rikito. Shall we take the field of battle as well? Sounds good. What do you think we should do? Well, I plan to give us an advantage, but I will need you to help me pull it off. Bakugo demanded a single sentence from 𝗵𝗲 to explain how his quirk worked. After hearing it, he promptly told the boy to shut up. Listen, stay here with the bomb, throw your orbs everywhere while go handle the princess and lips. 𝗵𝗲 sighed as he would be denied an opportunity to grope. He meant to grapple Momo, but it didn't seem like arguing with Bakugo would suit his health. When the command to begin rang out, he raced out of the room and down the stairs. Spotting his enemies, he leaped forward with a right hook. Lips jumped back out of the way, but he was surprised when the princess jumped ahead past Lips. He didn't have time to react when suddenly she hit him with a barrage of pellets that exploded when they contacted him. The white powder was everywhere, clinging to him, and a familiar smell of baby powder filled his nose. He could barely dodge Lips, who burst through the cloud, now wearing goggles and a mask. He raised his hand to fire off an explosion, only to find it fizzle in his hand. Princess pegged him with larger pellets and the same explosion. He shut his eyes and stumbled back. Rikito followed in immediately, his enhanced strength driving him forward like a bullet. Bakugo couldn't dodge this one as a straight right sent him flying down the hall. He rolled to his feet, shaking the powder from his hair. But the problem was that it clung to his body. It was absorbing the moisture off his body, namely his sweat, which he needed to trigger his quirk. He landed a kick to Lip's side, narrowly dodging an overhand left, but the larger boy brushed it off instead, connecting with a mighty backhand sending Katsuki into the wall. He tilted his head to the side to avoid another punch. Using his legs, he pushed off and barreled into Lips, knocking him back. As he growled in anger, he went to push his attack. That was his biggest mistake. He felt two cold metallic prongs touch the back of his neck, then electricity shot through him. He screamed in pain as Momo drove a stun baton into the back of his neck. The massive voltage release immediately disabled any conscious movement. The second strike, followed by the punch to the back of his head that bounced his face off the floor, was the end of Katsuki Bakugo. Quickly they bound him in capture tape. Katsuki Bakugo has been eliminated. 𝗵𝗃 was shocked, but that meant they were coming for him. He smiled wickedly. While he may not win the exercise, we would win the war. The heroes quickly ascended the building, searching until they came to the same room where Izuku and Ochako had battled Ida. Rakido kicked open the door. It barely budged. It took some more thunderous kicks till, finally, the door gave way. That is to say, the frame did. It fell inward, and they saw a minefield of 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 orbs everywhere. Momo passed Rakido a simple wooden stick in case 𝗵𝗃𝗧 threw more orbs at them to help keep them from getting trapped. Cautiously they navigated the field when 𝗵𝗃𝗧 sprang from the shadows, bouncing off his balls like a skilled trapeze artist. Drool was falling from his mouth as he charged. He bounced skillfully over Rakido, arms and legs spread as he came down towards Momo. "Lucius Melons," he cried. Momo couldn't dodge. She had no intention to. Pulling the stun baton from her hip, she held it out and braced herself, and 𝗵𝗃𝗧's eyes went wide. He flailed his arms, hoping that cartoon logic would alter his trajectory. His stomach collided with a stun baton, and the last thing he saw was the Momo smirking at him as his world went black. Minoru 𝗵𝗃𝗧 has been eliminated. Hero team wins. Momo was, of course, named MVP. As the rest of the match's progress, Izuku sat and watched the remaining team fights, taking notes furiously. Kyoka had walked over and peeked over his shoulder as he was writing. "What cha doing there, green bean?" Izuku eeped. "Holy shit, Kyoka, you scared me. Are you sure you don't have a stealth quirk?" She laughed. "Pretty sure. Are those notes about our quirks? Kind of creepy, dude." "Sorry, I don't mean it to be, but quirk analysis is my passion. I love quirks. They are so interesting and can be used in so many ways." "Well, that's nice of you, but mine isn't all that spectacular." He turned, his eyes shining brightly, a massive smile on his face. He leaned towards her. "To close," Kyoka thought. "No way you used it to scout the room makes you great at recon. You channeled your heartbeat. That was way cool." He flipped open to her page. "I bet if you added a mask with your vocal training, you could emit some crazy powerful sonic screams. Since I figure you are amplifying the sound pump through your speakers more than they can do alone. If you could figure out a way to modulate your heartbeat, you could do even more damage with your attack. Hell, with the sonics, it would be kind of like President Mike. But if you could modulate your voice, I bet you could fly. See, there was this old comic." Kyoka poked him with her jack to get his attention. "All right, slow down, Izuku. Now go over this again." They spent the remainder of the testing reviewing his notes. Slowly, Ochako came over with Momo to listen in. "I will put in the request for the mask." "That is pretty cool, Izuku." "Do you think I can do more with my quirk, Izuku?" Ochako asked. "Of course, if you can remove gravity from an object, why not be able to increase it?" Girls' locker room. The girls were in the changing room chatting away. When Ochako and Kyoka started talking about what Izuku had said and how it had changed their thoughts about their quirks, they were anxious to try it. The other girls started asking questions, prompting them to wonder what Izuku had in his notebook about them. Kyoka smiled slyly. "Yay, it was cool. You should see all the stuff he had about Momo, and those pictures he drew. Hot damn. I wish someone would draw me like that. Momo blushed. I did not know those were in there. I was just as surprised as you were, Kyoka. So, you liked it then? Kyoka responded. It was very flattering, Momo said. So, what is the deal with you two? Do you like him or something? Mina asked. Her relationship sense was tingling. I like him as a friend, and I respect him as a person, Momo said. I met him and Inori not long after I moved here, and after doing so, how could I not like him? You see how he is with her. It's adorable. It is adorable, Ochako agreed. I was so surprised to hear he was a single father, but he seems to have a handle on it. He has worked very hard, Tsu added. My mother was his caseworker, always telling me how hard he worked. You have to respect the dedication. So, do you have romantic feelings for him? Mina asked again. Before Momo could answer, Kyoka shushed everyone and crept towards the wall they shared with the boys' locker, slipping on her shirt. Boys' locker room. Oh, thank you, upperclassmen. Dudes, there is a peephole over here. I can't wait to see the luscious Momo or Mina and Ochako, Minta said in a husky voice as drool leaked out the corner of his mouth. Wasn't that your downfall during the exam? Denki asked. But no shit, there is a peephole, Denki said. Dude, you're not going to peek, are you? Ijiro said. That is not very becoming of a hero, Minta, Ida said. You should exercise some self-control. Dude, don't you want to take a peek? Minta said, wiping some drool away. No, I am a gentleman, Ida replied. This action is not very becoming of a hero. Whatever, dude. I will get an eyeful for some serious frap material later. Denki? Shiro? Well, I mean, if it's there, I would be offensive not to, right? Denki said. Shiro? I mean, if it's there, Shiro replied. This is the action of delinquents, and you should not proceed, Fumi said. Just because the rest of you are bitches, Minta said. Don't you understand on the other side of this hole are Mina and Ochako's luscious curves, Tsu's salacious thighs, Kyoka's tight ass, and the mountains of memories that is Momo. I will not disrespect them by not spying on them. The gods demand it. His fist over his heart, drool pouring from his mouth, Denki and Shiro saluting him. Minta turned, ready to gaze upon heaven, when his eyelids snapped shut, and he couldn't open them. A locker slammed hard, leaving a dent. Green lightning pouring off the culprit. With a twisting motion of his hand, Minta spun around, a green glow around his eyes. His eyes were forced open as Izuku stalked across the room. Hey Minta, remember when I told you about my quirk, and how it works better on smaller things? It works incredibly good on things the smaller they are, like your eyeballs. I could rip them out your head with ease or your corneas. Hell, I could even pull the fluid out of your eyes. I have friends over there, and more so, those are our classmates. If you three try to peep at them, I will carry out my threats with glee. I think I proved this point yesterday when I was willing to get expelled for what I believe. Nod your head if you understand me. Minta did so. Denki, Shiro, get out and take him with you. Hey, Kyoka, he yelled. We heard Izuku. Momo has already plugged up this side. And thanks, dude. No problem. I am going to see 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗏 and pick up Inari. I will start dinner tonight when we get back to the dorms. Okay, is there anything we can do to help? She called back. If you guys could shred the cheese in the fridge, dice up the onions, and cook the pasta. I was going to make homemade mac and cheese with hamburger steaks. You got it, Izuku, Kyoka called back. There is so much goddamn baby powder, Katsuki yelled from the showers the girls' locker room. He is a decent guy, Mina said. Kid or not, he keeps this up. I may have to ask him out, she said with a laugh. Momo hid her frown well. She didn't know why that comment bothered her, but it just did. She didn't know much about Mina, but the thought of her asking Izuku out and him saying yes hurt her stomach. Instead, she finished making the temporary wall repairs and dressed. I think I will let Midnight Sensei know what happened in case that perv tries to spin the story against Izuku. Can you girls manage the dinner prep? 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝐻 smiled. It is pretty basic stuff, Momo. I am sure we can handle it, she said with a grin. Momo nodded and left. So, 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝐻, want to explain how you asked Izuku out on a date this weekend? Toru said as she wrapped her arms around the gravity girl's waist. 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝐻 blushed, hiding her face with her hands. The girls nodded. Momo smiled, finishing her repairs and getting dressed. I think I will go let Midnight Sensei know what almost happened, in case that perv tries to spin the story against Izuku. Can you guys manage the prep for him? 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝐻 smiled. It's shredding cheese and some noodles. We should be good. With that, Momo left. As Izuku walked out of 𝗬𝗪𝗀's office, he saw Itsuka waiting. Hey Itsuka, what's up? Everything okay? For the most part, nothing I cannot handle. I just wanted to check on you. Are you on your way to get Inari? I am. Would you care to join me? That would be nice. So what happened yesterday? I heard your homeroom teacher got fired, Itsuka said as they headed toward the daycare. Yay, he rubbed the back of his head. I may have led a revolt yesterday. What? Well, you see, one explanation later. Only you, she said, rubbing the bridge of her nose. How did you know where I was, BTW? He asked as the question dawned on him. I bumped into your class and asked where you were. That gyro girl gave me a brief version of what happened, and here I am. I never expected you for the bad boy. Huh, wait, when did I become a bad boy? Leading revolts, threatening classmates. Next thing you know, you'll be riding a motorcycle and smoking. He laughed. I have my nice safe SUV. I don't think Inari would approve of me smoking. I am all good. So how you are feeling, BTW, not class but in here, she pointed to her heart and head. Alright, I caught myself checking out a girl the other day. I kind of felt like shit for it. But I talked it over with Hound Dog and felt a bit better after. What did he say, if you don't mind me asking? It was good for me, showing me I am not dead. I would not act on anything. I know that Suijin wouldn't want me to be alone for the rest of my life. But I feel conflicted. I must sound stupid like I am moving on too quickly. It's not stupid. Izuku, you are healing. And part of that healing process is noticing members of the opposite sex. As long as you aren't dragging a different girl to bed every night, I am sure it is healthy. I miss the connection part the most and touching. Hugs and kisses, I miss those so much. Well, I have an endless supply of hugs. But if you want kisses, you must wine and dine me, mister, she said with a laugh. Not really, but I will keep that in mind, he replied, joining her in a laugh. Do you want to join us for dinner? Depends what's on the menu, chef. Well, tonight we will be dining on the cheese noodles of the homemade variety and hamburger steaks. Will there be apple juice? Do you think Her Majesty would accept anything less? Fair point. That night Midnight put 𝗵𝗃𝗃, Denki, and 𝗧𝗏 on first and last warnings and sentenced them to cleaning duty. Ojiro had been absent since the battle trials, as he didn't show up for dinner either. He might have been in his room, but he didn't answer when they knocked. Momo took some delight in filling Itsuka in on what happened during the battle trial as the two girls played with Inari while Izuku was cooking. He called her what? Itsuka said through grit teeth. Momo leaned in and whispered it. That motherfucker. Luckily Inari was too focused and coloring to hear their exchange. Itsuka, Momo whispered, pointing at Inari, causing Itsuka to blush. Izuku dealt with him, I assure you, Momo said. The class sat and ate together before some drifted to their rooms to do homework. Itsuka returned to her dorm after kissing Inari, with some leftovers to share with her classmates. As the video games fired up in the main common room, Izuku gathered Inari to head to their room. I thought you were going to do your homework, 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝐻 asked as she dried the last of the dishes. I am. It's just too much out here, so I am going to head to my room. Throw on a movie for Inari and do it there. Mind if I join you? I could use some help. Ochako said. Me too, 𝗓𝗏 added. If it were not too much trouble, my dark twin would like to join so he may partake in the movie with the Lady Inari, Fumi asked. I am not averse to joining the impromptu study group either. You guys are all welcome. Momo, you want in? Sounds like a good opportunity to get to know each other better, Momo said with a smile. It was a lovely night. Inari had great fun watching the movie with Dark Shadow, and it was nice to have friends. He wasn't sure they were all friends quite yet, but they were moving there. Inari would run over to see what they were doing before returning to her movie. Izuku sent her to get her pajamas, and the little girl ran over and demanded that Momo help her. The little girl was delighted when Ochako offered to braid Inari's hair for her. The group enjoyed the good-night hugs and kisses from the princess, especially Dark Shadow. The group sat silently as father and daughter engaged in their nightly ritual. Some hearts might have fluttered hearing the soft lullaby from the other room. Now it's time to say good night. Good night, sleep tight, now the sun turns out his light. Good night, sleep tight, dream sweet dreams for me. Dream sweet dreams for you. Close your eyes, and I'll close mine. Good night, sleep tight, now the moon begins to shine. Good night, sleep tight, dream sweet dreams for me. Dream sweet dreams for you. Close your eyes, and I'll close mine. Good night, sleep tight, now the sun turns out his light. Good night, sleep tight, dream sweet dreams for me. Dream sweet dreams for you. Good night, everybody, everybody, everywhere, good night. He stepped out of the room, closing the door quietly and turning on the monitor. Beatles, good night? Kyoka asked. Yay, I am surprised you know them, he replied. Music is kind of my thing. My parents are big into pre-quirk stuff, especially my dad. Me, it's all about deep dope, she said. They are dang good. You know them, she said, a little shocked. Oh yay, Suijin introduced them to me, and I fell in love with them, especially Kenji. That guy can play. Yay, he is so sick, she said, twirling a jack around her finger. Do you know what they are talking about, Momo? Ochako asked. Music and a guitar playing, I guess. But I am not familiar with deep dope, though I have heard of the Beatles. They cannot compare to Queen, she said with a smirk. Soon favorite bands were being thrown out, and then movies. The group sat and talked before time caught up with them, and they had to excuse themselves to head off to bed. Izuku set about his night tasks to ensure everything was taken care of before he returned to his room. A quick check on Inari found the little girl awake, squeezing her all-might plushie. What are you doing up, princess? Sleep with you, she said with a pout. As you wish. 1B dorm's Itsuka walked in to find her classmates finishing dinner. She noticed that Jirota and Nito were missing, but she couldn't care less. Setting her tray of leftovers down, she looked around at her classmates. Okay, what the hell is some of your guys' problems with me? I have been getting side eyes from some of you since I moved in, and I want to know what the fuck is going on, she said as the room froze. Language, 𝗓𝗏 snapped back. While I would be loath to do this in front of the class, I can hold my tongue no longer. You are a fornicator and perpetrator of sin. I find your presence here offensive. You're just not a good person, 𝗬𝗪 added. No, you are all wrong, Kinoko said, coming to Itsuka's aid, which surprised her some. Not that it is any of your business, 𝗓𝗏, but I have never had sex. And what sin are you talking about? And fuck you, 𝗬𝗪, you don't even know me. She fired back. They are talking about how you dumped Ojiro in 1A and went off to fuck that Izuku guy, Toguro said. I could care less, but you do you, Toguro added. Yes, Jirota told us about it on our first night here, Ryuko said. But Kinoko defended you, as I had not met you. I had no reason to pass judgment. But they seemed to harp on this, especially Nito and Jirota. Yup, Yui added, taking a bit of her pudding. Oh, for fuck's sake, Itsuka said. Listen and listen good. especially 𝐒𝐬𝐼𝐵ARA and 𝐒𝐬𝐼𝐳𝐸. I dated a guy longer than I should have and broke up with him after finding out my best friend was dead. Izuku is my other best friend, and they were together. Yes, they had sex, and she got pregnant. He never knew until she died. He called me and told me that my best friend was dead and left behind a kid as I was breaking up with Ojiro. Ojiro has this narrative that Izuku and I had some torrid romance going on, or that as soon as Izuku called, once again. So you all fucking understand this, that my best friend was dead, that I ran home to fuck Izuku. I came home to help him and to look after my goddaughter. If that is a sin, then guilty as charged. I should have only broken up with Ojiro sooner, as I didn't feel for him as he did for me. And as far as Izuku goes, he didn't even know about Ojiro till I came home. If you fucking call him a sinner or fornicator, 𝗵𝗲𝗄, I will slap that vine off your head. He is a good guy raising a daughter independently, providing for her financially, and training her to be a hero. 𝐒𝐬𝐼𝐧𝐿, if you are going to judge people off of stories, you can go fuck right off. I will not talk about this again. I want to try and move past this, and I hope we can be friends. Now the container has homemade mac and cheese, which is fantastic if anyone wants some. Good night, she said, heading towards the stairs. Oh, and one more thing. If any of you motherfuckers say anything derogatory about my goddaughter, I guarantee you that you will be waking up in the medical wing. The room was silent for a minute after Itsuka's outburst. That was manly as fuck, Tetsu said. I like her, Set said with a grin. This morning was much different than the day before. It went off without a hitch. Inari adhered to the schedule without error, though she did wage war with her great nemesis, shoes. Izuku could not understand his daughter's hatred of shoes. At first, Izuku thought they might not be good enough quality and hurt her feet. But after 3 days of research and one special order, he had to conclude that she didn't like them. Though there was a level of betrayal when she promptly abandoned Izuku for Kyoka and Ochako when entering the kitchen, she promptly betrayed them for Momo. Izuku had to ensure he didn't stare too much as Inari sat in Momo's lap, while she ate and stole bites of food. It was the most adorable thing. The emotions it brought up made Izuku want to flee, but he had to suck it up and pry Inari loose to drop her off at daycare. Inari pouted at the action, but forgave her dada as he placed her on his shoulders for the trip. The morning continued to go well when he was able to join his group of friends partway on their journey to class. He noticed that Itsuka had joined the group as well, along with a few of her classmates. When he approached, he saw the other members of 1B seemingly staring at him. He didn't have a chance to question it on the way to classes, but was happy when Itsuka introduced him to Setsuna, Tetsu, and Kanoko. 1B before class, Itsuka made her way downstairs. Last night had been interesting, but she was glad that at least things were out in the open because she was tired of getting side eyes every time she walked in. As she grabbed some breakfast set, Tetsu called her to sit with them. Morning kendo, Set said with a smile. Tetsu just nodded as his mouth was full of food. Good morning, she replied, taking her seat. Does this mean I am not a social pariah now? You never were with us, Set said. Isn't that right, Tetsu? Yeah, you could sit with us any time, or you know whatever you want, he said. Set rolled her eyes, and Itsuka was slightly confused, but she sat down. That was a heck of a speech last night, Set said, taking some of her frosted dino heads, now with more marshmallow meteors. If this is a grill session, Itsuka said. Calm your jets, girl, Set quickly said. I liked it. You stood up, called people out, and set the record straight. It is up to the rest of them to figure their shit out. I wanted to come sit with us to get to know you better. You seem cool. What she said, Tetsu added. Sorry, after last night, I wasn't sure what to expect this morning, Itsuka said. Do you have a picture of your goddaughter? Set said. Like a proud mama. She was more than happy to pull out her phone and share her Inari file. Set noticed that Itsuka's lock screen was Itsuka, a little girl, and a good-looking guy with green hair with the two girls in princess dresses. Set let Itsuka share what she wanted and didn't question the lock screen when she saw Itsuka in a princess dress with Inari, though she quickly began to ask questions. Itsuka looked terrific in the dress with her hair and makeup all done. Set showed it to Tetsu, who thankfully did not spit take, but it inflamed his attraction for the girl even more. As the two girls chatted, Kanoko said, "Can I sit down, Itsuka?" "Of course." "Kanoko, I missed you. I was sad we couldn't keep in touch, but I understood," Itsuka said as the mushroom girl took her seat. "I want to apologize. It should have set everyone straight, but Jiroda and Ojiro were talking and being nasty. I just got so upset that I stormed off and didn't correct him when he decided to spin his yarn to the class." Right on cue, Jiroda and Monoma descended the stairs, with Jiroda staring daggers at Itsuka and Kanoko. Itsuka returned the glare while Kanoko just chose to look away. Jiroda gathered his breakfast and took his seat. He was surprised when his usual circle didn't say much. Toguro didn't say anything while Riko and Yui got up and moved to a different spot. Itsuka turned around to continue her breakfast and talk with what she hoped would be her new friend's circle before everyone started heading out. When Izuku came up, she was happy introducing him to her little circle. She had to make some friends. She wished she was in 1A, but that wasn't the case. "Nice to finally meet you," Kanoko said with a polite bow. "I have heard a lot about you. I am very sorry for losing your fiancé." "Thank you," Izuku said, surprised that someone was commenting on Inari's death outside his class. "Kanoko was one of my friends before I moved back," Itsuka said, clearing up the confusion. "We have been reconnecting this morning. I don't see Ojiro anywhere." "We haven't seen him since the battle trials yesterday," Izuku said, falling in step with Itsuka as their group numbers swelled. Izuku made quick introductions between the two groups before splitting off to get to their classes. "Have a good day, Itsuka," he called out. "You too. I will see you at lunch," she replied. 1A. As they entered the class, they all quickly found their seats as Ojiro, followed by Midnight, came in a few moments before the bell rang. "All right, kids, take your seats. We have important business to get to today. You will choose your class officers. Some teachers like to appoint them, but I am more for the democratic approach. We should have a vote and let democracy decide." "Wouldn't everyone just vote for themselves?" Mina said. Izuku was paying attention to Ojiro, who just went and sat quietly, not making eye contact with anyone. "That is correct, Mina. But that would mean anyone who gets more than one vote has left enough of an impression on the others that should be allowed to lead," Ida responded, adjusting his glasses. "Very good, Ida," Midnight added. "Now be a sweetie and hand out these slips. After you write your vote on the paper, come up and place your paper in the box, and we will get to counting." Izuku Midoriya 7 votes, Momo Ieyasu 3 votes, Tenya Ida 2 votes. "How in the hell did Deku get 7 votes?" Katsuki bellowed. "What did you think anyone would vote for your explosive ass?" Denki laughed. "What did you say?" shocked Top. "Now, boys, calm down. Would anyone care to guess how Mr. Midoriya got so many votes?" "I thought it would be higher," Midnight said. Kyoka raised her hand. "Yes, dear. I voted for him because of the mess with Mr. Aizawa. He was willing to get himself expelled for the rest of us. And then he stopped Mainta from being a super perv in the locker room." "About what I figured then. All right, Mr. Midoriya, you are the president, Miss Ieyasu, the vice, and Mr. Ida, the secretary. We will hold a revote after the midterms to see if you want to change the leadership. Quick speeches from the reps, and then we can start art history." "I don't know what to say, guys, other than thank you for placing your faith in me, and I hope I can live up to your expectations," Izuku said, standing next to his seat before he gave a quick bow and sat down. "I promise to support our president and ensure we do everything possible to help our class succeed," Momo said before taking a seat. Never mind the random thought of the two of them being alone in a room working late, sharing a desk, reaching for a drink, their hands touching. Never mind all that. No such thought crossed her mind. I will do my duties to live up to our president and vice president demands and that of the class. A stiff 90 circumflex bow followed. Very well done, kids. Let's discuss art and your guys' first project. The groan was loud, and Izuku was slightly excited. He was looking forward to improving his drawing skills. 1B Vlad Sensei walked in and stood at the podium for a minute. Today, I will be assigning your class representatives. As you hardly know each other, I believe this is for the best. You can have a vote after summer vacation if you want to change your representatives. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗧𝗏, you will serve as president. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗲, you will be vice president, and 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗧𝗏 will serve as secretary. Now say something so we can move past this nonsense. Thank you, sir, 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗧𝗏 said. I promise to do my best. He bowed and sat down. 𝐔𝐬𝐼 reached over and patted his arm, telling him good job. Why, thank you for seeing my potential, sensei, 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗧𝗏 said, standing up. Though I feel I would serve better as the president, that will just have to wait for the elections. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗧𝗏 then made a grand sweeping gesture with his arm to the class. I want all of you to know that under my leadership, I will ensure that we achieve the proper glory that is due us, and that Class 1A will always be in our shadow. They will be a mere afterthought in our story when we stand upon the podiums of tomorrow. They shall wish they were in our class, that they had the chance to bask in the glory of Class 1B. He threw out both arms, ready to soak in the cheers and adulation from the class, only for there to be crickets. He then sat down in a huff. Hey, all, Set said, standing up. I don't know how to follow that, but I can't say I want to. I promise not to let Blonde mess it up for everybody, and that Shota gets all the help he needs. Yay, Setsuna, Tetsu yelled, clapping very enthusiastically. Great speech, oh yay. The class started snickering at that point, and Tetsu just sat down. Right, we may need to hold elections sooner than I thought, Vlad said. Now, today after lunch will be your first heroic class, so I want you to all listen and pay attention. After the morning announcements, we will start with quirk history, followed by heroic loss and math. The class groaned. Lunch Izuku was in line next to Itsuka, causally tugging her hair with his quirk. Itsuka immediately knew who it was without turning around. Quickly, her foot darted backward, striking Izuku's shin. Oh, he said. Hey, I didn't do nothing. His voice dripping with mock sincerity. Oh my bad, you see, I felt this tug, and it was an involuntary muscle reflex. Itsuka glanced over her shoulder at him. Did your teacher assign class reps today as well? No, we had a vote. I won the presidency. So you just assaulted an elected official, madam. There is a step fine of 1 pudding cup. Fine, you get a pudding cup, Mr. President. She replied. Now I wish I had been chosen for a position. She thought. Who is your vice? Momo. That's good. At least there is someone with brains running the operation, she said. That is correct, Momo said, laughing at Izuku rubbing his shin. Besides, this way, the assassins will all come for him, leaving me to run everything. I'm in danger, Izuku said in a high-pitched voice. What about your class? You said your teacher picked the reps. That is right, Itsuka said, grabbing herself a salad and setting it on her tray before grabbing another one and putting it on Izuku's. Set, who was in front of Itsuka listening to the whole conversation, had looked back to see the food exchange. She saw as Itsuka did that. Izuku grabbed 2 fruit cups, and when he placed them on the trays, some of the fruit floated up, and from each changing place. Setsuna didn't say anything but watched as the bantered back and forth. She saw Izuku pass a momo, a salad, and a pudding without the girl even asking as she grabbed a bowl of katsudon and placed on Izuku's tray. They are grabbing each other's food and ensuring the others get what they want without saying anything. What is happening? Setsuna thought. The set even saw Momo and Itsuka do it with some other items. With full trays, they all made their way to the lunch table. So it sounds like the blonde guy Nito you said, right? Itsuka nodded her head. Has some problem with our class? What did we do to him? I have no idea, chimed in Set. I will watch him if he gets too crazy. But Shota seems pretty cool. That is good to know, Momo said as they approached the tables. I will see you after school. I will sit with my class some and try to make friends, Izuku said. Are you saying that I am not enough for you anymore? Izuku replied, fake hurt in his voice. Pretty much, she said with a smirk and a hair flip as he walked off with Setsuna. You know I can create some aloe vera for that burn if you like, Momo giggled. Thank you, Izuku said. That would be very much appreciated. Izuku smiled as he sat with his friends, curious about something. Did you guys all vote for me? All but 𝗵𝗲 raised his hand. I hope my not voting for you does not question our blossoming friendship. I felt that Lady Momo was the best candidate. Not a problem at all, 𝗵𝗲. I voted for her too, Izuku said, smiling. You both voted for me? Thank you. I wonder who the third was. That would be me, Ida said, walking over. Would it be okay if I joined you for lunch? I noticed that you have an empty seat. Take a seat, Ida, they voiced. Thank you. I would also like to take this opportunity to apologize again to you, Izuku. We got off on the wrong foot. But after observing how you handled things regarding your daughter in class and the dorms, I could have been more generous and often jumped to the wrong conclusion in our interactions. After everything, I would like to start over and be friends. If that is possible. Izuku was taken aback for a moment. He hadn't expected that from Ida, especially in front of everyone. Izuku had to respect the action. You know what, Ida? I would like that a lot. Apology accepted. Then please call me Tenya, and I would like to call you Izuku if that is all right. That is perfectly all right, Tenya. This display of compassion and character is most stirring. I am glad I have chosen to surround myself with such strong future heroes and friends, 𝗵𝗲 said, taking a drink. Not to mention, the princess likes to share her apples with us. Dark Shadow peeked out to add. This is so great. I never had friends growing up. I am so glad to find some so soon in university. Momo said. I agree. I was so scared when I moved here, but to meet all of you guys is just the best, Ochako added with a fist pump. Yay, it's all right, 𝗓𝗏 said, trying to look bored, but they could all see her smile. Well then, here is to new friends and new beginnings, Izuku said, holding his soft drink. Here, the rest added before falling into laughter. Izuku wiped a faux tear from his eye. But seriously, Momo and Tenya, I was thinking. EA warning, this is a level 3 security breach. All students, please evacuate to your designated areas. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. Panic erupted. Student bolted up and began to stampede towards the exit. Momo was nearly knocked down as they got to their feet, but Izuku caught her as Tenya did the same with Ochako. Dark Shadow was keeping 𝗓𝗏 from getting crushed in the sea of people. Izuku managed to look outside as they were pushed to the windows. He saw the press running onto the grounds. It was just the damn press. Momo, can you make me a small megaphone or something fast? It is just the press, we need to calm everyone down so no one gets hurt. Of course, Izuku. She opened the top of her blouse and quickly began creating. Unfortunately, or fortunately for Izuku, as she was pressed against him and due to the height difference, he caught an eyeful before he forced his gaze up, his face red. Momo handed him the device. I wonder if he is all right. His face is quite red. The Momo realized she had just opened the top of her blouse and probably gave him an impromptu flash of her chest. Oh my god, well, at least I am wearing a good bra today. Wait, why does that matter? Izuku grabbed the device. Ida, 𝗵𝗲, keep the girls safe. He then activated float and maneuvered himself above the crowd. Everyone, calm down. It is just the press, they got past the barricade. We are you. Students, act like you belong here and proceed to your designated evacuation areas. Everyone looked at the floating green-haired student, but they had stopped and quieted down. He heard some students near the windows confirm that it was the press. As everyone started to calm down, Izuku came to a landing on the table they were eating. 1A. I need eyes or hands on Toru and Minato. Make sure they didn't get trampled or lost in this mess. He yelled. Ijiro and I have Toru. She is good, Mina yelled. I have Minato, yelled Denki. Great, everyone. Follow Momo and Tenya to the designated evacuation area. He leaned down to Momo. I have to go check on Inari. Let Sensei know. As long as she is good, I will meet you at the designated area. You got it, Izuku. Come Tenya, let's do this. Yes, ma'am. The speedster responded. Izuku maneuvered out of the cafeteria and made his way toward the daycare. As he was doing so, he saw movement in the teacher's lounge. He stopped and popped in to see which faculty member it was when he saw someone he didn't recognize in one of the filing cabinets. They wore a navy blue hoodie, black pants, light blue hair peeked out from the hood, and a half mask. Izuku had not seen this man at any of the faculty meetings. Something felt off. Very off. He quickly unlocked his phone and sent the silent alert function on it, as he tossed it to the side and activated one for all at 10%. Excuse me, sir, who are you? The man turned and saw a green-haired student standing with green lightning wrapping around his body. Izuku could see the man's red eyes focus on him. Oh, shouldn't you be going to the evacuation center? I am just grabbing a copy of the student roster for Mr. Aizawa's class. Oh, that is good. Carry on. Izuku leaped suddenly at the man. The man's eyes widened as he narrowly dodged backward, the file in his hand falling to the floor. Except I am in Mr. Aizawa's class, and he isn't our teacher. That's not fair. How dare they do an update without sending out the patch notes? The man growled back. Izuku immediately attacked with a right cross. The man deftly leaned back past the attack, placing his hand to balance himself. He countered with a rising kick from his left. Izuku leaned back only to have his feet swept. The man jumped on him, his hands reaching for Izuku's face. Izuku grabbed them, pushing one for all to 25%. It must have some touch-based quirk. Using his superior strength, he separated the two before maneuvering his leg between them and pushing the mystery attacker off with a thunderous push into the ceiling, leaving a crack. Izuku rolled to his side and regained his footing as the man crashed down. When the man's hands collided with the floor, Izuku saw the floor crack and collapse. Stupid random mob. The man sputtered. He saw the man attempting to regain his feet. Izuku ran and kicked the man in the ribs, sending him into the opposite wall. Izuku took off his coat and threw it at the man. His attacker extended one hand to destroy the coat and had one hand on the wall behind him. The coat was destroyed, but served its purpose by removing Izuku from the man's line of sight. As the coat crumbled to dust, Izuku raced behind it, delivering a thrust kick to the man's chest. The severely damaged wall sent the man flying out of the building. Izuku dived after him. A black smoky portal opened underneath him as the man fell. I am so going to come clear this stage, you damn glitch. Izuku heard a rush of noise behind him. He whirled, ready for a fight. He saw All Might come bursting into the teacher's lounge. Izuku. Here, All Might, he said, floating just outside the hole in the wall. He was looking around, making sure that Weirdo did not drop in from another portal as he made his way back in. Thank goodness, my boy. I got your distress signal and rushed over. Do not fret about Inari. Torino made his way to her. That's good, Izuku said, relief visible on his face. Snipe dashed in with weapons drawn from the opposite side. All Might, Izuku, is everything okay? I got your distress signal, partner. What's going on? There was an intruder. I was passing by on my way to the daycare when I noticed movement in the teacher's lounge and investigated. I was able to drive him off. But we should get 𝗬𝗪𝗉𝗀 in here as soon as possible. There is some damage to the ceiling. and the floor over here has been weakened. Right, I will get him on the horn, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said, pulling out his radio. Can you describe the assailant? 𝗲𝗵𝗲 asked. Some guy in black pants, a blue hoodie, light blue hair, and red eyes. He was going through the files. When I confronted him, he tried to tell me he was getting the student roster for Mr. Aizawa's class. Well, that wasn't very smart now, was it? 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said. No, not on his part. I told him that was good, activated my distress beacon, powered up, and attacked. He had some touch-based destruction quirk. I knocked him out of the building, but he fell into some black and purple portal and disappeared. Alight, I will alert Nezu, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said. We need to be on alert, especially if he has a teleporter with him. That's a rare one right there, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 called out as he walked out. Izuku walked over to 𝗲𝗵𝗲, where he tossed his phone once 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was gone. Are you unharmed, Izuku? 𝗲𝗵𝗲 said, looking the boy over like a concerned parent. Yes, Toshi, other than I need a new school jacket. I used it to distract him so I could kick him. But he had weakened the wall. That is how he got away. I am glad to hear that, my boy. Now, as I said, remember not to worry about Inari. Get over to your class. I am sure Midnight is concerned. I need to join 𝗧𝗵𝗲 in sweeping the school to ensure the intruder is gone. I am sure Nezu will want to talk to you after class. Yes, sir, I will see you then. Tell the old man I said thanks, Izuku said as he dashed off to join his class. Itsuka was talking with Momo when they noticed Izuku walking up, looking disheveled and missing his jacket. They then saw Midnight run over to him. They spoke briefly before Midnight patted his shoulder, and he walked over to the assembled classes. Momo and Itsuka ran over to him. Izuku, what happened? Momo said, concern present in her voice. Is Inari okay? Did something happen at the daycare? Itsuka said, immediately going into Mama Bear mode. No, she is fine. She is with her pap Torino. He showed them a picture he just received of Inari hugging the older man. I wouldn't be over here if something went down, but I promise I would have let you know immediately, he said, offering them a smile. I was on my way to the Inari when I encountered someone in the faculty office that shouldn't have been there. We got into a fight, but he got away. Are you okay? They both asked simultaneously, which caught more of the students' attention. Izuku leaned in and said quietly, yes, but we can't talk about it here. We can do it in my room later, okay? They nodded, and he rejoined the class. Itsuka, I will probably have to talk with Nezu after class. Would you mind picking up Inari from daycare for me? I will come to get her after I am done with the meeting. You mean I get the princess to myself? Itsuka said with a smile. Looking over toward her class, she saw Vlad-sensei approaching. I have to get back to my class. We will talk later. Momo and Izuku walked back toward his class. Kyoka heard Momo asking him if he was uninjured, piquing the girl's curiosity. Everything good, Prez? She asked. It will be. They have to sweep the school to ensure nothing else happened, he said. Everyone make it out, okay? Sure. Did Bakugo was being a douche about something, but Hitoshi got him to calm down, Kyoka said with a smile, jerking her thumb back behind her. Izuku looked over and saw Bakugo standing there, calm as could be. A little past everyone, he saw 𝗎𝗫𝗄 standing by himself. When they locked eyes, the tail user just looked down. 1B Jirota was annoyed last night that he and Nito had been talking with 𝗎𝗫𝗄. 𝗎𝗫𝗄 had reached out after the battle trial, and as he relayed his defeat, Jirota had just started getting angrier and angrier. That son of a bitch had humiliated his friend, and the worst part was that 𝗎𝗫𝗄 seemed to believe that he deserved it. Thankfully, Nito was there to keep Jirota on the right track. Nito was even trying to get 𝗎𝗫𝗄 to perk up, and had suggested that maybe they could get 𝗎𝗫𝗄 transferred to 1B, and that Itsuka moved to 1A. Now 𝗎𝗫𝗄 was all in his head, but it was okay, Jirota would be there to support his friend. They had stayed out late after curfew, but when they came back in, a lot of the class was up and talking. When he went to speak to what he thought were his friends, they immediately started to ask him a question about Ojiro, Itsuka, and Izuku. Naito played mediator, helping to find out that Itsuka had come back and laid into everyone. Ibara seemed more conflicted than the others and left early. Ryuko and Yui said that what Jiroda was doing wasn't right, and that he should learn all the facts. Toguro looked at Jiroda. It just sounds like a bad breakup. And it has been what, like 9 months or some shit. Tell you, boy, to grow up and get over that shit. You need to as well. We got hero training to do. Naito kept whispering in his ear. But he was beginning to doubt, even now, as they stood at the evacuation area. He wondered if he and Ojiro had been overreacting now. But he had gone so hard that it was possible to back out of it now. Then there was Kanoko. He had a crush on her for the longest time. Now she wouldn't even talk to him anymore. He grabbed at his head in frustration. 1B Dorm's Itsuka took a deep breath, wondering if she was about to commit a grave mistake. Inari looked at her curiously, as this wasn't the building she was used to going to. It's okay, Inari. You are going to come to hang out with me for a little bit? Daddy has to work a little longer. Okay, Itsu, she said. Itsuka opened the door to the dorms, and she walked with Inari holding her hand with her little book bag over her shoulders. The noise in the room died down considerably as they entered, with her classmates looking at the new arrivals. Setsuna, who was walking downstairs, smiled and walked right over, stopping a little bit away as she saw Inari duck behind Itsuka. Itsuka smiled, thankful Set approached first. Inari looked at the green-haired girl from behind her legs. It's okay, Inari. This is my friend Set. She is nice and has green hair like you. Daddy. Set squatted down to get closer to Inari's eye level. Hi, Set. The little girl said shyly with a little wave. Hello, Inari. Set said, still smiling. It is nice to meet you. Itsuka talks about you a lot. She does? Yup, Set responded. She told me you like to color and love apples and apple juice. Would you like some apple juice? Inari looked up at her Itsu for approval, and when Itsuka nodded, Inari said, Yes, please. Set smiled and headed towards the kitchen. The other students were looking at the little girl who seemed to be at the center of so much controversy. The little girl looked around at everyone until her focus fell on Ibara. The vine girl looked at Inari rather intensely, making Inari duck behind Itsuka's legs before she peeked out and waved at the girl. Inari remembered how at first, Fumi was scary till Mina showed her he was friendly. While some looked scary to her, that didn't mean they were. Set came back with a juice pouch which made Inari smile. Why don't you come sit down so you can drink your juice, Set said, leading the girl to the couches where some students gathered, including Ibara. Itsuka followed Inari over, keeping an eye on her classmates. She saw Kanoko in the kitchen holding up an apple and knife. Itsuka nodded. The girl smiled and got to cutting up the apple. When they got over, Ibara hadn't stopped looking at the little girl. Inari looked at everyone around her and smiled the best she could before sipping the juice Set had given her. Thank you, Set, she said, taking another sip. She kept looking at Ibara. You have green hair. Ibara responded, Yes, I do. My daddy has green hair, and so did my grandma, Sue, and Set. Set has green hair. People with green hair are nice. Are you nice? I am. Your grandma had green hair? Where is she? Ibara said, coming closer to the child. She is in the clouds with Mama. They watch me and keep me safe. But I wish they were here so I could play with them. Inari said. I am sure that they wish that as well, Ibara said until she was right next to Inari, sitting on the floor beside the girl. Does your daddy play with you? Inari said, nodding her head. He plays with me, colors with me, makes dinner, gives me a bath, and sings to me. Inari looked around and leaned in towards Ibara. And sometimes he lets me sleep with him when I get scared at night. He sounds very nice, Ibara said, her views softening as she watched the little girl sip her apple juice. He is the best daddy, Inari said with an affirmative nod. Inari looked around the room, spotting Toguro. She waved to him, as he had green hair as well. Itsuka was surprised when he waved back politely at the Inari. At about this time, Kanoko came around with the sliced apples and set them down. Inari looked at the girl and smiled. "You look like 𝗂𝗧𝗏, she declared. "𝗂𝗧𝗏 is nice." "That's good. I am glad 𝗂𝗧𝗏 is nice," Kanoko said. "I am Kanoko." "Kanoko?" Inari asked, wondering if she got it right. "Very good, Inari. I am a friend of Itsuka's, too. She said I could bring you some apples." "Thank you, Kanoko," she said happily, munching on her apples and drinking her juice. Soon, the other girls in the class came around. Inari seemed to take to Pony, quickly telling the blonde girl how pretty she was and pretty her hair was. When she saw Ibarra's hair grow, Inari grabbed the girl's hand, startling her. With stars in her eyes, she whispered, "Rapunzel." Ibarra was taken aback, but then she processed what Inari meant, and instead, she smiled, leaned in, and whispered back, "SHH, I am in disguise." When Inari's eyes widened, and the little girl vowed loudly never to tell, Ibarra couldn't help but giggle. Ibarra looked over at Itsuka, who was watching everything while she worked on her homework. "Itsuka, I want to apologize. While I still believe that the action that brought this little girl into the world goes against my beliefs, I should have bared her no ill will, for she had no say in her existence. I am sure that this is all part of God's plan for her and her father and all of us who judged before we understood. You should never judge someone till you know the whole story. Suijin was a special girl, and Izuku and her were planning to be married before she was suddenly pulled away. They had been together since they were 12. This wasn't casual. If it weren't for tragedy, it would be forever." Itsuka turned to Inari. "Enough playtime, princess. You must also do your homework." Inari smiled and grabbed her bag as the rest of the students looked on curiously. They smiled when Inari pulled out a coloring book and crayons, and with all the intensity she could muster, tongue slightly sticking out the side, she began coloring in a picture. Jirota and Nito came strolling in shortly before dinner. Nito scowled when he saw the little girl in the center of the common room, and the girls and a couple of boys sitting around working on homework like a big family. Set was coloring with Inari, but that was neither here nor there. "Excuse me, what is she doing here?" Nito sneered, immediately receiving death glares. "I am babysitting my goddaughter," Itsuka replied. "Does that bother you or something?" Jirota growled and stomped off. Inari jumped and climbed into Set's arms, pulling them around her tight. Set whispered assurances as she glared at the bow stomping off. Tetsu looked over at Nito. "You better choose your next words very carefully," he said. Nito saw the looks on most of the class and realized that today, discretion would be the better part of valor. Instead, he shrugged and walked upstairs, following Jirota. Not long after that, when Izuku came walking in, Inari freed herself and ran over, jumping into his arms and collecting her kisses. Izuku realized that most of 1B looked at him, while Itsuka gathered Inari's things. "I hope she wasn't too much of a bother for any of you today," he said with a slight bow. "Nonsense, she was a delight," Setsuna said. "Yes, if you need, Pony would be glad to babysit." "She was quite well behaved," Ibarra said as she walked towards the kitchen. The others replied that she was well behaved. When Izuku told Inari to say goodbye, he was surprised when she walked around to each member there and hugged them. "Dinner, Itsuka?" he asked. "Sure, I just finished my homework, so I have some time," she said, packing her bag. Inari waved over Izuku's shoulder as they exited with her signature. "Bye, bye." Izuku laughed when he heard, "Bye." Inari called back. "Faculty meeting, that is everything that happened, Principal Nezu. After I reported to All Might, I left to rejoin my class," Izuku said, standing in the center of the room. "Very good, Mr. Midoriya," Nezu said, looking up from the written report. "While normally I would prefer that you not engage an intruder due to the circumstances, I feel it was the most appropriate course of action. I am thrilled you activated your distress signal before engaging the enemy. You are dismissed, as I am sure you wish to return to your daughter. Excellent job today, young man. Once Izuku left the room, Nezu turned to the rest of the faculty. With Mr. Midoriya's report and 𝗬𝗵𝗲's as well, it is safe to say that the person responsible for the barrier being broken and the break-in are the same individual due to the nature of his quirk, as described by Mr. Midoriya. We should reschedule the 𝐒𝐻𝐻 to next week and have it be a joint class exercise. If that is the case, Vlad-sensei said, may I suggest combining the heroics class for Friday so neither class misses out on some training. We could do some combat training. I think that is a good idea, Midnight joined in. We can do 4-on-4 with 2 members from each class. It would also allow the classes to intermingle some before rescue training next week. That sounds like an excellent idea, Nezu said, smiling broadly. Let us reschedule the 𝗧𝗃 for Wednesday next week. Please inform your students of the changes so they are prepared. Now All Might is already investigating the break-in. No group has come to claim responsibility. But we cannot assume that they didn't at least gain some information that they were looking for. The rest of the school was clear, and nothing else looked disturbed, Snipe said. But with this report of a teleporter, we should be on the alert. I would like to push the reporters back further, or into a designated area to be able to keep an eye out for any other strangers in their midst. Good idea, Snipe. I will leave that in your hands, Nezu said. Now I want all of you on alert and paying attention to any slight disturbance. Call it in immediately. Someone tried to steal our cookie jar, and I'm not too fond of that. You are all dismissed for the evening. Bar with no name. Who the hell was that student? Kurogiri. We do not know for sure, young master, Kurogiri responded. Kurogiri's entire body is made out of a dark purple mist, save for his eyes, which are glowing yellow, wearing an exquisite suit with a tie and a metal brace that goes from around his collarbone to just below his eyes. His attire looked out of place for the outside of the establishment, but the inside was well maintained. The bar area itself was immaculate, looking almost new. Well, he pissed me off. I want you to get a hold of 𝗔𝗫. I want someone to find out everything about that green-haired mob. No one makes me have to reset and gets away with it. The young master spat out. Yes, sir, Kurogiri replied, reaching for an ancient-style rotary phone. Is that necessary? In any case, we could always ask our spy for a report. Do both. I want to know everything that mob is going to pay for this. I promise you that. The young master spat, throwing his drink across the bar. The silk blindfold covered her eyes. She was unable to see him, but his touch told her all she needed. Her arms were tied above her head to the notch on her headboard. Her entire body quivered in anticipation of where he would touch next. She felt the silk sheet being pulled from her body slowly, revealing her nakedness to the room. Such a thought would typically make her feel vulnerable, but his presence made her feel alive. She could feel her blood boiling in sheer anticipation of his next touch. The feather began at her ankles and lightly danced its way up her body, her skin dimpling and quivering under its touch. She felt his warmth lie next to her on the bed. Light kisses began to dance upon her neck. Soft moans escaped her lips as she writhed against the restraints. The feverish excitement he ignited within her made her feel like she would burst into flames at any moment. Naughty girl, his warm, husky voice whispered into her ear. Do I need to tie your legs as well? No, I can be good, she moaned. I promise, but please let me feel your lips. She could feel him shift as his lips lightly grazed hers. She would move forward, hoping to capture them, but he would pull back just out of reach. She could feel his manhood hot and heavy resting against her side. The ache intensified between her legs as she longed again to feel him inside her. His mouth again found her neck more profound and lustful, his teeth light grazing the skin, causing her intense moans to grow. Trailing down, he captured her luscious breasts in his mouth, causing her back to arch off the bed. While one was in his warm mouth, The other was teased by his hand. All the while, the feather danced over her sex, driving her closer and closer to the ultimate summit of pleasure. She never expected him to have such control over his quirk. He always seemed to be able to take it up a notch in the bedroom. She was oh so thankful for it. His kisses trailed down her stomach to her pelvis. She spread her legs open for him, begging for him to kiss the very core of her womanhood. When she felt his tongue dance upon the edge, she could feel the explosion about to erupt. He would pull back and tease her. She shivered and writhed under his sensual kisses. He would expertly guide her to the edge, but did not let her take the final plunge into the sea of erotic satisfaction. "Please, Izuku," she begged. "Please bring me to release. I itch for your manhood like nothing before. Please, baby. I have been a good girl. Reward me with throbbing manhood." She could picture it so clearly there at the entrance to her sex. "As you wish," he replied. No words were sweeter to her ears as he felt his rigid, throbbing member against her quivering womanhood. She could feel him begin to push past the entrance. The reward of the final plunge was tantalizing close. With one single thrust, he would drive her over the edge. The sound of her alarm clock jolted her awake. Momo bolted upright in bed, her most recent book of romance tumbling off her chest. No rope to bind her, no blindfold to rob her of sight, no feather dancing across her body, and no Izuku to relieve the incredible ache between her legs. The dream was still there dancing across her mind. Making sure the door was locked, she decided she needed to address this situation post-haste. As her eyes closed, her hand trailing between her thighs, the dream was right there to draw upon. Quickly, she hit play on the phone, music filling the room to drown out her calling his name as she found orgasm, again, and again. Momo, fresh from a shower, descended the stairs toward the kitchen. She was, of course, running late due to unexpected circumstances. Yesterday, during the alert, when she was pressed against him and had opened her top to make the bullhorn for him, that feeling hadn't left her all day. She had tried to push it away, just like her thoughts of how at least she was wearing a nice bra. The dream was not just last night, but others that she had. The feeling of him against her yesterday, or when they hugged. His presence made things seem better, lighter, and warmer. She wanted to spend time with him, to be around for Inari, sing her to sleep, and chase away any bad dreams that little girl may have. Be there when she woke up and set her off on the day with love and a full belly. She wanted all this and to wake in the arms of Izuku. She knew she had had a crush on him since the incident. But her therapist had warned her that it could just be caused because he had saved her from a dangerous situation and did not immediately act upon it. She did her research and found it to be a genuine phenomenon. Not wanting to put them through, she decided to get to know him better. And as she met Inari more, she knew that she needed to be sure before doing anything. Izuku was a father, which meant Inari was part of the package. And Momo didn't want to come into their lives only to leave, because she realized she couldn't handle it, or that her feelings were false. So, she approached it from the avenue of friendship, and it just continued to blossom and grow. The best part of her day was Izuku and Inari. There was no doubt about that. Now she knew it. Yesterday had confirmed it. She was in love with him. She wanted to be with him and be a mother figure to Inari. Due to her tardiness, she knew he would not be downstairs at this time, which was good as the dream, and her recent actions still danced in her mind, even now, causing her a slight blush. In the kitchen, she saw the rest of the girls from her class sitting around the bar top eating breakfast. She could tell immediately that it was Izuku's doing, and she could feel the pout coming that she had missed it. Kyoko could see the heiress pouting slightly, causing the rocker girl to smile. "Morning, Momo, don't worry about breakfast. Your boyfriend left a plate in the microwave for you, and this little knot here," she said, waving a folded piece of paper. "Should I just toss it aside, or do you want it?" Momo sputtered, turning even more red as she finally responded. "He is not my boyfriend, and I would like to read that note, please," she said, walking to take the note. It may have something to do with 𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗏. The other girls started giggling as Momo took the note from the smirking Kyoka and quickly opened it to read it. Momo, sorry I missed you at breakfast this morning. I made food for everyone, but I made a special plate for you. It is in the microwave. I hope you are feeling okay. If not, let me know, and I will check on you at lunch. I wanted to ask if you were free this Sunday. I wanted to take Inari to the park and out for the day. We missed you at breakfast. Please message me so I know you are all right. Inari and Izuku PS cream is in the fridge yellow bowl. Momo blushed, thinking about spending the day out with them before she opened the microwave and saw that while the others had pancakes, 2 blueberry Belgium waffles were sitting in there, with eggs, bacon, sausage, and hash browns. She even spied fresh blueberry compote. She couldn't help but giggle as she set it to reheat and went to the fridge, pulling out her fresh whipped cream for the waffles. What was that about him not being your boyfriend? Mina asked, taking a bite of her pancake. I don't know what you are talking about, Momo said, trying to suppress her blush, but not doing a very good job. Do you like him? Ochako asked nervously as she had a date with him Saturday. She didn't want to cause trouble if he was already involved. Yes, as a friend, I like him very much. You all see how he is a good person. What is there not to like? Momo said, sticking to her cover story. Well, then that means he is fair game, right? Mina said. Why, yes, he is, Momo said, getting up to get her food. He is his own person and makes his own decisions. She didn't see Ochako smile, but the others did. That's good because he is rather cute, Kiro, Tsu said, placing her plate in the sink. Tsu, Kyoka called out. What you said so to the other night, Tsu replied, throwing her friend under the bus. Well, Kyoka, Toru asked. Okay, who here doesn't think he is at least cute, she said. When there was silence, she just smiled. Of all the boys, he is the cutest and hasn't stuck his foot in it like many others. You got that right, Toru said. Minta, Denki, and Zero are so out right now. Bakugo would be hot if he weren't such a prick, Mina said. When the other girls looked at her, she shrugged. He has that whole bad boy vibe, but he is such an asshole that I would rather date my sock. Shoto is cute but so standoffish, Toru added. Tenya? To stiff, they all responded at once, causing laughter to break out. Midoriya wins by default, Mina said. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝐻𝗃 is handsome, Tsu said. I like his vibe. They all just turned around and looked at Tsu. What? She said with a shrug. I say what's on my mind. Causing more laughter. Momo focused on eating her food as her mind drifted to what the others had said. She didn't want Izuku to be free. She wanted him to be hers. But something was nagging at her, and it was named Itsuka Kendo. Itsuka Kendo. Perfect morning, absolutely perfect. She was greeted with a good morning photo of Inari, a bare-chested Izuku, and an invitation to breakfast. It was just the 3 of them, peaceful and just great. She even had the field of flowers dream again, but this time it was uninterrupted and perfect. Now here she was, walking towards the daycare, holding Inari's hand and swinging her over any cracks that happened to be in the princess's way, and the world kept smiling down on her. He had just invited her to spend the day out with him and Inari, though he did mention Momo. She could live with that. Nothing would put a damper on this morning. After the drop-off and perfect goodbye kisses, they walked beside each other with friendly banter and some shoulder bumps. He took her on a roundabout way toward their classes, leading her to a coffee cart that she didn't know existed. She saw some of the upper-level students in the area. He remembered her order, didn't let her pay, and even purchased a pastry for them to share along the way. As they walked under the shade of the trees, the only thing that could have made it perfect was for him to pull her behind the tree and capture her lips with his. Her mind clamped onto that fantasy and started to run with it like a fat kid running with a cookie. When they entered the campus building, she dreaded knowing that they would have to split apart to go to their separate classes. But when he walked her to the door of his before saying his goodbye, She swore that there was no way he couldn't hear her heart thumping against her chest. She entered class in her little world, sitting at her desk with her coffee. She absently plopped the last of the pastry in her mouth in bliss. The sound of someone snapping their fingers by her head finally brought her back to her Izuku-less classroom. Set was grinning at her. "𝗧𝗵𝗲, we missed you at breakfast this morning," she said in an overly dramatic tone. "Now here you are, all lost in a daydream, drinking fancy coffee and eating a pastry. Now either someone slipped out after hours for a naughty rendezvous or woke up early for a little bit of morning delight." Her eyebrows wiggled suggestively. Izuku first blushed at the innuendo, then had to keep her mind from running off again with either of those fantasies. She quickly snatched back the cookie to keep the fat kid focused. "Or I met up with my best friend and goddaughter for breakfast, walked her to school, and was shown this wonderful little coffee cart on campus. I assure you, Set, there was naughty rendezvous or morning delight. Unless a wonderful breakfast and charging up my Inari gauge counts, then yes. I will buy your excuse for now, madam," Set said, sitting back with a grin. "But I assure you, Detective Setsuna the Great is on the case." Izuku just laughed and sipped her heavenly coffee. She mentally noted that she was thankful Ibara was not a mind reader at that thought. Today was almost perfect. Vlad-sensei walked into the class, and they immediately quieted down. "Perfect class. First, some announcements due to the break-in yesterday. There has been a shift in the schedule. Friday's heroic class will now be a joint training session with 1A as their rescue training has been rescheduled. Both classes will have their rescue training together on Wednesday. So please prepare for a long day, as we will have much to go over." "What kind of training will we have on Friday?" Nito asked. "It will be 4-on-4 with 2 members from each class, so I want you to do your best and ensure you work together. I want to show 1A what teamwork looks like." "Yes, sensei," they shouted back. Izuku was giddy at the thought of spending heroics class with Izuku. She would finally be able to see him in his costume, and he would see hers. She wondered what his reaction would be. She hoped he would at least look at her legs and always compliment them. Friday couldn't come fast enough. Sadly, her next sip of coffee would be the last as the cup was empty. She was focused enough to make it through class, but couldn't keep the smile off her face. Even Naoto going on about how they should all work together to dominate 1A and show them who the superior class was, didn't bring her down. She quickly thanked Izuku for breakfast and assured him she was fine. She had overslept. She nibbled on her thumb, smiling when he told her that Inari missed her at breakfast. She surprised herself when she sent. Was she the only one? A simple, no, she wasn't the only one. It made her feel like she would float away. "Good text?" Kyoka asked. Momo nodded before she could stop herself. Quickly, she composed herself. "It was just something cute. Inari was looking for me at breakfast." She slipped her phone into her pocket. "That's sweet," Kyoka said. Soon, the girls were absorbed in conversation about school and adjusting to the new environment. Momo would be lying if this wasn't something she had dreamed about. Being just one of the girls, not being treated differently than anyone else. Upon entering the class, she spied him immediately. She walked over. "Thank you for breakfast, Izuku," she said. "It was excellent." She smiled at him and made her way to her desk. Minta glared at him. Izuku responded with a raised eyebrow before the purple-haired boy turned around to face the front of the class. Midnight entered in perfect step with the bell. The morning announcements of the change to their heroic schedule due to the break-in, and the team exercise for Friday dominated the information. Midnight encouraged her class to work together and said that the goal of Friday's class was to show how well they could integrate as a team. Midnight explained how, much like their 2v2 battles, they would never know whom they would have to team up with in the field, and that learning to integrate quickly was crucial to victory. Lunch found Itsuka, Momo, and Izuku falling into their all-familiar dance of securing food and making their way toward their lunch table. Momo watched as this all played out in front of her. She focused more on Izuku as she tried to figure out the dilemma in the back of her mind. Does Izuku Kendo have feelings for Izuku beyond friendship? If so, how does Izuku feel? Something slowly dawned on Momo. Izuku was Momo's best friend, and she looked forward to talking with the girl most days. They had bonded over the time they knew each other before school, and if anyone was currently holding that spot, it was Izuku. Izuku knew everything that had happened, all about Momo's childhood. The two girls spent much time together, and they both cared deeply for Inari. And now the question was how they felt about Izuku. Feelings were complicated. Scenarios played in her head. Momo confessing to Izuku, and he rebuking her, embracing her. Izuku rebuking her, embracing Izuku. She chased the thoughts from her head. For now, maybe the first step was to converse with Izuku. Izuku Kendo, a perfect morning translated into a good day and evolved into a beautiful night. Izuku found herself sitting on the bench behind the WANA dorms as the squeals of laughter warmed her heart. Inari was having a grand time on her playset, running around with 𝗵𝗃𝗃, Ijiro, and Mina. She had just enjoyed a wonderful little dinner with Izuku and Inari. She knew the setting sun would reluctantly call her back to her dorm, but she would bask in this simple but special day for a little longer. She leaned over and rested her head on his shoulder. She is having so much fun. Yay, she is, Izuku said, apparent happiness in his voice. I am so surprised how everyone has taken to her. Even those that don't want much to do with her are still nice to her, and all the girls love her. She is the perfect ambassador. You heard how she made friends with, like, my entire class the other night, Izuku said. Just let her speak for me, then. I don't know if I could afford all the apple juice she would make me buy, he said, chuckling. Reluctantly, she lifted her head off his shoulder. Ojiro? Nothing, Izuku replied. He has been quiet and distant ever since the battle trials. I did go off on him. He deserved it, that asshole. That he did. But we will see what happens from here on out. You ready for heroic class tomorrow? She asked. I don't know if I want us to be on the same or opposite team. I don't either, he laughed. You know what? We need to get together and spar. I miss those days. Maybe we can work something out. She said the thought of alone time sounded pleasing. Mina, the baths are ready, Toru yelled from a window. Bring Inari with you, Izuku. Momo told me to tell you we are kidnapping your daughter for a bit. Okay, he yelled back. Izuku laughed. You are not going to argue about it. Are you nuts? He said. The 6 of them would murder me. Mina brought Inari over to give Izuku hugs and kisses before Mina disappeared into the dorms with her. Izuku hugged Izuku before she left to go to her dorms. Ijiro walked over to Izuku. Hey man, us guys were going to have Ultimate Hero Brawl Smackdown 8 tournament. Hang out, eat some chips, drink some soda. You want to join us? Yay, that sound like a lot of fun, Izuku responded. 𝗵𝗃𝗃. I look forward to establishing my dominance over you fools, he said, smirking. Izuku having never experienced a group of guys playing video games before. The level of shit-talking that was reached had him double over laughing. Even better was that Bakugo had gotten roped into playing as well. When Izuku trounced him in the first round, he immediately blamed the controller, stomped off to his room, and returned the 𝐻BS 8 fighting stick, which prompted other boys to dash off for theirs. Ojiro stood on the edges of the group for a little bit before he retreated upstairs. The surprise winner Tenya Ida went undefeated with a massive grin on his face with every victory. It was a great night. He didn't even mind the mess afterward. Inari Midoriya was having the time of her life in the large girl's bath. She had managed to patiently sit through Momo washing her hair and body and rinsing her off before, with a nod from Momo, she found herself in the bath. All the girls played with her and gave her all the attention she wanted. Then the bath ended, and they all sat in Momo's room with coloring books. They put ribbons in her hair, watched cartoons, and tickled her. She didn't want the night to end, even when her dad showed up. Eventually, she had to say goodnight. But she got kisses from all of them before doing so. She even tried to get Daddy to give them kisses goodnight. But for some reason, Daddy and the girls' faces got red, and Daddy just told them all goodnight and took her downstairs to their room. Her daddy was funny like that. Izuku, having gotten Inari to bed and completed his evening rounds of the dorm, he stood at the sink dressed in just a pair of basketball shorts, drinking a glass of water when there was a knock at the door. Without thinking, he walked over and opened it. Standing there was Ojiro. "Can I help you?" "There is a clog in my bathroom," he said quietly, looking down. "I would take care of it myself, but the tools are locked up. I saw your light still on." Izuku grabbed his keys and walked to the maintenance room. He quickly grabbed his toolbox. "Lead the way," he said. The two walked in silence up the stairs to Ojiro's room. Izuku went straight to the bathroom, and sure enough, the sink was clogged. He opened the cabinet and went to work. The silence was deafening. "Ojiro, I don't want to have a problem with you the entire 3 years we are here. I would like to find a way to work past this, and at least be cordial to each other," Izuku said from beneath the sink. "I crossed a line, big time. I shouldn't have said anything about your daughter," he replied. "You are right about that," Izuku said. "I don't care if you have a problem with me, though I don't understand why. I don't care if you have a problem with Itsuka. She is a big girl and can take care of herself. But my daughter is off limits." "Yeah, man, I get that. I fucked up big time," he said quietly. "Look, Ojiro, for some fucked up reason, you seem to have this notion that I sabotaged your relationship with Itsuka. I didn't even know about your relationship with her until after Inari's mom died. She came home. I told her that what she did was fucked up. I want to figure out a way past this. We are training to be heroes, and I need to know I can trust you to have my back. We don't have to be friends or anything, but we do have to be able to trust each other. When she left me, it seemed like she was running to you, and since I already was blaming you, it was easy just to be a dick," Izuku supplied. "When I reached out to her, I wanted her to come back for the funeral, meet Inari, and maybe provide me some emotional support." "You don't understand," he said, his voice cracking. "All I ever heard was Izuku this or Izuku that. If we were together, she would break off whatever we did to talk to you." "Was it the same when Suijin called?" he said. "If she had told me she was on a date, I would have teased her and told her to call me after she was done playing tonsil hockey." Ojiro didn't respond as Izuku got to his feet and tested the sink to ensure it was clear. "She didn't love me," he said. "That's true," Izuku said. "I don't know what that is like, but I know what it is like to have the person you love most in this world taken from you. Ojiro, you have friends and family. When Suijin died, I had no one I could reach out to other than Itsuka. I would have done the same even if I knew about you because Itsuka is my best friend, and she was Suijin's best friend." "How can I know that?" he protested. Izuku sighed and took a deep breath. "I am only going to say this once. I didn't know you existed before she told me, and honestly, I would not have cared in the fucking slightest. As long as you made her happy, she deserves happiness would be my only concern. I could have walked in on the two of you having sex, and all I would have said would lock the damn door next time. We don't have to be friends. We have to work together. If you come at me or my daughter again, I will beat your ass. If the battle trial wasn't enough and you want to fight, I have a faculty pass. We can go to the sparring ground and settle this right now. It is your decision." Ojiro stared at him, his hands clenched. "I loved her, man, and she didn't love me back." His eyes never left Izuku. "I don't want to be your friend. I don't like you. But we can be colleagues. I apologize for saying that about your daughter. Whether I like it or not, we are stuck together for the next 3 years, and we must learn to work together." Izuku walked out of the room and headed downstairs when he saw a light in the kitchen and went to check it out. He saw a wild Mina shaking her butt as she was digging around in the fridge. "I don't think you're ready for this, Jelly," I don't think you are ready for this. 'Cause my body too bootylicious for you, babe. Now bear in mind that as she was doing this, she was in short sleeve shorts. As she stood up from the fridge, her tank top was sheer, and there was no bra. Mina hadn't noticed him yet as she focused on a piece of chocolate cake. Izuku felt his body respond, seeing this display in front of him. It was fucking sexy as hell. I don't know what that song is, but I love it. Holy hell, I should probably dip. Oh fuck, she spotted me, he thought. Mina looked up as she retrieved a fork and saw Izuku standing there with an 𝗵𝗃. She jumped back, her hand over her heart. Everything jiggled in all the right places, Izuku noticed. What the fuck do I do? So I was curious, what did you get for that word problem on the math homework tonight? He said, trying to be casual and thanking God that the counter hit his waist. I am a fucking moron. I don't remember, she said, confused. But I do have to wonder if you were dressed like that just for little ol' me. She purred as she let her eyes dance over his bare chest, admiring the muscle. Then, Izuku realized he was standing there with no shirt and a pair of basketball shorts. He blushed, trying desperately to come up with a response. I just had to go unclog a drain, and my shirt got wet, so I took it off. But I can say the same thing about you, he said, leaning forward, hoping to God that he didn't sound as dumb as he thought he did. It was then that Mina realized what she was wearing, and that her breasts were practically showing due to the sheerness of her shirt. Her cheeks went purple before she picked up her cake and left the kitchen. Night, she called over her shoulder as she disappeared up the stairs. Once he was sure he was alone, he leaned his head against the counter. Sweet Lord and baby Jesus. His heart was pounding almost out of his chest. He quickly put the toolbox away and went to his room. He couldn't get the image out of his head as he drifted off to sleep, though it wasn't Mina dancing in front of the fridge. Instead, it was a black-haired heiress, and it would not leave his mind so quickly. Aizawa. Shota Aizawa's life had not been going well. It was darn well falling apart ever since the first day of term. His whole class mutinied against him and decided to walk out, which was okay with him. He had also expelled the previous year's one on the first day. It was slightly bothersome because some of the students had some potential. He may have only expelled 5-7 of them on the first day. Then that damn rat fired him, handing the class to midnight. He knew she wouldn't get rid of everyone, till probably the second year. She would waste time on those with no talent and not dedicated, taking time from those that could make it. Those that survived their time with him had the highest survival rate of their first 2 years of being pro-heroes. He was saving these kids' lives, wasn't he? He found himself on patrol for 2 nights after being fired. Yes, he could admit that he may have been a little rougher bringing some people in, but he was not a robot. He had emotions. Well, sympathy and compassion were not his strongest, wrath on the other hand. He knew that one rather well till that night. He had encountered a small-time drug dealer, nothing too major. But he let the buyer leave and decided to follow the dealers to see if they could lead him to something bigger. And they did, just not in the way Aizawa could have hoped. Once he found their little hub and manufacturing center, it was simple to bust in and arrest. Easy, job well done. The dealers put up a fight, but were relatively quickly dealt with. One had managed to escape the initial scuffle. He had chased him down farther into the facility and found him trying to get an addict off the couch to escape. When he burst in and captured the male, the female's voice caught his attention. "Hey, Mr. Aizawa, is that you?" Her voice sliced through the air like a knife, slurred and sing-song the result of her noticeable high. The boy struggling in his capture scarf immediately stopped struggling. "Mr. Aizawa? Who are you two?" Shota was not used to hearing his name tossed around by villains and drug addicts. Eraserhead, sure, but Mr. Aizawa, that would be a big bad no. The girl stumbled forward. "Mr. Aizawa, it's me, Katie. Don't you remember me?" The girl was a mess, in short, gray gym shorts and a red tattered tank top. Aizawa looked at the girl with dawning recognition before looking at the not-struggling boy as recognition settled in again. They were Katie and 𝗏𝗏𝗏, twin brother and sister from last year's class. The girl could command water but had little actual control, and the boy could manipulate air but was very weak. While pursuing the young man, Aizawa noticed that he had used his air blast to blast open doors, knock stack boxes over, and perform other feats. Aizawa clapped the quirk-suppressing cuffs on the boy and turned his attention to Katie, who was in a drug-induced haze. The police took 𝗏𝗏𝗏 to the station for processing as Aizawa sat with Katie, who was receiving medical attention. "Katie, what happened?" he asked. The girl had just flopped over, and her eyes locked on his. "You did?" "What do you mean?" he said, confused. "We worked hard to get into you. And then you kicked us out the first day. We could barely get any other hero school to look at us." She giggled and smacked her lips. "Can I get some water?" Aizawa looked at the 𝗵𝗃, who nodded. Aizawa handed the girl a bottle of water. He had to help her take a drink. "None of them wanted to touch us. We got kicked out on day 1. Our quirks weren't powerful, so there wasn't a lot for us. You remember Amber?" Aizawa nodded that she was another girl from the expelled class. "She was down, and she is the one who gave me Fantasia for the first time. It is so great. I don't care anymore." She waved her hand in front of her face like there was more to see than the simple act. "Kato takes care of me. He is such a good brother." She smiled broadly and laughed at something that wasn't there. "Where is Amber?" Aizawa asked, wondering if she was still in the facility. "She's dead," she giggled again. "Her parents kicked her out. She started hooking, and one of her Johns killed her. Poor Amber. I miss her sometimes." Katie was smiling and laughing as they loaded her into the ambulance. Aizawa could hear the laughter as the doors closed and they drove away. Aizawa went to the police station and walked into 𝗏𝗏𝗏's interrogation chamber. "Mr. Aizawa." His voice dripped with venom. "Well, I guess you were right, Katie, and I had no potential." Aizawa looked at the boy. "I said you had no potential for heroics. Why didn't you pursue something else?" "We wanted to be heroes, you sack of shit. We trained to be heroes. We dreamed of being heroes. We studied to be heroes. What is your drug-induced mind thinks that translates to something else? Do you know what our parents did to us when we came home at 10 a.m. and had to tell them that we had been expelled? Do you know that tuition is not fully refundable? They only give you back 50%. Katie was devastated. Then she got hooked on Fantasia, and Amber's parents kicked her out. You know that one of the other guys you arrested tonight was in your class 2 years before me. You expelled him on day 2. You too could have applied, he started to say. To where? What other hero school wants 2 twins who got expelled from you? On the first day? Hey mom and dad, I know you just shelled out a fortune for me and my sister to go to you. We got kicked out. Can you do that again so we can attend this other hero school? Oh, by the way, it is far away, and you must pay for us to have a dorm. And we are not allowed to work to subsidize this at all," he yelled, his voice ripe with anger. "You know that out of the 20 of us, only 4 got into another hero course. 3 got into general education, and 5 are dead. Ken killed himself that night, you son of a bitch." Aizawa stared at the young man. "Now I am going to jail. Katie will be released from the hospital in 72 hours and be on the street. I hope she doesn't end up like Amber, but she was already that way before I started supplying her. I made my choices, and I get that. This is my fault. I want you to look at me, and I promise you will see me again when I get out. Remember to send flowers to Katie's funeral for me. I got nothing else to say to you. Get the fuck out of here. Kato, get out, get the fuck out." Aizawa stepped out, and he could hear Kato screaming until the door closed. He started walking down the hall, pulling out his phone. A sleepy famous radio host answered on the other end. "Shota, is everything okay? It's 2M? Hisashi, I need a favor." His voice was desperate. Sure, Shota, sure. What do you need? Hisashi knew something was going on. I need you to get me the name of every student I have expelled. Why do you need that? Please, President Mike knew something was wrong. Shota hardly said please, and only called him Hiza when drunk. Okay, Shota, do you need it now? As soon as possible. He replied and hung up the phone. He raced to the hospital, going to check on Katie. He found her still drugged out in a room with other people in a similar state. When she saw him, she started laughing. He walked over to her. Katie, I want to get you to help. Will you let me help you? He asked, a hint of pleading in his voice. A look of sobriety washed over Katie momentarily before she spat on him. Get out, you ruined our lives, and now you want to play hero. I didn't need you to be a hero. I needed you to be a teacher. Get out, get the hell out. Soon everyone in the room started shouting the same thing. Aizawa was stunned into silence. A nurse pulled him out of the room. Aizawa returned to the agency to fill out the paperwork in a daze. He didn't even acknowledge Miss Joke when she passed him in the hall. When he got home, he found a box on the coffee table inside his home. Only Hisashi and Nimiri had a key to his place. He walked over, retrieved his laptop from his bedroom, sat with the box he opened, pulled the first file, and ran it into the system. 3 days later, Nimiri and Hisashi found Aizawa sitting in a darkened room. Papers were thrown everywhere. He was drunk, and empty bottles of whiskey were everywhere. He looked at his friends with a haunted look. I killed them. I killed so many of them. I thought I was saving them, but instead, I killed them. Hisashi said nothing but walked over and lifted his friend by the arm. Shit, Shota, you need a bath. Come on. He dragged his friend down the hall. Nimiri turned on the lights and opened a window to air out the place some. She started picking up the papers before she picked up a legal tablet that was crumpled and tear-stained. She started reading down the list of names. Next to the names was a year, and next to that were words like incarcerated, dead, suicide, drugs, alcoholic, and vigilante. Only a few said married and happy, and even a fewer numbers said hero. Friday morning may not have been perfect, but it sure as heck was slightly awkward. Izuku was having difficulty looking at Momo without his mind running rampant with the thoughts that had plagued him the night before. Momo was suffering the same that darn dream wouldn't fade. Little did they know that tonight would not only make today's awkwardness seem like normalcy, but nothing would ever be the same again after tonight. But that was tonight. This is the morning. Inari was strangely muted this morning, as if the little girl was contemplating the mysteries of the universe, and had decided that it was more than her little mind could comprehend, or that she was solving the problem of everything, and couldn't be bothered with much else. She was checked for fever or illness by all involved. Surprisingly, the winner of her affection was Toru. Inari hugged her and didn't want to let go. So much so that Izuku had to ask Toru if she would be willing to walk with him to drop her off at daycare. Itsuka hid her pout of not going by the coffee cart well, but Momo noticed. Of course, she noticed she had been thinking about Itsuka quite a bit over the past day. Itsuka, would you like to head out with me? I heard of this coffee cart I would like to visit, Momo said. Itsuka perked up and nodded, grabbing her bag and following the heiress out the door. How did Momo know of the coffee cart? Izuku had walked into class with a cup, prompting a conversation. He mentioned taking Itsuka there as a thank you for walking with Inari. The duo walked out. Momo kept the conversation light until they were well away from the dorms. Momo had never had a conversation close to this, and was hesitant to begin. Itsuka. Itsuka could hear the trepidation in Momo's voice. What's up, Momo? I know this may sound a bit odd, and you don't have to respond in kind, but I don't know exactly how to say this. Oh my God, is she about to confess? I'm flattered. She is gorgeous, sweet, smart. Wait, what? I wanted to say that I think of you as my best friend. Itsuka was relieved, confused but relieved. I know you may not feel the same, but I have known you for as long as Izuku. And that is the longest I have known anybody outside of house staff. But I don't think that counts. Itsuka thought about it, and she was close to Momo, more so than anyone else, especially after. It pained her for a moment, but she realized she wasn't trying to replace Suijin with anyone. Momo, after all, was very different. I agree with you, Momo. You are also my best friend. That made Momo's heart flutter for some reason, giving the heiress pause. I was wondering, since Izuku has plans on Saturday, if you wanted to hang out. Maybe we could go get our hair done and maybe a manicure. Itsuka looked at Momo, and the heiress looked cute, fidgeting with her hands and rocking her shoulders. To any on the outside, it would look like some confession. I would love to, Itsuka said, and Momo lit up like she had won a fantastic prize. I will make all the arrangements, and we can talk more after school today, Momo said. The heiress was beaming as they ordered their coffee and headed to class. Izuku and Toru, thank you again. Toru, Izuku said as they walked to the daycare. I don't know what's gotten into her this morning. It's okay, Izuku, Toru replied. He could detect happiness in her voice. Inari is adorable, and snuggling this little thing is a good way to start my morning. You okay, little one? Inari nodded slightly, as she just had her head on Toru's shoulder as they walked. As they got closer to the daycare, they heard a girl squeal. They both turned and saw a girl with straight black hair and black eyes, but a blue sclere. It made them look like they were floating in an ocean. Her alabaster white skin added to the girl's beauty. I am so sorry, but is that your little sister? The girl said, pointing to Inari. Toru noticed that the girl had approached on the side closest to Inari. But Inari immediately switched to the opposite shoulder and turned her head away. Inari clung tighter to Toru. The invisible girl immediately started rubbing Inari's back and whispering. Izuku stepped forward. No, she is my daughter. And this is my friend Toru. She is helping me take her to daycare. She is so sweet, the girl said, dripping with sweetness. Wait, your daughter? Are you the mother? Toru said no and moved to position Izuku between herself and the new girl. She noticed that Inari relaxed slightly. Her mother passed away close to a year ago. I'm sorry you are. Oh, how silly of me, she said lightly, tapping her head. I just saw her, and she is so darn adorable that I acted without thinking. Ren Ishida, once a year business course. She bowed. Are you in the hero course? Yes, we both are, he said. I would love to sit with you and talk about the whole dad hero thing, Ren said smiling. We have to put together a marketing campaign for a new hero, and I think the challenge of presenting you would be interesting. Izuku noticed her eyes wandered over him all very briefly. Her is my contact info, she said as she pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to him. Call me if you are interested. Toodles, she called as she spun her fingers, waving in the air as she skipped the lane. She was very odd, Izuku muttered, putting the paper in his pocket. I don't think Inari liked her very much, Toru said as Izuku turned towards them. She seemed upset or something. We should get her to daycare. Once they arrived, Inari immediately looked around and seemed to brighten up some, slowly leaning over till she found what she thought was Toru's cheek and kissed it. Toru giggled, telling her good job. Inari kissed her dad before transferring to Mrs. 𝗵𝗲. The little girl seemed to relax. Izuku told the teacher that Inari was acting odd this morning to let him know if anything popped up. Inari didn't even give her traditional bye, only waving her little hand at the two before disappearing with the teacher into the back. Maybe I should schedule an appointment with Recovery Girl? Nothing seems wrong, but that might not be a bad idea, just in case, Toru said. Joint training the morning passed quickly, and lunch was an excitable affair as the joint heroics class was just afterward. Itsuka changed and stepped out onto the training grounds, looking for Izuku. She spotted him talking with Momo and Ochako. She froze momentarily, looking at the two girls and their costumes. Ochako had a much better figure than Itsuka realized, and Momo, holy hell, Momo was stunning. Itsuka shook her head. confused about why she even thought that, and started walking over. Any dour mood or intrusive thoughts vanished when Izuku turned around and saw him look her over. It gave her goosebumps, and that plush smile banished everything else away. 1B costume same as canon, Itsuka. It looks amazing, he gushed, walking over to her. You look so cool, and not to mention pretty. She blushed at the compliment but returned his smile. You look great, too. I like the darker green. Before he could respond, Momo and Ochako came over to compliment her, and soon, the rest of their group was arriving. The girls noticed that Mina just smiled and blushed before moving away as Izuku waved and looked away himself. Before anyone could comment, their homeroom teachers emerged. 1A to the right, 1B to the left, line it up, Vlad yelled out. Yes, sensei, the students responded. Step forward, introduce yourself, he yelled. Yuga stepped forward for 1A fist, for 1B. The first to stand was a boy, 5'8", with black hair and gray eyes. Hello, my name is 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐧𝐿, and my quirk is called weld. I confuse things at an atomic level. Next was another boy about the same height with dark brown hair and black eyes. Senkaibara, gyrate is my quirk. I can make any part of my body rotate at high speeds. Mina stepped up, followed by Tsu. A tall boy, 6'2", has green skin, green hair, and eyes. Toguru Kamakiri, razor sharp, I make blades. Tenya bowed and made his introduction. The Bakugo stepped up, simply saying his name and quirk. A young man with all black skin and white hair stepped forward, a little taller than the first two. Shihai Kiwaro, I call my quirk black. I can merge with anything dark. Itsuka stepped forward and introduced herself. Most already had an idea of who was already. She noticed that Bakugo gave her a bit of a side eye due to their history, and more so from her association with Izuku. But the explosive blonde said nothing. Yui Kodai surprisingly stepped forward first. She was average height, 5'3", with black hair and cerulean eyes. In an emotionless voice, she pulled an item from her belt, and to 1A's surprise, it suddenly grew into a 55-gallon metal drum. Then she pressed her fingertips together, and it shook back down. Yui Kodai, quirk size. How cool, she deactivated her quirk like me, Ochako said with a smile. Yui just nodded in response once. Oh, sorry, Ochako said, blushing as she introduced herself. Next, the girl could almost be mistaken for Ochako's sister due to her hair color and height. Hello? My name is Kanoko Komori, shroom, and my quirk is mushrooms. I can make them, and I like them shroom. Okay, bye. The shy girl went and stood behind next to Itsuka. Ojiro followed Kanoko in introducing himself. He tried to get Kanoko to acknowledge him, at least to no avail. Ibara Shinozaki stepped up, tossing her vine-like hair over her shoulder, her dark green eyes looking over the students from 1A. She was tall, 5'6". Hello, I am Ibara Shiozaki, and the Lord has seen fit to grant me the gift of vines. I can lengthen and manipulate the vines on my head to the good work God has called me to do. She clasped her hand in front of her and bowed her head. May the Lord's blessing fall upon us this day. May we absorb all the wisdom that our senseis will impart upon us, and may our hearts and minds remain pure. Amen. Cool, yo wish up 1B, Denki said as he introduced himself. Next, the boy covered in brown fur hair stepped forward. Greeting 1A, I am Juro Shishida, and I call my quirk beast. When I activate it, I increase all my physical attributes. I look forward to us working together during this training exercise. Izuku noticed the boy staring at him. Izuku was slightly confused and even looked behind himself to see if someone was behind him. Momo giggled a little at the look on Izuku's face before she introduced herself. 1B, I, Nido Monoma, a 5'7" blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy said as he walked forward with a smug smile. My quirk is quite versatile and will be the envy of all. I call it copy. It allows me to copy your quirks and show you how to use them properly, except for you, Miss Yaoyorozu. I am sure there is nothing I could teach you." He finished with a bow as his eyes danced over Momo and Ochako's figures. The girls gave an internal shudder. The boys wanted to punch him in his smug face. Ijiro rolled his eyes before giving a brief hello and explanation of his quirk. A heavy-set boy with light blue hair and black eyes stepped forward. "Hello? 𝗲𝗏𝗁𝗍𝐾 𝐻𝐸𝐽. My quirk is Twin Impact. I can strike a target and trigger a stronger secondary impact at the point of contact." Rikido Sato, the pretty blonde American girl with large blue eyes and a pleasant smile, stepped up. "Me, Pony, sorry, my Japanese is not good. Quirk horns, they fly, I can control." Mizo stepped up. He bowed as he introduced himself and his quirk before stepping back in line. A boy with spiky brown hair and black eyes stepped forward with a smile. "Sup, all my quirk is solid air, pretty self-explanatory. I hope we have a great training experience today." "Oh, Kosai Chubaraba," he said, pointing to himself. "Nice, I'm Hantasiro, Tetsu. A guy with silver hair, crazy blonde eyebrows, and black eyes stepped up. "Hey Wana, yes, that is my name. It's so great that you say it 4 times. You can call me Tetsu. My quirk is steel. I can turn my skin to steel." Kyoka stepped up and laughed. "So metal, am I right? Crickets tough room, that's what I get, I guess." Setsuna Takage, a pretty girl with dark green hair, eyes, and sharp teeth, stepped up and smiled. "What's up all, call me Set. My quirk is Lizard Tail Splitter. I can split my body into pieces and control them with my mind." Shoto did a bare minimum intro before stepping back in line. The final grouping of students traded their intro, with Class 1A's Fumikage, Tor, Koji, Mainta, and finally Izuku doing their introductions. Manga stepped up and, with his bubbles showing a waving hand and smiley face, demonstrated his quirk by making the bubble for a pop. They all heard it. The blonde with gaunt features and ash blonde hair introduced himself as Juzo Honuki and explained his quirk of softening. A tall lad with what looked like a glue dispenser for a head stepped forward and, with what could be called a voice so deep that Barry White would have been impressed, introduced himself as Kajiro Bondo and explained his quirk 𝗬𝗍𝗍. The last girl from Wana stepped forward and introduced herself as Ryuko Yanagi and said that her quirk was a poltergeist. Huryu Rin gave the final introduction with his quirk of scales. "Outstanding students, now we are going to break into groups for our 4v4 fights. When you are called, go to the number arena circle and wait for further instructions," Midnight said. Team D versus Team H. Team D: Izuku, Mainta, Ibara, Itsuka. Team H: Nito, Jirota, Bakugo, Fumikage. Team D: Ugh. Why does it have to be an all-boys team? At least we got some eye candy on our side. Mainta lisped out, looking over at Ibara and Itsuka. Izuku sighed. "Excuse him, please. My name is Izuku," he said, attempting to introduce himself to Ibara. "Yes, you are the father of Inari," she responded. "Before this battle, will you answer me a question?" "If I can," he said. "Her mother, Suijin, Itsuka, said you plan to marry." "Is that true?" she said, her voice measured. "Yes, our plan was once I graduated you. To get married. She wanted to work with children," he said. "While the actions that have brought Inari into the world are against my beliefs, I feel that all that has transpired is the will of God. Itsuka and your daughter speak highly of you and your deeds as her father. I may have judged you without knowing everything, and for that, I apologize. But I will be watching you to ensure that the path you walk is righteous, if for nothing else, for the sake of Inari." She bowed and stepped back. Izuku was confused. Itsuka told him she would explain later. "Now we need to devise some plan," she said. "Doesn't matter anyway." "Not like we could win," Mainta said. Izuku rubbed his eyes. "Mainta, why do you want to be a hero?" "Why, the girls, of course," he said, winking at Ibara and Itsuka. "That's it, just the girls?" "Yep," he replied, popping the P. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 looked around at the other groups, checking out the girls in 1A and 1B. Izuku and 𝗧𝗏𝗂 began to formulate a plan. 𝗓𝗏𝗃 pointed out a few things, and 𝗵𝗃𝗲 added, "Yeah, sure." At the sound of the gong, ice immediately erupted from Nito, freezing 𝗓𝗏𝗃. Bakugo and 𝗔𝗪𝗲 immediately dashed at Izuku, and Dark Shadow raced at 𝗧𝗏𝗂. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 just stepped back out of the ring. "I am going to rip you limb from limb," growled 𝗔𝗪𝗲, his quirk activating. Bakugo came flying over the top. "I got you to know Deku." "I don't know what your problem is, 𝗔𝗪𝗲, and come get it, Bakugo." He fired back as lightning erupted around his body. A green glow quickly formed around Bakugo's gauntlets and yanked him down, forcing him to collide with 𝗔𝗪𝗲. "𝗧𝗏𝗂, can you get big and hairy off of me?" he yelled. "Sure, you take the shadow," she replied as she connected with the quirk, driving it back some. "We need to free 𝗓𝗏𝗃. What quirk did he copy?" "Shoto's," Izuku replied as he shattered 𝗓𝗏𝗃's prison through a blast of compressed air. He smiled as the technique worked. Though his finger was in pain, it wasn't broken. 𝗔𝗪𝗲 grunted from the impact of Bakugo and went to swipe at the explosion user. "Same side, you dumb beast," he yelled out. Before 𝗔𝗪𝗲 could respond, 𝗧𝗏𝗂 came in from the side with a supersized Superman, sending 𝗔𝗪𝗲 tumbling. "Fucking whore," he growled, spitting blood onto the mat. "Whore," she yelled back. "Are you and Ojiro drinking that same fucking Kool-Aid? You know what? I don't fucking care, 𝗔𝗪𝗲. Let's fucking do this," she roared. "Where is that damn pervert?" 𝗓𝗏𝗃 yelled. "He ditched us? I need you to try and hold Nito off for a minute," Izuku yelled as he ducked under Dark Shadow's attack. Before he could do anything further, Bakugo came crashing down, landing a kick to his back and sending him sprawling. "Stay out of my way, Tweety, I got this," he yelled. "You ain't got shit," Izuku said. "Fuck this maximum effort, 50%. His body cried out in protest. He pushed off in a blur and speared Bakugo, sending them crashing into Dark Shadow in a mess of limbs. When Bakugo went to fire another blast, he yanked his gauntlets violently to the side, causing the explosion to hit Dark Shadow. The quirk returned as Izuku spun, grabbed Bakugo by his ankles, and threw him at Nito. 𝗓𝗏𝗃 had barely blocked another ice attack and was panting heavily. "Target Fumi," she heard Izuku yell. Quickly, she located the boy and sent her vines racing at him. Dark Shadow went to intercept, but Izuku tackled him, calling up one for all even higher, forcing the lightning to re-emerge, causing Dark Shadow to wince, but did not stop the bird from landing a vicious body blow that sent Izuku flying off. 𝗔𝗪𝗲 came at 𝗧𝗏𝗂, his mind quickly fading as he pushed his quirk farther in rage. 𝗧𝗏𝗂 realized what was happening as her one-time friend attacks came at her more clumsily, but with much greater power than she had ever seen him put forth. When he sent her flying back after a brutal backhand, she skidded to a stop near the arena's edge. She spits out a mouthful of blood. "What's the matter? You made that I dumped Ojiro for a real man, one that looked at me like a woman." 𝗔𝗪𝗲 mindlessly charged as 𝗧𝗏𝗂 smiled. She raced to meet him, and as he neared, she slid down on her knees underneath her much larger foe. Enlarging her hands at the last possible second, she grabbed his ankles, causing him to crash down face first. Quickly, she spun and took his back, slipping to the side and driving her knee into his rib cage repeatedly. She was greeted with the satisfactory sound of them breaking and his scream of pain when he blindly went to try and bat her away. She trapped his arm against her body. Taking a hold of it with both hands, she activated her quirk again and snapped it. Not done yet, she scrambled to take his back. After driving his head back into the ground with an elbow, she slipped her arms around his massive neck and squeezed. He tried desperately to reach her, but his arms just didn't reach due to his increased size. 𝗧𝗏𝗂 tightened the choke, feeling him ebb. "I get to be with who I want when I want, you son of a bitch." 𝗓𝗏𝗃 saw Dark Shadow break free and race towards her. She braced for impact as her veins were almost at fumiquage. When the Shadow quirk roared, rearing back its mighty fist, She sent out a silent prayer. She felt an arm slip around her waist and twirl her aside. Izuku was there. He reared back and threw a heinous straight left. Detroit, smash, he yelled as their fists collided. Bakugo scrambled up off of Naoto, who was cursing at him. Seeing the Dark Shadow and Izuku's fists collide, he snarled at Izuku. Dark Shadow was thrown back, as was Izuku, who barely managed to avoid leaving the ring when 𝗵𝗃𝗍 grabbed 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝐿 and threw him out. Bakugo shoved Nito as he charged in directly to Izuku. He was in mid-flight and didn't even see the giant fist that came crashing into the side of his head. "Did you forget about me, you motherfucker? 'Cause I didn't forget about you," Izuku yelled. "I got this takeout, Nito." Izuku looked at Ibara. Sweat was pouring off him. "You got my back," she gulped. "Yes." The feeling of his arm around her waist lingered. "Behind you," a voice yelled in his mind. Izuku yanked Ibara to him and jumped into the air, activating float as a spike ice wave raced past them. Ibara was wide-eyed as she was pressed against his muscular chest. "Wait, he can fucking fly. Why didn't you two say anything about that?" Nito yelled, his face contorting in anger. "It's more floating in style," Izuku said back. "Ibara, can you throw me and get yourself down safely?" "With pleasure, Izuku Midoriya," she smiled, her vines wrapping around his waist. Others shot out, keeping her off the ground as she twirled and hurled him like a bullet at Nito. The blonde face blanched as he dropped Shoto's quirk and quickly activated Tetsu's. "There is nothing you can do now, you fool. I am the greatest alive. The glory of 1B shall forever." He never finished that sentence. "Manchester smash," he roared as One for All sprang to life, filling his arm to 100%. The impact sounded with a massive clang that stopped all the other fights as Nito's face contorted around Izuku's fist, and he rocketed out of the ring, smashing into the far wall. Bakugo landed, eating another fist to the face. He fired an explosion to back her off slightly, allowing him to plant his hand and pivot, landing a solid kick to her midsection. "I didn't forget about you. You just aren't worth my attention, you or that other bitch." "Bad move, motherfucker," Izuku sneered and re-engaged. When he attempted to fire off his explosion to gain altitude, his legs were suddenly wrapped in vines that forcefully yanked him back to the ground as he fell. Izuku smirked, jumping and doing a bicycle kick, connecting squarely with his solar plexus, driving all wind from his body. He landed with such force that he bounced. Izuku retook the air, landing an enormous double axe handle smash anyone had ever seen. This time, he didn't jump. He was forced to the ground. She landed next to him, yanked his bloodied face up, and saw he was still conscious. She delivered a straight right ending that. "I'm sorry, what were you saying?" she said. "Can't hear you." "Team H has been eliminated," Vlad-sensei called out. "Get the medical staff over there." Izuku, his arm broken, held his hand towards the girls as he stalked out of the arena and found Minato watching Momo's match. It just had to include Ochako and 2 girls from 1B. He snatched Minato up by his cape. "Where the hell were you?" he yelled. "I walked off. We weren't going to win, so why bother?" Minato said with a shrug, not even looking but leering at Pony as she and Ochako were entangled on the ground. "Jesus, Minato, do you have a heroic bone in your body?" Izuku yelled. "In case you didn't hear, we did win." "Yeah, and you have a broken arm for it," Minato sighed. "Look, Midoriya, what is the point of fighting a fight you cannot win? Just walk away. Or I know you like music. Slip out the back before they know you were there. At the most, you will see nobody cares." "What?" Izuku said, confused. "It's a song. Check it out," Minato said, straightening his cape as Izuku set him down. "Look, man, I used to try and run in and do the heroic thing, and I just got my ass kicked for my trouble. No one cared, not even whomever I was trying to help, no one. Then I saw the guys that got the girls so that I would hang with them. Once you agree with them, they stop beating you up. I am not brave like you or the others. I am here to become a hero, save a few girls, and live the good life. 20 seconds, 𝗵𝗃 Midoriya said. Huh. Something I read. Sometimes, all you need is 20 seconds of insane courage. And if you can do that, you can be a hero. He said. The pain was finally overriding the adrenaline. Mr. Midoriya Midnight yelled. I don't know what you think being a hero is, but if you don't pull your head out of your ass, you will get someone else killed. Because they depended on you. You will get innocent people killed, not to mention yourself. He stumbled as Izuku and Ibara caught him. He smiled at them, offering his thanks as midnight approached, wanting to know what had happened with 𝗵𝗃. When he told her, 𝗵𝗃 was sent to the locker room to change and wait in the classroom. You need to get to the recovery girl, young man. Midnight said. Can you ladies help him there? Yes, sensei, they responded. Izuku, she sat there gazing at the sleeping Izuku. Recovery girl had chastised the boy, but he fell asleep after a quick kiss on his forehead. Recovery girl smiled and told Izuku he would be fine and wake up in a few hours. She was still in her costume, checking to make sure they were alone, when she leaned down and lightly kissed his lips. She wanted it to be nothing, for it to be like any other kiss. To put aside this fantasy that had plagued her for years. She was wrong. It was electric. She felt it in her heart, everywhere. He hadn't even kissed her back. And she swooned. Tears at the corners of her eyes, she whispered. I am in love with you, Izuku Midoriya. Love you too, he whispered back. She jumped back, her heart pounding, one hand over her chest, the other touching her lips. He doesn't mean it, not like that. There is no way he does. But what if? Izuku fled the infirmary. That night 1B dorms. Izuku was in the kitchen with Set and Kanoko as they worked on dinner for the class. Ģiroda had said nothing once they returned to class or at all. Nito had just sneered at her in pure hatred as he stalked off. You seem to be making friends, Set teased. I don't know what everyone's problem is, Izuku sighed. They seemed overly concerned with my love life. We haven't been in school long enough for anyone to start hitting on each other. So you get to provide that drama, Set replied. That is some bullshit, Izuku said, setting the salads on the counter. Luckily, it only seems to be those two grasping onto it now, Shroom, Kanoko said. The rest of the class has pulled their heads out of their asses. I want Ģiroda and Ojiro to get their shit together. That would be nice, Izuku added. Now, what the hell is Nito's problem? Your boyfriend hit him too hard, Set smirked. Speaking of which, aren't you going over there tonight? No, not tonight. I want to relax, she said, hiding her blush. She could not see him right now after the infirmary. She didn't trust herself. And he is not my boyfriend. Not with that attitude, Set said. We girls were going to watch some movies tonight. We reserved the big TV. Do you want to join us? Kanoko asked hopefully. I would, Kanoko. That sounds like fun. Izuku and Izuku was released from the infirmary, and after some gummies, he felt pretty good. As he arrived at the daycare, when Inari saw him, whatever had been plaguing her this morning seemed to be gone. His daughter called his name and barreled into his arms. Momo was happy when Izuku and Inari walked in, and the little girl squirmed out of Izuku's arms and ran over to her. This was where life decided that complication was the game's name. As Momo squatted down to catch the adorable little missile, Inari called, Mama. Momo froze, as did Izuku. Thankfully, the common room was empty. Momo got her bearings as Inari jumped into her arms. Momo was sure she had heard the little girl wrong, or that it was a slip of the tongue. Mama are very close together. Then she repeated it. Mama, kisses, Mama. Momo felt her heart swell, hearing those words from Inari. She smiled and gave the girl her kisses. Inari giggled. It's Momo, the heiress said gently. Mama, Inari said. Momo, she corrected. No, Mama, Inari said, sounding heartbroken, tears leaking out the corners of her eyes. Mama, Momo said, keeping her tears back, and hugged the little girl close. Izuku was frozen. He didn't know what to do. Part of him wanted to correct Inari. But when Momo tried hearing the pain in his daughter's voice, he didn't know what to do. Then there was the image of Momo holding Inari. It stirred emotions inside him and was beautiful. When he thought about it, no one else could be in that position but one, Itsuka. As the thought danced across his mind, he quickly banished it. She was his best friend, and it wasn't right to think like that. "Will you eat dinner with us, Mama?" Inari said. "Can Mama eat dinner with us, Daddy?" "If she wants to," Izuku said quietly, not trusting his voice. "I would love to eat dinner with you, my darling," Momo said quickly, wiping a tear. They entered his quarters as Inari pulled Momo over to the television. The little girl turned on the TV and climbed onto Momo's lap, pulling the heiress arms around her. "What do you want to watch?" Momo asked, looking down as Inari tilted her head back to look up at Momo. The image would forever be burned into Izuku's memory. His daughter looking up at Momo, and the loving expression on both faces. "Genie," she said proudly. Momo nodded and got it playing as the two just sat there watching the movie together. Izuku forced himself to ready dinner instead of gawking at the scene on the couch. His insides were panicking as he was trying to process everything. There was no doubt about it. He had feelings for Momo. Inari calling her Mama was a nail in the coffin. Obviously, Momo cared for his daughter. But how did she feel about him? He didn't want to push the issue and drive Momo away, especially with the revelation from Inari. Izuku made a dinner of yakizakana, miso soup, rice, and salad. He managed to time it as the move ended to avoid interrupting two bonding. When they sat to eat, Momo put Inari in her high chair and, like a mother, got Inari her apple juice and set about making sure Inari was eating before she did so herself. Momo and Izuku avoided addressing the elephant in the room. Instead, she reminded him of the little he missed after the heroic class. He instead focused on her fight, having her recant what had happened in the bout. After dinner, once the dishes were in the dishwasher, Inari ran over to Izuku and tugged at his legs. "Can we play outside?" Izuku nodded. Inari smiled and proceeded to pull them outside to play. They were chasing her around the playset, reenacting scenes from the movie. It was a family moment, something both Momo and Izuku were keenly aware of. When they had to touch for the game, a jolt would run through them. Izuku told Inari it was time to go inside as it got darker. The little girl pouted and ran behind Momo. "Mama carpet song," she said, looking up at Momo. "Daddy, make us fly," she said, throwing up her arms. "Please, Daddy," she said with a pout. Izuku sighed. "What is she talking about?" Momo asked. "She wants us to sing a song from Aladdin and float around the yard." He wanted to make his daughter happy. But he knew that it would also mean that Momo would be very near to him. And he felt that he was manipulating the situation. Also, Inari pulled Momo farther in. No one sang with them. "You can say no, Momo," he said, unsure what answer he hoped to hear. Momo shook her head. "No, it's okay. I can sing with her. Then if you are okay with it, I will take her to the bath tonight." Izuku tried to steady his heart. He swore he could hear Nana cheering in the back of his mind. Izuku stepped forward, and Inari jumped into his arms. Momo stepped closer. Her heat nearly thumbed out of her chest when Izuku and Inari held their hands. As she took their hands, she swore she felt electricity running through her when she and Izuku touched them. "Do you know the words?" he asked quietly. "I do," she said, blushing. "I have been learning the songs from the movies she likes." "What do I do?" "Just place your feet on mine. I won't drop you, I promise." Izuku slipped his arm around her waist. As she came in close, her scent filled his nose. Their hearts were pounding. She placed an arm around his shoulders and the other around Inari. He closed his eyes, and they started to float up when he opened them. Izuku blushed, looking at Momo so close to him. Her eyes glistened as she returned his gaze. "Izuku, I can show you the world shining, shimmering, splendid. Tell me, princess, now when did You last let your heart decide. The slowly started drifting, his gaze drifting back between them both. Inari snuggled into Momo. Momo felt her heart swell. They saw Inari gently closed her eyes in bliss as she pulled them with her little arms. I can open your eyes. Take you wonder by wonder over, sideways, and under on a magic carpet, write a whole new world, a new fantastic point of view. No one to tell us no or where to go or say we're only dreaming. Momo leaned against his shoulder as she looked down at Inari nestled between them, her rich voice pouring out. Momo, a whole new world, a dazzling place I never knew, but now, from way up here it's crystal clear. That now, I'm in a whole new world with you, Izuku. Now I'm in a whole new world with you. His head tilted forward, resting on top of Momo's. Momo, unbelievable sights, indescribable feelings soaring, tumbling, freewheeling through an endless diamond sky. A whole new world. He didn't realize that they were going higher than he usually did. Izuku, don't you dare close your eyes, Momo. 100,000 things to see, Izuki. Hold your breath. It gets better. She turned her gaze towards him. Momo, I'm like a shooting star, I've come so far. I can't go back to where I used to be. He tightened his grip around her slender waist. Izuku, a whole new world, Momo. Every turn a surprise, Izuku, with new horizons to pursue, Momo. Every moment red letter their forehead were pressed against each other, their eyes locked. Both. I'll chase them anywhere there's time to spare. Let me share this whole new world with you. Izuku, a whole new world, Momo. A whole new world, Izuku. That's where we'll be, Momo. That's where we'll be, Izuku. A thrilling chase, Momo. A wondrous place. He instinctively brought them down closer to the ground. They could feel Inari nuzzling between them, and they heard her contented sigh. Both. For you and me. Their lips met before their feet touched the ground. It was soft, tender, warm. In a word, wonderful. The giggle of Inari brought them back to the world, and both blushed furiously. I will take Inari for a bath now, Momo said quietly. Izuku didn't know what to say, whether to apologize or stutter out an explanation. Momo did the talking for him. That was my first kiss. She looked up at Izuku through her eyelashes. I couldn't have dreamed of it being any better, or with anyone else. Izuku was speechless as Momo, with Inari in her arms, walked back into the dorms. With Inari in her arms, Momo walked back into the little apartment, blushing as she grabbed Inari's bath bag and pajamas. Mama read, Inari giggled. Mama and Daddy kiss like the movie. We did, didn't we? Momo whispered. I love you, Mama, Inari said, nuzzling her shoulder. Momo's heart pounded against her chest from the memory of the kiss, and those sweet words from the little girl on her shoulder. I love you too, Inair, she replied, kissing her head. Now, how about a bath in the big baths? Big bath, yeah. They made their way over to the baths. They weren't alone very long as Kyoka and Tsu joined them, happy to see the princess. They both froze when they heard, No, Mama, no, wash my hair. Yes, Inari, we are washing your hair today. See, I got you the princess shampoo, she said back. Princess shampoo? Inari said, looking at the bottle, and there were princesses on it. Okay, Mama. The little girl settled down and consented to her hair being washed. Tsu and Kyoka patiently waited until they were all soaking in the tub. Tsu was playing with Inair when Kyoka scooted next to Momo. Mama, did something happen that you want to share with the rest of us? When she saw Momo blush and could hear her heart pounding, Kyoka knew something happened. Something did happen. OMG, what happened? But first, do I need to help you hide a body? 'Cause I got your back, and I know where I can get my hands on shovels. No shovels are needed, Momo fidgeted, hiding her face with her hands. It caused Kyoka to laugh. She just started calling me it when she got home from daycare. She entered the building, wiggled free, and ran over, and it flew out her mouth. I thought it was a mistake, but then she repeated it, and when I tried to correct her, she sounded so heartbroken. Momo peeked through her fingers at Kyoka, who was smiling at her. 𝗬𝗏 had come closer with Inari. "Inari, who is Mama?" she asked the little girl. Inari looked at 𝗬𝗏, then Momo, and pointed. "Mama too," she said proudly. 𝗬𝗏 thought about it. "Two. Like two?" she said, holding up 2 fingers. Inari nodded. "Who is Mama 1? Mama 1 is in heaven. She watches me with Grandma," the little girl said, a little sad. Momo leaned towards Inari. "Are there any other mamas?" Part of Momo wanted to her know, but she suspected there was at least one more, and as long as that added up, she would be okay. She was worried that all the girls would now be Mama, though Inari had called 𝗬𝗏 by her name and 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐻. Inari nodded her head. "𝗧𝗏, Mama 𝗧𝗏," the little girl said. 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐻 pointed to 𝗬𝗏. "Is 𝗬𝗏 Mama?" Inari shook her head. "Am I Mama?" Inari shook her head again. "Is 𝗧𝗏 Mama?" Inari nodded. She looked at Momo. "Are you okay with that?" "Yes," Momo replied, feeling relieved but curious about why the thought of sharing Inari was that she was okay with it as long as it was with Itsuka. While she was musing to herself, she heard it and froze. "Inari, what happened today?" 𝗂𝐽𝐽𝐻 said with a sly smile. "I go to school, then I come home, get kisses from Mama. Then we watch Genie and eat. Then we float, Mama and Daddy sing. Then Mama and Daddy kiss." The little girl said it all so proudly, especially the last part. 𝗬𝗏 and 𝗂𝐽𝐽𝐻 turned and looked at Momo, who was making a lovely impression of a tomato, once again hiding her face in her hands. "Was it a kiss on the cheek?" 𝗬𝗏 asked. Inari shook her head. "Was it on the lips?" Inari nodded her head. "It was like movies." "I think I should get out now," Momo said. "Oh hell no," 𝗂𝐽𝐽𝐻 said. "Inari, do you want to get out of the bath?" "No, play more," she said. "Please, Mama?" Momo glared at the smirking 𝗂𝐽𝐽𝐻 and giggling 𝗬𝗏. "That was so mean, 𝗂𝐽𝐽𝐻. Okay, we can play some more, princess." 𝗬𝗏 leaned forward. "I want the details." "Spill it, girl," 𝗂𝐽𝐽𝐻 said. "What is this floating?" Momo, still blushing, started describing what happened after dinner. When she finished, 𝗬𝗏 just fell back in the tub as she was floating. "I want that," she said. "Kind of cheesy," 𝗂𝐽𝐽𝐻 said, tapping her jacks together. Momo and 𝗬𝗏 looked at her with an, "Oh, really?" 𝗂𝐽𝐽𝐻 looked away quickly. "But I can dig it. I wouldn't pass that up." 𝗬𝗏 asked. "What about Ochako's date with him tomorrow?" Momo frowned. "I don't like it. I don't want him to go. But we haven't talked about anything. And I need to figure out some things myself as well. I don't think Izuku feels that way about her. And he doesn't seem like the type to run around kissing girls. And if he is, then there is a lot I need to think about." "But you are okay with her shooting her shot?" 𝗂𝐽𝐽𝐻 said as she started playing with Inari. "He isn't my boyfriend yet," she said with a smile. "If he was, and she knew that, then I would have a problem," Momo said, her voice clear and confident. "Yet?" 𝗬𝗏 said. "Yet," she responded. "Good night." Momo returned to the quarters with Inari in her arms. Izuku opened the door. He looked confused, rubbing the back of his head. "I don't know what to do right now." "I don't either. Perhaps we should leave it to Inari," Momo said, blushing slightly. "Should I come in to put you to bed?" Inari nodded. Momo entered, carrying Inari to her room. When she laid Inari down, Inari held on to her hand and looked at her daddy to start singing. "Dreamland Mary Chapin Carpenter's son goes down and says goodnight. Pull your covers up real tight. By your bed, we'll leave a light to guide you off to dreamland." Momo's eyes widened as he started. Slowly, her voice joined his. Inari was smiling brightly. "Your pillow's soft, your bed is warm. Your eyes are tired when day is done. One more kiss and you'll be gone. On your way to dreamland, every sleepy boy and girl in every bed around the world can hear the stars up in the sky, whispering a lullaby. Who knows where you'll fly away, winging past the light of day. The man in the moon and the Milky Way welcome you to dreamland." Izuku was looking at her, and then at his daughter. They both turned their attention to Inari, whose hand slipped from Momo as her eyes drooped. every sleepy boy and girl in every bed around the world can hear the stars up in the sky, whispering a lullaby. Who knows where you'll fly away, winging past the light of day. The man in the moon and the Milky Way welcome you to dreamland. Momo leaned down and kissed Inari gently. She moved towards the door, watching Izuku do the same. He turned and saw her standing at the door. His heart thumped against his chest. They stepped out together, so very close to each other. "How did you know that song?" he asked. "My mother would sing it to me," she whispered. She tilted her head towards him. He slowly leaned in, and they kissed again. It was just as tender, but this time uninterrupted. Slowly, their arms encircled each other. Pressed against each other, their kiss deepened. Timidly, she opened her mouth to invite him. Gently, their tongues touched, and electricity coursed through them. This kiss continued at this deep, passionate pace, not frantic, not aggressive. When they finally broke apart, she placed a hand on his chest. When she felt his heart pounding underneath her fingertips, she smiled. "Don't say anything right now," she said. "Just will you hold me for a little bit?" Izuku wanted to say so much, ask questions, and kiss her again. He wanted so much, but he had learned long ago. He pulled her close and wrapped his arms around her shoulders as she slid hers around her waist. She pressed her head against his chest, listening to his heart thumping, the beating filling her ears in the quiet room. Gingerly, he rested his head atop hers. He closed his eyes, losing himself in the smell of her shampoo and lotion. Neither could say how long they stood there like that till he felt her grip loosen, and reluctantly she stepped back. "We can talk about this later, I promise," she said. She leaned up and gently kissed his lips. "But for now, good night, Izuku." "Good night, Momo," he whispered. She smiled and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear before she moved away towards the door. When the door closed, he leaned back against the wall. Wow. Ochako, she stood before the mirror, changing her clothes yet again. Not that she had a lot of options, but she wanted to make sure she looked her best. Finally, she settled on her pink sundress with black flowers embroidered along the hem, with a pair of black sandals, applied what little makeup she owned, and stepped out into the hall. As she was waiting for the elevator, Tenya stepped in and smiled. "You look very nice today, Ochako," he said. "Thank you, Ida. Any plans for your day off?" she replied. "Yes, actually. I am meeting my parents for dinner later." The elevator doors opened, and he nodded for her to step out first. "Have a nice visit with your family," she called, walking towards the common room. She smiled when she saw Izuku and Inari waiting. He wore a black button-down shirt and blue jeans, while Inari wore a light blue sundress with her arch enemies on her feet. "Hello, Ochako. You look very lovely today. Are you ready?" Izuku said, smiling, shouldering a backpack. "You look handsome, Izuku, and you look so pretty, Inari," she said. The little girl smiled and offered Ochako her hand to walk together. Izuku smiled and led them out the door. Calls of having fun from Mina and Toru ushered them out the door. Itsuka and Momo. Itsuka came downstairs to find Momo talking with Kanoko and Set. She smiled at her friends as she approached. "Well, I am ready to go when you are," she said. Momo bowed to the other two girls. "It was a pleasure speaking with you. I hope we can do so again soon." With a friendly wave, she and Itsuka exited the building. "We just need to head to the front gate. I have a car waiting for us." "I almost forget how rich you are," Itsuka said. "Almost? Wait, am I going to be able to afford this? I just realized where I go to get my hair done. And you do are very different places." "Of course you will, as your money is no good with me," Momo said, smiling. "Momo, I couldn't." Itsuka began to protest till Momo took her hand, and a little jolt ran between them. "Please, Itsuka," Momo whined. "I never have had a best friend, and this is something that I have always wanted to do." Itsuka looked at Momo's pleading eyes. "Fine, you win, but I get to buy lunch," Itsuka sighed. Momo smiled and pulled Itsuka into a hug before dragging her along. "You're the best, Itsuka." Izuku was glad she didn't try to pay for the haircut or the manicure. There was no way she could have afforded it, but the experience was divine. The pampering, the service, the talent was beyond anything Izuku could have imagined. As they were walking down the street to a local cafe, she noticed that she was getting some looks from those she passed. Of course, she had sent a photo to Izuku, and when he responded with a hubba, hubba, and a gif of a wolf howling and pounding on a table, she laughed. The stylist had trimmed and tamed Izuku's wild hair, giving it a beautifully soft look that still showed Izuku's charm and fit perfectly into her trademark side pony, though it was loose and flowing at the moment. Some precision highlights gave her hair a fiery appearance that Izuku had to say she loved. The day had just been fantastic. She and Momo bantered back and forth, talking about school, just everything. Izuku found herself even playfully flirting with the heiress. It shocked her in many ways. She remembered talking with 𝐬𝐭𝐸𝐽 like this. But when 𝐬𝐭𝐸𝐽 would tease back, it didn't make her feel the way it did with Momo. She mentally sighed to herself. For the love of God was wrong with her. First, there was the barrel of a complication known as Izuku, and that stupid kiss she gave him in the infirmary. Now she was getting all giggly with Momo. When they entered the cafe, she didn't even realize they were sitting alone until she looked around. Wonder why they sat us in the back like this. I asked them too, Momo said, fidgeting slightly. Why? I wanted to talk to you, and I wanted us to have some privacy, Momo responded, opening the menu. Is everything all right? Izuku said, reaching over and taking Momo's hand. Do I need to punch someone? I am good at punching someone. Maybe, Momo said, smiling and squeezing Izuku's hand before letting go. What was your first kiss like? Oh, girl talk, she thought. Honestly, not very special. I was dating this boy briefly, and we kissed, and it was very underwhelming. Why? I am curious, Momo said, not looking up from the menu. Was that 𝐒𝐸𝐽? No, 𝐒𝐸𝐽 was my second boyfriend, and that was the same. We kissed, but it didn't excite me. I always thought it would be exciting or make you feel some way, but it never did. I thought it was just me, and I let it go on too long, and he got hurt. Izuku said, looking at the menu. You get your first kiss, or are you thinking about it? Both, actually, Momo said, smiling. Are you going to give me details? Izuku said, leaning forward. Yes, but I have some more questions first, Momo said, setting the menu down. Fine, but do you promise to tell me everything? Izuku said, finalizing her selection. You ready to order? Momo nodded and hit the button to summon the waitress. After they placed their orders and received their drink, Momo started again. Do you know where Izuku went today? No, Izuku replied with a shake of her head. Where? On a date? But I don't think he knows it's a date, Momo said, paying close attention to Izuku's reaction when she saw the sadness cross her friend's eyes. It all but confirmed her suspicions. How did that happen? She said, trying not to be interested. He made a deal with Ochako that after the battle trials, he would take her to go get 𝗵𝗲 after she agreed to his plan, allowing him to confront 𝗎𝗫𝗄. He promised 𝗵𝗲, she suggested this weekend. He thinks that sounds like a good time to take Inari out as well, she said, shrugging. Does she like him? Izuku asked. Yes, she does, Momo responded, watching Izuku closely. He saved her during the exam, and she has had a crush on him since. Well, that's good, Izuku said. I guess if he is ready to move on. Her voice betrayed the ache her heart was feeling. Why are you telling me this? I just have one more question, and it is vital, Momo said, leaning forward and taking Izuku's hand. Izuku nodded as the mood changed. How long have you been in love with Izuku? Izuku froze. She started to deny it, but Momo stopped her. Please, Izuku, I need to know the truth. Why? Why do you need to know that? She replied, hints of anguish in her voice. Because I am in love with him, Momo said. Izuku went to pull away, but Momo held her hand firm. Are you in love with him? Itsuka didn't know what to do. A best friend in Izuku, was she already too late? Since I met him when we were 12. Then I met Suijin and tried to convince myself that it would go away. But it just got worse. She found out and told me we could figure it out. We could still be friends. Is that what you are telling me? Itsuka was almost frantic. Yes, Momo said. Itsuka was stunned. I want to go find Izuku right now and tell 𝗀𝗧𝗪 to stay away. If any other girl were out with him, I would do the same, all except you. What? Was all Itsuka could manage. I don't know much about love or anything. I want to make Izuku happy and die to protect Inari. But you do something to me. I don't understand. Maybe it's because you are my best friend, or maybe I don't know. I want to have a life with Izuku and Inari. And I want you with us. I can't explain it, but it won't be right if you are not there. Momo took a deep breath and sat back. I kissed him last night. It wasn't planned, and it was everything I could dream of. I want you to find out if that is true for you. I can't. I don't host sweet baby Jesus, she said, putting her head in her hands. Momo. Itsuka, could you be happy being with Izuku, Inari, and me? Momo said, staring into Itsuka's eyes. Like I said, I don't know what is happening between us, but I know I want you with me. I know I am okay with kissing him if I see you kissing him. You are crazy, Itsuka said. You are fucking insane, thank you. I have to find out. I need to know. Izuku and 𝗀𝗧𝗪 looked at the luxury SUV with wonder. It was the fanciest car she had ever been in. Holy cow, Izuku, how did you afford this? Izuku blushed, which made 𝗀𝗧𝗪 immediately regret her statement. I didn't actually. My mentor bought it for me. I protested, but when he showed me all the safety features and awards, I couldn't say no well because of Inari. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said anything, she said. Way to start things off with my foot in my mouth, she thought. It's okay, 𝗀𝗧𝗪. Thank you for coming out with us today, he said, smiling immediately, banishing her negative thoughts. We don't know each other that well, and you seem nice. I hope we can be friends. Only friends? She felt a little let down by the thought. But then she heard Inari behind her asking for music and realized even more that he was a father and had to keep his daughter in mind before everything else. They had only been in school for a week while she may be crushing on him. Even if he thought she was cute, he had to take it slow. Thank you for inviting me and for the 𝗲𝗀𝗪, she said, smiling. I would dare forget about the 𝗲𝗲𝗪, he said with a light laugh. Thanks for having my back at the trials. It meant a lot to me. She smiled brightly as they headed to Henshitsu Outdoor Shopping Plaza. She was a little nervous when he told her where they would be going, being a girl of limited budget. But she was pleased when she looked online and saw the reviews for how good of deals they offered. When they arrived, 𝗀𝗧𝗪 was feeling excited. It was an outdoor shopping mall, and it was decently busy but not too bad. When Izuku loaded Inari into her stroller, and they started walking side by side, she caught a glimpse of them in a reflection and mused how they looked as a couple. Then, she began noticing looks from other patrons, making her uncomfortable, like she was out of place. She paused to look at herself in a reflection, ensuring something wasn't woefully wrong. You look fine, he said, suddenly pulling her back to reality. Very pretty, it's Inari and I, he continued. At first, they are curious, wondering if she is my sister. But then they realize that she is my daughter. And with you by our side, it is obvious that you are not her mother. Society doesn't look fondly at this situation. If you want to do your shopping on your own, we can meet up later. Hell no, 𝗀𝗧𝗪 said. I came to hang out with you and Inari. I don't care if people stare. I need to get used to it. When I go pro, my costume is a little tight, she said with a giggle. Izuku smiled. But it looks good. And thanks for understanding, 𝗀𝗧𝗪. It took her a bit, but soon she could block it out. They did some clothes shopping for Inari. 𝗀𝗧𝗪 found a fantastic store where she could purchase a few pairs of jeans and new shirts for a great price. She thought the jeans might be tight when she asked Izuku for his opinion. And he said amazing. It sealed the purchase. The most fun was when they spied a carousel in the center, and all went on together. Inari wanted to ride again. And this time, 𝗀𝗏𝗄 took her by herself, and even got the girl to sit in the rocket with her. Inari's laughs made it all better. Izuku walked over to a drink stand, getting some apple juice for his princess and water for him and 𝗀𝗏𝗄. As he walked back, he found a spot where he could see the girls, and they would wave as they went around. "Is that your little sister?" a voice said beside him. Izuku turned and looked. It was a woman, probably in her 30s, with black hair and eyes rather curvy. "No, that's my daughter and a classmate," he responded. "Oh, your daughter, so young," she said. Her voice carried a hint of chastisement, but it had more of a teasing tone. "Where is the little one's mother?" "She is no longer with us," he said. It was standard questioning he would receive when someone would start this normal line of conversation. "Sorry to hear that," she said. "It must be hard to raise one so young on your own. How do you do it?" "I have a good support network and some people I trust to have my back," he replied. "But it is hard. There are things I am unsure of how to teach her, so I read many books and such." "Do you think about what kind of quirk she may have?" "No, not really," he said. "But what if it is something?" She leaned in and whispered. "Bad, like a villain's quirk or a blood quirk." "A villain's quirk?" "Oh, lady, if you only knew how unironic that question really is." "I wouldn't care. I would get her any support she needed to be happy. Quirks are not evil. The person and what they do with it make them villainous." "Do you truly believe that?" the woman asked. "Or are you just lying?" "That is very rude," Izuku replied. "But to answer your question, nothing matters more than my daughter's happiness. Blood quirk, no quirk. The most amazing quirk in the history of quirks. As long as she was happy, it wouldn't matter." "I apologize, that was rude. The ride is ending. I hope you have a good day," she said as she walked away. "Toodles," the woman said as she melted into the crowd. Izuku didn't have much time to think about it as 𝗀𝗏𝗄 returned with Inari. He noticed that Inari had a rocket ship balloon that she most definitely didn't have before. 𝗀𝗏𝗄 blushed. She pointed to it and wanted it. "I hope you are okay that I got it for her." "That is fine," he said, smiling. "I would have done the same thing, but I am a sucker like that." "She is very persuasive," 𝗀𝗏𝗄 agreed. Inari said, mimicking Stitch, making Izuku laugh. "How about we break for some food then? After there is a bookstore I want to go by. We can go get matcha." "You had me at matcha," 𝗀𝗏𝗄 said. It was everything 𝗀𝗏𝗄 could hope for. He was pleasant and paid for lunch despite her protests. He focused on her and Inari, even when more appealing girls walked by. She saw him buy some parenting books at the bookstore, and then he picked out coloring books for Inari. 𝗀𝗏𝗄 found a new book in a space opera series she was reading. The mochi shop was great, and true to his word, he bought her a whole box to take home, while they sat and ate some in the shop. The only thing was that he didn't look at her that way. She could see it. Once they returned home and separated, she sat in her room for a few minutes before changing her clothes. It had been a nice day, fun, and everything had been right. But she just knew there was someone else sitting on the bench outside his apartment. He heard his name being called. He saw Itsuka come around the corner. She was still in her outfit from going out with Momo. She gave him a little twirl. Her black skirt flared out perfectly, the final rays of sunlight catching her hair. "You look amazing, Itsuka." "No, Momo." She said that she was going to head to her room. She said she was tired. "What about you? How was your day?" she said, walking over. "It was nice. Got everything I wanted to get. Got to know 𝗀𝗏𝗄 better," he said. Itsuka looked around. "Where is Inari? Kind of early for her to be in bed." She didn't get her nap today, and it was a long day for her. After dinner, she didn't even make it 20 minutes into her movie before putting her head on my lap and falling asleep. He responded, pointing to the open window. So you got to know Ochako better, huh? Itsuka said, wiggling her eyebrows. All the while, inside, she prayed that it wasn't what she was implying. Oh, baby, it was only because you left me so lonely, he said with a smirk. Are you hungry? I could eat, she said, following him inside. So, anything interesting happen? Today? No, not really, he said, going to the kitchen to fix her a plate. Something did happen yesterday, though. Do you want to talk about it? She said, sitting at the table. Can I ask you a hypothetical question? He said, heating the food. Really? She said, rolling her eyes. Sure. If you kissed your friend, and it made you feel a certain way, then they didn't want to talk about it, but you ended up kissing again, what would you do? He said, leaning against the counter. Hypothetically, he nodded. It would be complicated. I wouldn't know to push forward or pull away if it was me. I would probably push forward as no kiss has ever made me feel that way. He set the plate of food in front of her. Would you feel guilty? Guilty, she said, taking a bite of food. Okay, say you and I kissed. It was all intense and made us feel stuff, he said. I dream of that almost daily, you idiot. She nodded. You are my best friend. I couldn't lose you. I need you with me. Don't say that. Please don't say that. Inari, you are the most important people in my life. Would we be betraying Suijin? That forced her mind to stop. I don't know, she said softly. I know Suijin would want us to be happy, and if she was gone, why wouldn't she want us to be happy together? If I move on romantically, am I betraying her? That you have to answer for yourself, she said. As long as whomever you move on has your and Inari's best interests at heart. Then no, I don't think so. She wouldn't want you to be lonely or Inari not to have a mother. As long as you don't cut Suijin out of Inari's story. I think all that would matter is your two's happiness. She continued to eat her dinner. Do you like my hair? You look beautiful, Itsu. I have always liked your hair, but now it is fiery. He stared at her warmly with a gentle smile on his face. He reached out and squeezed her hand. Don't do that, Izu. Don't look at me like that. With beautiful green eyes. Please don't call me Itsu. Why does your hand feel so warm? I don't know if I can take it. I may do something I regret. Something that I can't walk back. He took her empty plate and walked over to the sink. He couldn't see how she looked at him. A deep longing look found its way into her eyes. I hope you find someone who kisses you and gives you that feeling, Itsu. I want you to be happy. He said, washing the plate. I am only happy when I dream. When I dream of you and Inari. I have never kissed you, but all the other kisses are compared to some fantasy in my head. It is because I want to give myself to you, hold you, wake up with you, stand in the doorway, and watch you sing Inari to sleep. Itsuka thought. I do, too, she said in almost a whisper. He turned and caught her looking at him. Her eyes were different than he had ever seen. She almost appeared to be in pain. Izuku walked around the table and lowered his face to meet hers. He could see tears in the corner of her eyes. He reached out with his other hand and wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. Talk to me, Itsu. He whispered. Oh, fuck, am I crying? Please don't touch me like that. Why did you have to whisper it? Please kiss me. Kiss me right now. If you do it first, I can walk it back if needed. If I do it, then I don't think I can. Please, Izuku, kiss me. I need to fucking know. I can take this anymore. My heart can't take it. I can be a silly fantasy. I can be a lie I told myself, but I need to know. Izuku stared deeply into Itsuka's eyes. Eyes he had beheld countless times before. He thought about kissing her. It wasn't the first time he had always pushed those thoughts away. When he was with Suijin, he had even thought about, until coming to university, only two women were his fantasy, Suijin and Itsuka. Adult scene incoming, she reached out and grabbed his shirt, tears leaking down her face. Please, she whispered. I need to know, please, Izuku, kiss me. Her heart was about to explode or break. It couldn't decide a course of action. She had danced along that line so much, and now she had crossed. She had to know. If she were silent, she would watch him walk away with 𝗵𝗲 and be out of reach for the rest of her life. She had already endured that once and was not keen on bearing that again. They leaned closer, her eyes closed, and the whispered pleas escaped her lips. He closed the distance, their lips meeting. It wasn't electric. It was a raging inferno. Itsuka's mind went blank, and her arms immediately went around his neck, her hands grabbing his hair. His arms wrapped around her waist, pulling her in deep. They kissed in a near frenzy, their tongues exploring each other's mouth, desperately, hungrily. They didn't even know they had risen to their feet, stumbling across the room till they fell on the couch. One of his hands traced up her back to the back of her head. When she felt him grab her hair, she moaned. He pulled her head to the side and began to attack her neck. She begged him not to stop as she writhed against him. She felt his erection pressing against her, and she moved her legs to straddle him, grinding down on him with near desperation. He could feel her wetness, his hips rising to meet her. She freed her arms and, reaching down, started to undo his pants. Once loose, she reached down and grabbed his stiff cock. His eyes shot open sitting up, and she whimpered as it slipped out of reach. He grabbed the front of her blouse and tore it open, buttons flying all over the room. She reached down and mimicked his action, stripping her out of her shirt. Her bra flew, and as his mouth found her breasts, she ground down against his crotch more. Urgently, she freed him from his underwear. She screamed his name, feeling him so close to her entrance that he bucked his hips up in pleasure. He rolled her onto her back. His hands snaked between her legs and swiftly tore her soaked black G-string away. He just kissed down her stomach. She opened her legs as he dived into her sex. His tongue danced along her clit. She grabbed his hair and ground her sex against his face. When he slipped a finger inside her, it wasn't long until she exploded all over his face. Her screams echoing in the room, she pulled up, tasting herself on his lips. She could feel his member against her sex, her dripping sex. She reached down to line him up when Inari's cry shattered the illusion, bringing reality crashing down around them. Their eyes wide as they stared at each other for a moment. He scrambled to his feet, putting himself away before dashing towards the room. Itsuka lay on the couch, stunned, shocked, happy, confused. It has been more than anything her fantasies had laid before her. It was more than the kiss in the infirmary. As her senses returned, she realized her state. Shirt torn, bra somewhere, panties gone. She dashed to his room and grabbed the first shirt she could find. She could hear Inari calming down. She didn't know what to do or what to say or do. She didn't know whether to run or to wait. There was no going back. That line had been broken and scattered to the wind. As she heard Inari's crying stop, she peeked into the room and saw him putting her back to sleep. She moved across the room, and they just stared at each other when he walked out. "Itsu." "Shut up, Izuku," she said quickly. "Stay over there, please. If you come too close, I don't know. I need to think. I love you. I have always loved you. Just give me to tomorrow. I need to calm down. We all need to talk tomorrow. You, 𝗵𝗲, and I. I know you kissed her, and I know this just made shit very complicated. Can you give me that? Just till tomorrow, I swear." Tomorrow was all he could say. She darted out the back door and off into the night. Izuku didn't know what to do. He had kissed 𝗵𝗲. Now he had kissed Itsuka and much more. They were about to. He needed help. He grabbed his phone. "Dad, I have a problem. Plus Prev 14. 𝗵𝗲 gets what she wants next. Do you know how hard it is to run from one dorm on the UA campus to the other in a thigh-high black skirt with no underwear on? Not many do, but Itsuka Kendo now understood that dilemma. She wanted to murder Izuku for tearing them off, but killing him didn't come to mind when she thought about it. She could feel her face flush and her sex react. She stopped and composed herself the best she could. Then Power walked into the dorms, said a curt hello to whoever was downstairs, and didn't want to risk walking up the stairs sans panties, so she headed for the elevator. She heard someone shout a question about her shirt as she was wearing one of Izuku's. Once again, the truth was a no-go. Oh, he ripped it open in the heat of passion, and I couldn't find my bra. So rather than walk across campus with my tits hanging out, I borrowed a shirt. Inari got sick. I need to shower, she called out. Arriving on her floor, she quickly stepped past one of her classmates and raced into her room. Quickly stripping out of her clothes, she ran to the shower. Standing there naked, thoughts of murder once again crossed her mind. Hickeys. She had a hickey on her neck, 2 to be exact, and a few on her breasts. Once the water came even remotely close to a comfortable temp, she stepped inside as her mind raced to catch up to her. It had been everything she could have wanted and more. She blushed, realizing it was her screams of passion that woke Inari. If not, he would have definitely scored. She had a maniacal laughing fit when she realized there was no condom or birth control. She had no damn clue if today was a safe day. Not that she even knew how to track that. And then his mouth was. Her mind may have tried to block it out, but her body remembered. In for a penny, in for a pound. She leaned back against the shower wall as her hand fell between her legs, and her mind supplied the images in surprising detail. Once she calmed herself, she showered and stepped out. Toweling herself off, she pulled on an unripped pair of panties and put back on his shirt, collapsing onto the bed. She looked at her phone and 5 missed messages and 3 calls from Izuku. Izuku, Itsuka, are you okay? Izuku, Itsuka, I am so sorry. I don't know what came over me. Izuku, are we okay? Izuku, did I destroy our friendship? I know you said tomorrow, but I need to know that I didn't blow this shit up past the point of no return. Izuku, please answer. Itsuka took a deep breath. Of course, he was freaking out. She had told him she was in love with him and knew about Momo. Itsuka, I am fine. I told you to kiss me and not stop. I wanted that just as much. I promise we are good. We will talk about it tomorrow. I swear I am still here for you and your friend. I know it's asking a lot not to freak out, but I promise. Believe in me, okay? Izuku. Okay, thank you for texting me back. I will wait till tomorrow. Itsuka. Good night, Izuku. Izuku. Night, Itsu. The knock at her door startled her. Who is it? She called. It's Set. Open up, please. Set. I just got out of the shower. Can we talk about this tomorrow? She responded. Itsuka, I need you to open the door, Set said in a firm tone. If not, then I may have to call campus security. Itsuka immediately bolted to the door and yanked it open. Set just stepped in and pushed it closed. What is going on, Set? Itsuka said, confused. Why would you need to call campus security? Your neck was bruised. You are wearing a strange shirt. You look like you may have been crying and flushed. And you didn't even look at me when you stepped off the elevator before running off, Set said, staring intently at Itsuka. Wait, are those hickeys? Itsuka blushed and tried to hide the marks with her hair. I swear to you, Set, I am just fine. Nothing happened that required campus security. Can you not say anything about this, please? I won't, but what happened? Set eyes widened. Did you and Momo? No, Itsuka said immediately, though the stray thought of what kind of kisser Momo was did cross her mind. She would have to unpack something later. She looked at Set. She didn't know the girl well, but knew that Set was putting in the effort, and the girl had come to check on her, thinking something terrible had happened. Itsuka went to her mini fridge and handed Set a Coke before she sat down, motioning for the girl to do the same. I have been in love with Izuku since not long after he walked into my family's dojo when we were 12. She began. He had a great girlfriend who became my best friend. I thought it was just a crush, and that it would go away. I never did. He was this fantasy in my head that all others were measured against. Fantasies are normally that way, Set responded. Yeah, eventually, I just thought it was just me. That this fantasy in my head was just that. That I was trying to hold other people to an impossible expectation. That a kiss wasn't supposed to make you feel that way or spark your dreams. And you never told him or his girlfriend? No, 𝐓𝗂𝗏 figured it out and told me that we would figure it out. That she wasn't going to let me pull away over something like this, Izuku said, popping her soda open. Wow, said Set, following suit. Top-notch girl. No kidding, right? Izuku looked at the photo on her desk. So I moved away and tried to date some people. You know how that went. But then I returned. And I have been spending all this time with Izuku and Inari. And all the feelings just roared back. Something happened, and tonight, I just broke down and begged him to kiss me. She was now staring at her soda can. I had to know. And, Set prodded. It was everything I fantasized about and more, she said. Set noted that there wasn't the level of joy one would expect. It was an inferno of emotion we just started going at. She pointed at her neck. It was a romance novel. Then we woke up Inari. It snapped me back to reality, and I ran. Oh, that doesn't seem that bad, Set winced. But he is into you well, Set motioned to Itsuka's neck. Yeah, that is kind of a problem, Itsuka said as she fell back onto her bed. I am not the only one into him, or that he is into. They kissed last night as well. Nothing like what happened with me and him, but still. Is this guy a player? Set said in confusion. He kissed another girl last night, and then made out with you tonight. No, he is not a player. But here is the rub. This other girl is pretty much my best friend. I am guessing, Momo? Yeah, when she took me out today, she told me everything. Then she tells me she is willing to share him with me because that thought doesn't bother her, and she wants me with them. Encourages me to go talk to him, and this happened. Itsuka sat up, looking at Set. And how do you feel about her? Set said. Like, do you enjoy kissing girls? I don't know, but the thought of kissing her isn't an immediate no. We are trying to figure it out. Itsuka stood up and walked around the room a little. Tomorrow, we were all supposed to hang out and go to the park, and now, I haven't got a clue. Okay, this is complicated, Set said, getting to her feet. Do you want to unpack whatever happens with you and Momo? I think so, Itsuka responded. I am willing to explore it, as it is not a hard no. What if you saw her and Izuku making out? Like however you were tonight? Set asked. Itsuka stopped and thought about it. Momo on her back legs spread, Izuku's face buried between her thighs. Sweat glistening on Momo's luscious breasts, her plump lips calling out in pleas, calling for Itsuka too. Well shit, Itsuka said, sitting down. I may be more into exploring that than I may have thought. What if you say him making out with someone else that way? Set said, smirking, taking a drink of her soda. Itsuka didn't have to think very hard. Super punch. That was way too easy. Set smiled. Look, if you both are willing to share, and it sounds like there may be some attraction between you, then it just sounds like a throuple to me. Set patted her shoulder. It is not that crazy. My parents have an open marriage, and I would never question if they loved each other. Can it be that simple? Itsuka wondered aloud. It can. 𝐈𝐵𝗲 will explode, as will 𝗔𝗲𝗓 and whoever that other guy is. She paused, looking for the word. 𝗓𝗫𝗓. Oh, and Tetsu will be upset. He has a little crush on you. I don't know what to say to that. I'm flattered, Itsuka said, raising an eyebrow in confusion. Father and son, seriously, son? Toshi said, rubbing his nose. Look, I didn't plan these things. They just happened. He said sheepishly. With Momo, I felt that something was starting. And then with Itsuka, she has been the other woman in my life since I was 12. I always thought she was pretty, but I had 𝗬𝗏𝗏. Whenever I thought of her that way, I would chastise myself and push it down. Okay, well, the first thing is that Monday morning, you are going to go see Recovery Girl to get A, condoms and B, birth control shot, Toshi said, looking at the boy. If enthusiasm hadn't woken up my granddaughter in the two of yours, you could have been well on your way to making her a big sister and ruining young Kendo's chances at being a hero. Izuku wanted to say something, but he couldn't. There is no reason for you not to be using the advances in modern medicine to remove that possibility from the table, especially with your track record. But as far as your lady problems are concerned, to quote a classic movie, "Son, you are on your own," Toshi said. "Really?" Izuku said, shocked. "I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I have minimal romantic experience to draw upon. But I can tell you that you need to talk with both of them and make a hard decision. It is unfair to drag this on any further," he said sternly. "You're right," he said with a deep sigh. "There is something else. Oh Lord, tell there is not another girl." "No, nothing like that," he said quickly, waving his hands in front of himself defensively. "I was planning on telling them the truth about One for All." He paused as Toshi raised an eyebrow, waiting for him to continue. "I care about them deeply, and they are also extremely dear to Inari. I want them to know the truth, especially if we are discussing a relationship." "I cannot object to this. In all honesty," Toshi said, "I can tell how close you are with them, and all the time I have spent with them. I know that they love and care for Inari deeply. And with your recent developments, it would be prudent so they can make an informed decision. But I don't believe a reveal of being a master criminal could deter those two young ladies. Even that would be a large if." "I am scared," Izuku finally said. "I am afraid I let things go too far. I am afraid I am not ready. I am terrified that I am dishonoring Suijin. The only thing I was more scared of was if I could take care of Inari." "I can't do much to assuage your fears, son," Toshi said, placing his arm around the boy's shoulders. "But even I can tell how much those ladies care about you. As long as you proceed with that in mind, I am sure you will do well. I may not know Suijin personally, but know that she would want you to be happy, that she would want you to live. So live, son, don't bury your head in the sand, and don't run away." "Thanks, Dad," Izuku did, leaning in. She lay in bed, wondering about tomorrow and Izuku and Itsuka. She didn't understand her feelings towards Itsuka, but knew she wanted her by her side and in her life. She knew it might be being greedy, but she had read so many stories where it all worked out. Why couldn't it work out for her? She wanted the child, the boy, and the girl. Yaoyorozu knew that anything was possible if you worked for it. And if she had to work day and night, she would get what she wanted. Sunday, if it could be defined in a word, it was awkward. A blind man in space could see it. Inari, though, didn't care. All she cared about was that her mama was here. And when Itsuka showed up, her second mama was there. And this time the common room heard it all. When Momo arrived downstairs, Inari was playing with a toy car, pushing it around on the floor. But when Momo's feet touched the bottom of the stairs, the car didn't exist. She stood up and bolted over as fast as her feet could and grabbed Momo's legs. With one word that froze the common room. "Mama." Momo either didn't notice her classmates' stunned expressions or didn't care. It was a combination of both, in case you were curious. Momo's smile threatened to take on a life of its own as she scooped up the little bundle and twirled her around. "Hello, princess. How was your day yesterday?" Inari, as cynic of a manner that a 2-year-old could begin to tell her about her day. Hyper focused on the carousel and the balloon Acha had gotten for her. Momo just listened as she walked towards the couch and sat down with Inari, deep into recounting her story. Izuku came walking out about this time, lugging some things. With skill and practice, Momo rose from the couch, taking some things in her free arm, never taking her eyes off Inari or the conversation. She leaned over and kissed Izuku's cheek, causing him to freeze. "Do we need anything else?" she said. "I am just going to grab a picnic basket. And then we need to meet up with Itsuka," he said, stunned. "Good. Then I will head out with Inari and meet you in front of the 1B dorms before we head to the car." She then casually walked out of the common room with a sway in her hips accented by the black sundress with red roses. Mayuta, Denki, Shiro, Fumi, and Mina were frozen. "I'll see you guys later," Izuku said. They all mumbled a response. It wasn't till the door was closed and they were gone that Mayuta finally snapped out of it. "What the fuck was that?" "Momo in Class 1B, excuse me, is Itsuka here?" Momo said, holding Inari's hand. "I think so," Pony said, her finger by her mouth. She then turned to Inari, who looked cute in jeans and an All Might t-shirt. "Good morning, Inari." "Good morning, Pony," she smiled as she remembered the blonde's name. "Very good," Pony said. "Won't you like to enter?" "Yes, and thank you," Momo said, following the girl in. "I will go get her," Pony said before heading off. "Welcome to the 1B dorms," Nito said as he came downstairs in a sweeping entrance. "Your very presence brightens our living quarters, Miss Yaoyorozu. To what do we owe the honor of your visit with such a lovely child?" Inari put herself behind Momo's legs. "I am here to pick up Itsuka as she joins me on an outing. Should you require an additional escort, I would be happy to offer my services, or perhaps afterward, you would like to come over so we could study together," he said with a boy as his eyes told a very different story. On the other hand, Momo smiled politely while Inari said, "No, you stay here. I am afraid I must decline your invitation, Monoma. I have all the escorts I require today." Manga emerged from the kitchen, stifling a laugh. Inari immediately bolted towards the boy, stopping, throwing her hands over her head and saying, "Pop." Manga laughed, and the word appeared above his head, and when it popped, Inari started giggling. "Whose sweet laughter is that I hear?" Itsuka said, stepping off the elevator. "Mama," Inari yelled, bolting for the girl. Itsuka was stunned as she picked up her goddaughter. Jirota, sitting in the common room, let loose a low growl. Kanoko, who was behind Itsuka, giggled. "Am I your mama?" Itsuka said, staring into Inari's eyes. "Yes," Inari said. "You mama and Momo mama," she added proudly. "I think I can live with that," she thought momentarily, then pointed to Kanoko. "Is she mama?" "Nuu," Inari said, giggling. That made Itsuka feel better that she was only sharing the title with Momo. "When did this start?" Itsuka said, walking towards Momo. "Friday," Momo said, blushing some. "Are you ready for today?" "Honestly, no, but that is my doing," Itsuka said, hugging Inari. Momo looked at her quizzically. Itsuka said goodbye to Hinoko as they exited the building. Family Izuku was waiting by the car as the girls approached. He was trying desperately to wrap his mind around how today may go and failing miserably. Before he could say anything, Itsuka volunteered to sit in the back with Inari, much to the little girl's delight. Then, Izuku heard Inari call Itsuka mama and said life had complicated things. Momo noticed that Itsuka and Izuku were avoiding eye contact. Not wanting to press the issue, she climbed into the front seat so they could begin their outing and, if the heiress had her way, the beginning of a new relationship. The drive to the park was filled with small talk to pass the time, everyone seeming to want to avoid the major conversation. When they arrived at the park, Itsuka smiled brightly. It was gorgeous. They found a spot near a pond and the playset. Momo did again, kissing his cheek and complimenting him on finding such a nice park. Itsuka witnessed this and didn't stir up any jealous feelings, which in her mind was good. They walked over with Inari to the playset. The little girl, once released, dashed ahead to climb the stairs to the slide. "Are you going to tell me what is happening between you two?" Momo asked. "Something happened yesterday," Itsuka said, blushing. "And it was more than either of us intended, so we are having difficulty addressing it." "Is it because I am here?" Momo said. "Or is it because I kissed Izuku?" "Yes and no," Itsuka said. "We would have a hard time regardless of whether you were here." Momo smiled. "Itsuka, maybe we should talk before we address anything with Izuku." "Well, there are some things I want to talk to you guys about before we address all the other stuff." he said. I think it would be best if we took care of our issue first, Izuku, Momo said. I may help with the other parts, Itsuka agreed. We will be right back. Momo and Itsuka. Let's put aside Izuku for a minute, Momo said. Itsuka nodded. I am not sure how you feel, but I am attracted to you. When I think of you, I wonder things. I will be honest. My goal by the end of today is to be in a relationship with you and Izuku. Jesus, Itsuka said. You don't hold back. I do, but right now, I don't want to hold back as to lose one or both of you. Momo absently pushed a piece of hair behind her ear. I want you in my life, Itsuka, with Inari, Izuku, and I. When I sit at night and think about it, I realize it won't be complete without you. At first, it was simple, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized I wanted to see if something was there beyond friendship. I have been so focused on Izuku that, honestly, I hadn't thought about it, Itsuka responded. But yeah, I also want to see what is between us. I know that the thought of you kissing Izuku doesn't make me angry. I find it hot. She added, blushing. I asked him to kiss me yesterday. And? It wasn't all just in my head. Apparently, it was in his as well, Itsuka said, looking away. Then kiss me, Momo said. She was stepping forward. What? Itsuka managed. I want you to kiss me, Momo said again. I want to see if there is a hint of a spark. But Itsuka was at a loss, looking for an excuse. She was silenced when she turned to the heiress to say something as Momo stepped in and kissed her. It was so very different from Izuku, but it was so soft and tender. But there was a hint of a spark there. Momo's lips pulled away from Itsuka. It wasn't the same as kissing Izuku, but she wanted to do it again, which she took as a good sign. I think something is there, Momo whispered. And I am interested in exploring that. Are you? So many things danced through Itsuka's head, good and bad. Naughty and nice, naughty and super playful. Could this work? Could they share Izuku and each other? Does this mean we will go on our dates? I would think so, Momo replied. I want Izuku to be both our boyfriend and you to be my girlfriend. I want that, too, Itsuka said. How did we end up here? She looked at Momo, who was smiling. I don't know, Momo replied. It is scary and exciting. I wonder if it is foolish, but then I don't care if it is. Some people are going to flip the fuck out, Itsuka said. As long as you, Inari and Izuku are by my side, I don't care, Momo said. This time, Itsuka stepped forward gently. She drew Momo into a kiss. This time, their lips parted, and their tongues gently and tenderly explored each other's mouths. There was a definite spark. Yeah, there is a spark there, Itsuka said as they broke apart. I must agree, now that we have settled that, we should return to Izuku and Inari to figure out the other side of this triangle, Momo said, returning to the playground. What if he doesn't figure it out? Itsuka asked as they walked back. We go home with, and when Inari goes to sleep, you kiss me again right before him. That should short-circuit him enough, Momo said, smiling. I think we all seriously underestimated you, Momo, Itsuka replied, shaking her head. It happens, Momo said with a shrug. Now that we have a better idea of what is happening between us, let's settle things with Izuku. Izuku had walked over and was sitting on a bench watching Inari playing in the sandbox when an older woman who was out walking her dog paused by the bench. Is she yours? The woman asked. Yes, he responded. She seems happy, the woman said. The dog moved over, looking at Izuku for some head scratches. It was a cute little thing. Izuku looked to the woman for permission. Once given, he leaned down to give the little puppers what it was asking for. I hope she is. I think she is, he said as his hand found the magical spot behind the dog's ear. It is what I strive for every day. Are you happy? The woman said, still looking at Inari with a gentle smile. At times. 2 hands now scratching the puppy. But aren't you scared about raising her in a society that will judge her? The woman said, looking at Izuku. Some look down on you too for your situation, or will judge her if her quirk isn't acceptable. Then I guess I just have to change society, he said, not stopping scratching the dog but looking up at the woman. Not just for her, but for all those people that society looks down upon for something as stupid as an unacceptable quirk. How you going to do that? She giggled as her dog flopped onto its side, enjoying Izuku's attention. You some sort of hero or something? Not yet, but I want to be, he replied. I am a first year at UA in the hero course. So money and fame? A hint of cynicism creeping into her voice. Some money and some fame, he replied. Money just so I can take care of her. And enough fame that people will listen and pay attention to my deeds more than my words. You have to show society that there is a better way. And then you have to live it. It won't happen overnight, but change rarely does. You think you can make a change, she said, her gaze drifting back to Inari, as did Izuku's. For her, I would move Mount Fuji. I hope you aren't all just talk future hero, she said. With a gentle tug, the puppy got to its feet, obeying its master's command as they walked off. Izuku plus Momo plus Itsuka plus Inari = family. It wasn't long before Momo and Itsuka walked back over. Spotting the objects of their mutual affection, they came walking over. They looked over at Inari, who seemed to be in her whole own little world moving sand around in her metal yellow dump truck. Izuku took a deep breath as they sat with him on either side of the bench. I know we have a lot to unpack with what has happened over the last few days, but there is things I want you both to know before we get into that. Is this where you tell me you are a closet supervillain with plans of global domination? Momo said with a hint of levity. Or is there something more sinister? Itsuka added. Like you secretly have a plot to kill all the kittens in the world to deprive the rest of us of kitten videos. That would be horrible, Momo said. They are so cute. A little squeal was at the end, making it even more adorable. No one is that evil, he said, smiling. Okay, this may sound like a standard disclaimer, or that I am being overly dramatic, but this is very important. Both girls recognized the change in his tone and nodded. I need you guys to promise me that what I tell you here goes nowhere else. You cannot say anything to anyone ever. No matter what happens today, this never gets out as it could put Inari in danger. Itsuka was slightly worried. She felt that she knew almost everything about Izuku, and that he was holding on to something that sounded this important, which was troublesome. She placed her hand on Izuku's shoulder. Nothing you could do would make me abandon you or Inari. I promise, whatever it is, that whatever happens today, I will always be there to protect her and you. Izuku, my intention and feelings have not shifted in the hours since we kissed. I will lay down my life for Inari, as a good mother should. You have my word that, regardless of what happens, nothing will change that today, Momo said, squeezing his hand. He took a deep breath. As you both know, my quirk didn't manifest until shortly after my mom died. A bag of fruit snacks floated by his feet to his hand. This is my quirk. I named it Attraction after my mom, which was the name of her quirk. But your quirk is psychokinesis, Momo said. Yeah, that is what I thought as well, Itsuka said. That is what this conversation is about. I have been lying to you both, and almost everyone else. Let me explain. He opened his other hand, and they saw the familiar green lightning. I was given this power when I was 16. Given, Itsuka said. He let the lightning continue over his hand. This is one of all. This quirk is transferable. It stockpiles energy and has been passed down to 8 different people. I am the 9th. A transferable quirk, like you could give this quirk to someone else, Momo asked. Yes, I could give it to you or Itsuka, Inari, anyone. That is kind of terrifying, Itsuka said. On many levels, a transferable quirk would throw everything we know about quirks into chaos. If someone knew about this, Momo stopped and looked at Inari. Itsuka's gaze followed. They could kidnap Inari and make you give to them. That's why you said she could be in danger. From whom did you get it? All Might, he said quietly. Silence. The day I saved Bakugo from the sludge villain. I had met All Might earlier when the same villain attacked me. He went to leave and jumped on his leg. We landed on a building, and I had to ask him if I could be a hero. That with such a weak quirk that had awakened so late in life, I could barely do anything with it. He looked over at Izuku. I had hit a low place. My mom had died, 𝗬𝗏, and you were so far away. I was not too far removed from my drinking problem. Is this the drinking problem you mentioned when we first met? Momo asked. 𝗬𝗏 had moved away, and my mom died the day she left. After the funeral, a package showed up on my door with a bottle of Blanton's Single Barrel, and I got lost for a bit. I got sober and haven't touched it since. I had what was left of a bottle in the house, but I had Izuku get rid of it as soon as she returned, so I would falter with Inari coming into my life. Sorry, continue. You had asked All Might if you could be a hero. Momo said. He said no. Izuku paused, remembering that day. It hurt. But then I thought of my mom, 𝗬𝗏, and you, Izuku, and all our training. I told him he was wrong. I would be a hero. Izuku smiled. The fire in his eyes was one of the things that made her fall in love with him. I came across that same villain attacking Bakugo. He must have gotten free when I hitched a ride on All Might. I ran in and was able to buy Bakugo some time. We were both about to die when All Might came in and saved us. After I got yelled at by the other heroes, All Might found me. He told me I could be a hero because I had acted when no one else did. I told him my feet moved on their own, to which he told me that is what heroes do. All Might had suffered a devastating injury some years ago and could not use his power as much anymore. He had been looking for a successor to pass the power to. He chose me. So what? Izuku said. Huh? As that was not the response he was expecting. Why would this make me not want to be near you or my goddaughter? You should have told me earlier, but I understand why you didn't, Izuku. For years, 𝗬𝗏, and I told you that you would be an awesome hero. All Might saw it too, she said, holding his hand. And if you had not had that power, Izuku, maybe you wouldn't have been able to save me when I was attacked. I am glad All Might saw what others in your life and my parents and I see in you. Your heart drives you to be a hero, not your power. I was afraid you guys would hate me. You, Izuku, would be mad at me for keeping it from you. And that you, Momo, would look at me differently. Why would I do that, Izuku? You saved me, and you were my first real friend ever. I would not care if you got your power from wishing on a star. Momo said. My love for you is not predicated on your quirk or quirks. They are predicated on the person you are. My love for Inari is based on how much I want to keep her safe and give her the best possible life. You are the dumbest smart guy I know. Unless you told me that you murdered 𝗬𝗏, nothing could make me ditch you. Izuku added, wrapping her arm around his shoulder. I fell in love with you when you didn't have a quirk. I loved you after it manifested, and after last night, you know I still love you. I may not have given birth to Inari, but I love her as if I had. Then what do we do now? He said. I love you, Izuku. I have had feelings for you for a long time. I just pushed them down and buried them. You are my best friend, and I was with 𝗬𝗏. I always felt it wasn't right for me to think of you that way. Momo, ever since you came into my life, it has been this steady building of feelings of love. I don't want to choose between you two. I want to be selfish. I want you both in my life, as my girlfriends and Inari's mothers. He winced, expecting them to start yelling. Izuku looked past him to Momo. Both of their eyes were wet. Izuku gently turned his face to her. Izuku Midoriya, I have been in love with you since we were 12. Every other relationship has been held to the fantasy of you. Every kiss was measured against what I dreamed about. I thought I was broken somehow. You proved that wrong last night. I love you. She leaned in, gently kissed him, and took Momo's hand. Momo, you are my best friend. Obviously, something else is building between us, and I don't want to let that go. I want to be selfish as well. I want you both. Momo smiled. My turn. She pulled Izuku into a kiss. I love you. I fell for you when you saved me. I didn't want to act or say anything not to cause either of us pain. As I got to know Inari, it reinforced that. But now I know that I love you, that I am in love with you, Izuku. Itsuka, you know how I feel. Whatever is between us, I want to explore. I want you both. How does this work? Izuku asked. You date us, and we date each other. We go on dates together and parent Inari, Momo said. This is my first ever relationship, and I hope my last. We will have to figure it out as we go. What she said, Itsuka said. But I have waited too long for this, she said, leaning in and kissing Izuku deeply. As they broke apart, she whispered, My boyfriend. She stood up and walked to Momo. I didn't even know I wanted this, she kissed the heiress with the same intensity. My girlfriend. Seeing Momo and Itsuka kiss caused Izuku's brain to short-circuit some. A giggle and a little voice called them back. Dada, Mama swings. Izuku stood up and took his girlfriend's hands as they walked over. Under his breath, he whispered, As you wish. That night it should have been awkward, but it was easy. They had done this dance so often that it was simple. The three of them had spent so much time together doing things as a family. It was just made easier by being able to touch each other. Inari was having the time of her life hugging and being together as her mommies, and Daddy played with her all around the park. She even took a nap on the blanket after lunch, looking adorable as the rays of sunlight would peek past the trees and dance across her face. Momo was lying beside Inari on the blanket, a dreamy look on her face as she absently brushed a stray strand of hair away. How are we going to address this back at school? Izuku asked. I don't care what anyone says, Momo whispered. I don't want to hold anything back. I am a little worried about the reactions I will get, Itsuka said, leaning against Izuku, her hand tracing small circles on his chest. But I am not ashamed. I don't want to be ashamed. So I say we take it naturally, and what happens. I imagine it is going to cause quite the stir. It will, but I don't care, he whispered. Once Inari woke up, it was back to playing games and running around the park. They eventually made their way to leave Momo taking the back seat this time, while Itsuka sat in front, holding Izuku's hand while he drove them to the movie theater. The latest Disney film had just opened, and of course, it was a must-see as far as the real leader of the family was concerned. They went to a nice dinner afterward before finally arriving home. Momo kissed Izuku, and then Itsuka before scooping Inari into her arms. I will give this one a bath before I join you in the room. Care to join Itsu? Momo teased. Itsuka went red and started to fidget as Momo tilted her head back and laughed. I don't think I am ready for that yet, Itsuka replied. Which is weird because we have taken baths before, but now. I understand. I was teasing, Momo said. See you guys soon. I will message you when I go. This time, Izuku joined Itsuka in becoming a blushing mess. I often wondered why a character would get a kick out of teasing another in my novels. But I think I now understand. The blushing couple took a moment to compose themselves as they followed Momo, carrying the supplies from their day out. Momo just whisked Inari off to the bath after grabbing her pajamas and bath bag. Itsuka smiled and told Izuku she would see him in the room as he moved to the kitchen to wash out the small ice chest. Izuku Midoriya, a deep voice with a hint of a lisp rang out from behind him. As Izuku turned around, he saw Ciro flip off the kitchen light and a flashlight turn on behind 𝗵𝗃, who was sitting on the counter, legs crossed. Izuku made out Denki as the one holding the light. The light perfectly silhouetted the boy on the counter. It was very well orchestrated, and the presentation was great. Izuku could sense Mina's hand in all of this. It could have been intimidating if there was any real sense of danger, or if it wasn't 𝗵𝗃 sitting on the counter. Yes, 𝗵𝗃, he said, drying the inside of the ice chest. There are some things that need to be explained, he said slowly, deliberately, keeping his voice as low as possible. I will do what I can, Izuku said, holding back a smile. Today, before you exited the dorms for your excursion to the park, did Momo Ieyasu kiss your cheek? His interrogator asked. Yes, she did, Izuku responded, playing into the scenario, placing the ice chest on the counter and his hands in front of him. He keeps his voice clear and calm. Why would she do such a thing? 𝗵𝗲 said, leaning slightly forward. I do not know, sir. But I must say that the feeling was not unpleasant. I see, 𝗵𝗲 said, raising a finger to his chin. Are you expressing that you have interest in Miss Ieyasu? I am simply stating that receiving a kiss on the cheek from Miss Ieyasu was pleasant. I am sure anyone else would be happy to corroborate, should they be given the opportunity. I believe Miss Inari Midoriya can back up my claims. He retorted. Yes, I am sure that my associate, Miss Ishido, will be able to verify that as we speak, 𝗵𝗲 said, resuming his original posture. One final question before you go. Yes, sir. Has Miss Inari given Miss Ieyasu the title of mommy, and how did that come about? She has, sir, Izuku smiled some. Miss Inari Midoriya decided that on her own accord. Upon our return home from daycare, she announced it on her own. In the name of transparency, I feel she has also decided that Miss Kendo is also mommy. According to second-hand knowledge, she has said, she has 3 mommies, 1 in heaven and the 2 I have just told you about. 𝗵𝗲's voice cracked. I understand. We thank you for your time, Mr. Midoriya. Please enjoy the rest of your evening. The lights went out momentarily as he saw Denki and 𝗵𝗲 ducking behind the couch. 𝗧𝗏, who flipped on the kitchen light. Hey man, why are you standing around in the dark? Sari shook his head as he opened the fridge. Weird. Izuku smiled and made his way to his room. Walking inside, he saw Itsuka looking at a photo of their trip to celebrate Inari's birthday. She turned and smiled. He pushed the door closed. As it clicked, she ran across the room and jumped into his arms, her legs wrapping around her waist as the lips came together. The same fiery explosion as the night before. His hands went down and grabbed her by her toned ass to hold her in place. She moaned into his mouth as the heat continued to rise in between them. She was the one that broke first, placing her hands on his chest and pushing back slightly. She smiled as he heard a small whine escape his lips. If you keep kissing me like that, Momo and Inari will come in and catch a show. And Inari doesn't need a baby sister right now, he said. I have an appointment with Recovery Girl Monday morning. For you know, Itsuka took a deep breath. I should do the same, but I want you. I hope you understand that. As soon as we are both cleared, I am all yours. Like a fool, Izuku pulled her in, and they started making out again. The sound of their phone message alerts was enough to pull them back to sanity. The bath Momo and Inari. After an inspection that the shampoo was princess certified, Inari cooperated fully as a good princess should. As they slipped into the bath, Inari, distracted by her bath time toys, was the prime opportunity for Detective Ishido and Dr. 𝐎𝐻𝐻𝐿 to strike. The superb part of the whole thing was that Mina wore a Sherlock-style hat, and 𝐎𝐻𝐻𝐿 wore a miniature bowler hat at a jaunty angle. Wrapped in bath towels, the girls slipped into the bath on either side. Hello, Miss Ieyasu, Mina said with a horrible British accent. Quite the luck is running into you here. Yes, quite the luck, Toru added. Momo looked at the 2 girls and raised an eyebrow. Detective Ishido and Dr. 𝐎𝐻𝐻𝐿, I presume. Yes, I see our reputation precedes us, Detective Ishido said, producing a toy pipe from her bosom. As she puffed away, a few bubbles came out. It took everything Momo had not to laugh. I trust you know why we are here. Momo was almost excited. If they were going to be Holmes and Watson, then she had no choice but to assume the role of their greatest foe, Professor Moriarty. With an air of boredom, she turned back to gaze out over the bath. Why to bath, of course? Look, Miss Ieyasu, Toru said, leaning closer. Me and the good detective here don't want to take up much of your time. If you are willing to answer the questions, we can be on our way. Momo was impressed with Toru's accent. The girl had talent. Why Dr. 𝗧𝗪𝗏, obviously feigning an insult, complete with the fingertips just above her breast. I did answer the good detective's question. We are in a ladies' bathhouse at that. Aside from your lovely headwear, one would assume that in your state of undress, you are here to bathe. I request you not smoke near my ward. She is still developing, and second-hand smoke is terrible. Quite right, Mina said, tucking the pipe back away. But it was too late. Inari came over, stuck her hand down the towel, and pulled it free. After Mina showed her how to work it, bubbles filled the air, delighting the child. What else do you have hiding in your bosom? I hope no other filthy habits for my ward to pick up. Momo said with a hint of steel. I apologize, but last, and I think for my safety, I had a good mind to leave my flask at home, Mina said with a small smile. She enjoyed the game so far. But you bring up an interesting point. You refer to his precious one as your ward. Reports had recently surfaced that your title had changed to mother. Is this incorrect? It was a title bestowed upon me by my ward, Momo replied confidently. That is quite interesting. How did the child's primary caretaker react to this news? Toru chimed in, now back in character. He took it rather well. We did attempt to correct her, but she seemed bound and determined, Momo said, popping a bubble and causing Inari to giggle. No, Mama, as she returned to her new favorite toy. All the girls paused to awe at the little princess before Mina pressed on. Is there a union between the two houses in the future? Doth thou plan to take the widower's hand? Mina said, fumbling through her lines some. I believe that should the widower be amenable to a change in the very nature of our relationship, it would be something to take under advisement. Momo paused, placing a finger near her mouth. Would this questioning have something to do with your change of color when you gazed upon the widower the other morning? Yes, detective, what about that? Toru said, moving from around Momo to face Mina. It doth seem to me that something may have happened that you are not sharing with your esteemed colleague. Doctor, I believe we are shifting topics, Mina said, blushing. I see the very mention of the interaction has once again incited your color change, my dear detective, Momo said. Now both girls were facing Mina. There was an incident, shall we say? Mina tapped her fingers together. As you are both aware, living in a new environment, sometimes we may slip into old dress habits, and thinking nothing of it, I retrieved an item to satiate my hunger. And, Toru said, he may have stumbled upon me in such a state, and he may have been in an unfamiliar state. Mina blushed even more. He may have been without a shirt. When I commented so in a friendly way, hoping to elicit a reaction of embarrassment, I assure you. She added quickly, waving her arms. He may have countered my attack with one of his drawing attention to my upper garment that was lacking in protecting my modesty, and my lower garments may have been a tad short. Then what happened? Momo asked, that hint of steel in her voice. I fled, she said quickly. I was not expecting such a counter in my clothing. Mama, why is Auntie purple? Inari said immediately, grabbing all their attention. Auntie? Mina said, pointing to herself. Inari nodded. Auntie? She said again, pointing to the floating towel that was Toru. Auntie Toru, Inari said, hugging the invisible girl. That was it. The interrogation was over, as the newly christened aunties were now the property of Princess Inari. Momo managed to get them all out of the bath so they could get dressed. She quickly texted Itsuka and Izuku to give them time to compose themselves. New routine. They were mostly composed when Momo and Inari entered. Inari leaned out of Momo's arms to Itsuka. Sing, Inari said. Really, you want me to sing to you, Itsuka said. Do you want Daddy or Momo to sing? No, just you, Mama Itsu, just you. Like the true pro that Inari was, she even made her lower lip tremble. Itsuka looked at Izuku, whose eyes were watering some. Is it okay? Go ahead, he whispered. It was the first time he was being cut out. Momo sang with him. But now Inari wanted to be sung to by Izuku and Izuku alone. He was a little jealous, but if they were all going to be a couple, then there were things he would have to share with the girls. If he allowed them to step in and take the role of mom, it meant Inari wasn't solely his. No more decisions would have to be made together regarding her future. Inari gave Izuku and Momo kisses before being carried off to her room. With practice ease, Izuku tucked Inari underneath her blankets and heard the little girl whisper her goodnight to the picture of Sujin. Izuku looked to the photo, and then the little girl as she clutched her All Might plush tight. Izuku leaned down and lightly stroked Inari's head as she began her song. Song of the Sea Lullaby by Nolwenn Leroy. Hush now, most Warren. Close your eyes and sleep. Waltzing the waves, diving in the deep, stars are shining bright. The wind is on the rise. Whispering words of long-lost lullabies, Izuku's voice drifted softly like a wave, washing over Inari. The little girl smiled. Izuku's mind drifted to her grandmother singing this song while they sat on the pier one summer evening. The light was fading over the horizon, the magical colors of the evening sun. Oh, won't you come with me? Where the moon is made of gold, and in the morning sun we'll be sailing. Oh, won't you come with me? Where the ocean meets the sky, and as the clouds roll by we'll sing the song of the sea. I had a dream last night, and heard the sweetest sound. I saw a great white light, and dancers in the round. She thought of Sujin looking down on them now. Silently, she asked for her blessing. A pang of guilt took hold. Here, Izuku was on the verge of everything she wanted, but all it took was for Sujin to be gone. Castles in the sand, cradles in the trees, don't cry. I'll see you by and by. Oh, won't you come with me? Where the moon is made of gold, and in the morning sun we'll be sailing. Thankfully, Inari's eyes had already drifted closed as the tears slowly carved a path down Izuku's cheeks. Her thoughts drifted to her friend, her best friend. Her laugh and smile, how Sujin would make them spend time together, and how Sujin would hold Izuku tight every time they said goodbye. Oh, won't you come with me? Where the ocean meets the sky, and as the clouds roll by we'll sing the song of the sea. Was it wrong? It was all wrong. Izuku was a terrible person. She needed to leave. She should run, leave this all behind. It was wrong of her to have this when Sujin, who was responsible for so much of it, was not here. Rolling, 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 how could this be okay? How? Because you are my best friend, and you are his best friend. Sujin's words filled her mind. She held onto her chest, trying to finish the song. She felt a warmth spread across her. It started at her back, slowly enveloping her. It was akin to being held tight. Oh, won't you come with me? Where the moon is made of gold, and in the morning sun we'll be sailing free. A whisper danced upon the melody. Take care of them for me, Itsu. I love you. Oh, won't you come with me? Where the ocean meets the sky, and as the clouds roll by we'll sing the song of the sea. As the embrace gradually loosened, Izuku gazed down at the slumbering Inari. The last words of the song slipped from her lips, while she wondered if what she felt was real, or just a figment of her imagination. However, she decided it didn't matter and let the uncertainty slip away. Grago Dio love forever, I swear, Sujin. I will watch over her, protect her, and ensure she knows everything about you. I swear I love her with all my heart, her and Izuku. But you already know that, don't you? She thought in a silent prayer. She stepped out of the room into Izuku's embrace. Are you okay? He whispered as Momo reached past and gently closed the door. I just was wondering if this was all really okay. You and I being together, being a mother to Inari with Sujin being gone, she whispered back. But I felt like I could feel her, and she told me to take care of you too. That is what I am going to do. She would want us to be happy, and if us being together is what makes us happy, I know she would be okay with that, he said, hugging her close. Momo hugged her from behind. Then we just have to make sure we do it right so when we see her again, We do so with our heads held high, Momo said. The three stood that way for a bit before they went to the couch and turned on a show to watch. Momo and Izuku were very interested in the historical drama romance. Still, soon, Izuku found himself being pulled into the plot when this strange cloaked duke began to plot from the shadows. After the third episode, it was time to say goodnight. Izuku first kissed Momo tenderly before it began to deepen, leaving them both breathless and Izuku rebooting. Izuku then kissed Izuku. They could rein themselves in from the firestorm that usually occurred before she left for the night. Momo gently pushed him down to a sitting position on the couch before straddling his lap and kissing him passionately, her hand trailing along his chest and back. His hands ran up and down her back slowly, timidly following to her hip and then around her rear. Momo broke apart enough to tell him, "Please don't stop now." Her breathless, husky voice was all needed. As he grabbed a hold, she let loose a small eep before she found herself grinding against him. She then tilted his head to the side and began to kiss and nip at his collarbone. She lit up in delight at his moans of pleasure. She pulled his face to her neck so she could enjoy the sensations as well. Her eyes shot open at the sensation when his hand moved from her ass to grab her breast. When he went to pull his hand away, she grabbed it and put it back. "I will tell you when to stop," she said, looking down at him, her hungry, lust-filled eyes boring a hole into him. They made out like this for a while before Momo broke apart. "I think that is enough for tonight," she whispered. "I will see you and Inari in the morning, my love." She leaned and kissed him tenderly, a soft, lingering kiss that carried hope and promises for the future. She smiled as she left him stunned, barely managing a good night before she exited. She floated up the stairs to her room. The day she had turned out just like she had dreamed. Monday, Momo and Izuku managed to play it cool, but not so cool that people's curiosity was not piqued. When the Izuku arrived, she acted normal, focusing on Inari before the three of them left together to drop the little girl at daycare. As they approached, Izuku heard his name being called and turned to see Ren Ishida coming. Izuku told the girls to go ahead and take Inari to daycare, and that he would meet them at the coffee cart. "I was wondering if you considered what I asked you about the presentation. If not, I have to do my backup plan, but I would much rather pick your brain," she said, putting her hands together in a pleading motion. "I am not too sure," Izuku said, rubbing his head. "How about we meet at lunch and see how it goes? And if I feel okay, we can do something again later." "I like your style there, lunch date before dinner." "I get it," Ren said, smiling. "That's not." Ren's laughter cut him off. "I was just teasing you. How about we meet by the big tree in the quad at lunch? There is a table there, and we can talk there." "Sounds good," Izuku said as the girl skipped away, her last words of toddles hanging in the air. Izuku made it over to the cart and placed an order for himself and the girls as they walked up. "Who was the girl Izuku?" Izuku asked, taking her drink and kissing his cheek. "Ren Ishida," Izuku smiled as he handed Momo hers, and she mirrored Itsuka's thanks. "1 St. business course. I meet her on Friday. They have to make some proposal, and she found out I am a single dad, so she wants to talk to me and write something up." "Are you going to do it?" Momo asked as they started walking towards their classes. "We are going to meet at lunch," he replied. "If all goes well, maybe again to help her finish her project." "You are too nice sometimes," Izuku said. "But that is what makes you, well, you." Izuku looked at his phone real quick. "I have got to run. I have an appointment with Recovery Girl for that thing." He blushed, and so did Izuku before he ran off. "Well, now," Momo said teasingly. "What was all that about?" "And nothing," Izuku stammered, trying to walk away. Momo caught up and slipped her arm over Itsuka's shoulders. "Doesn't sound like nothing," she almost purred. "Can't have my girlfriend keeping secrets now, can I?" Itsuka hung her head and blushed even worse. "So when I kissed him." Izuku was very confused as to why when Momo would glance at him, she would immediately turn away and blush. Lunch. So I will ask you a series of questions. Feel free to answer, don't answer. Ren began. These are meant to get to know you better. And if anything from these I feel will be valuable for the proposal, I will clear it with you first. Sound good? Izuku nodded. I know that you said your daughter's mother is no longer with us. I am sorry about that. But do you think she would approve of you becoming a hero now that you are the sole remaining parent? She asked a recorder sitting between them. Her notebook open, pen at the ready. Her name was Suijin, Izuku said, pausing. Suijin always pushed me to follow my dream of becoming a hero, no matter the circumstances, even when it was believed I was quirkless. Quirkless? Ren said, writing it down in her notebook. My quirk didn't manifest until extremely late in life. In fact, it awoke after I lost my mother and got into an incident with someone at school, Izuku said. Sorry to interrupt, but would you go into more detail? Suijin was forced to move away suddenly due to her parents' work, Izuku said, remembering to choose his words carefully. That same weekend, my mother had gone on a weekend getaway on her return trip. The person she was with lost control of the vehicle, and my mother was killed. Your father. Gone. How did you care for yourself afterward? Ren said, leaning forward. My mom had prepared everything, Izuku said, his voice tinged with sadness. It wasn't like I was rich, but I would be cared for past my schooling. She never got to see my quirk. What was life like being quirkless? Ren asked, her voice rather calm. It opened the world's prejudice for me to see. The quirkless of society are treated worse than garbage, as disposable as a piece of paper. Being on the outside also showed me how people's view on quirks is a large part of the strife in this world. Izuku said, confidence coming to his voice, replacing the hint of sadness. Quirks, no matter the quirk, is a blessing, and for someone to look at another's and deem it useless or villainous is just wrong. No matter the quirk. No matter the quirk, he replied. Blood quirks, she said. Some people crave blood like vampires if they have a blood quirk, or others can destroy things with just a touch. What about those people? Give the people who need blood well blood, he said. It is not their fault. It is a dietary need, like how Geotech has to eat rocks to fuel his quirk. Vlad King needs blood. Scoville has to eat raw hot peppers. Fat Gum has to eat an enormous amount of food, etc. Every quirk can be used for the betterment of society, if that is what the person wants. If they don't want that, we should teach them to control their quirks in schools as soon as they manifest. I don't think many villains out there want to be villains. What do you mean they don't want to be villains? She said, setting the pen down. Most crimes are robbery and theft. People who are hungry or trying to survive, he said, holding up a finger. Why? Because their quirks were deemed villainous or not good enough for something. Was it because something in their past pushed them down a road they couldn't come back from because no one helped them to understand and manage their quirk? What if they attacked and hurt someone? She countered. What if their parents refused to help or forced them to hide what they were? In answer to the first part of your question, why? Why did they attack someone? Finding out the why is always important. 2. It goes back to 1. Were they denied something that they needed to maintain control of? If yes, the parents need to be held responsible, and the child needs help. If we were helping children in school when their quirks manifested, this could be headed off before it became a problem. Izuku made sure to make eye contact with Ren. This question of villainous quirks had come up a lot over the last few days. Something in his mind told him that this line of questioning was very important and had to be handled well. Okay, this person hurt someone, had no help, and ran into the world. They have hurt more people. They come to you and say, "Help me, Mr. Hero." He noticed her eyes were locked on his, boring into his soul. What do you do? Get them help, Izuku said. If someone comes to you and says they want help, that means they are trying to change, to get better. They may stumble or backslide. Change isn't overnight, no matter how much we wish it were. But I would help them. Would you defend them? Yes, he responded. When I was young, I dreamed of being a hero like All Might and saving people with a smile. Now, I still want to save people, but I want to make this world better. Not just for me, but for my daughter. And by improving the lives of others, that will make the world a better place. Helping people should be a hero's #1 priority. All people. Not just for the fame or glory, because it is the right thing to do. I would like to do my project with you, she said. Message me so we can set up a time. She quickly packed up her things and left. The bell rang as she stepped away from the table. Monday heroics. All right, kids, Midnight said with a whip snap. We are going to do physical training for most of you others. We have some special assignments. Don't forget we have our joint rescue training with 1B on Wednesday. And I want everyone to do their best so I can rub it in Vlad's face. Yes, sensei, the class called back. Midoriya, report to training ground theta for 𝐒𝐩𝐢𝐻𝗧𝗏, Bakugo, Ashido, Yaoyorozu, Tokoyami, and Todoroki. You two are to report to training ground gamma. Sato, Koda, Kirishima, Shoji, and Ida training ground epsilon. Minta, you are to report to the principal's office. The rest of you, this is my personal friend Impact from America. Treat him with respect and follow his instructions. A monster of a man, 6'6" and wide as a house, stepped up in a pair of black slacks and a white button-down shirt rolled up to his elbows, muscles upon muscles on display. Thank you, Midnight. The rest of you, we will practice hand-to-hand combat and the ancient art of self-defense. Ajiro, step up, and let's go through some moves. The rest of you pay attention as you are up next. Training ground theta. Izuku hurried to the training ground. As he entered the room, he was captivated by a stunning girl with periwinkle hair effortlessly maneuvering through an aerial obstacle course. He was so mesmerized by her grace and proficiency that he didn't notice the two boys in the room until the blonde, who resembled All Might, began counting down. The second boy, with indigo hair and eyes, was stationed in the corner with a stopwatch. The girl he assumed was 𝐒𝐩𝐢𝐻𝗧𝗏 landed in the target circle, and the second boy quietly said 4 seconds. 𝗒𝐻𝐢𝐻 jumped up, pumping her fist into the air. The blonde noticed me and smiled. Hey, you must be Izuku Midoriya, he said as he waved him over. Returning the smile, Izuku made his way over to the group and bowed. As he raised, he was greeted by 𝗒𝐻𝐢𝐻 being extremely close. Too close. Her eyes are stunning. Hi, Midoriya. Or can I call you Izuku, or maybe Izu? That one is good, Izu. I am 𝗒𝐻𝐢𝐻, but call me senpai. I have always wanted to be called senpai. You will do it right. My kohai, call me senpai. Her eyes were shone with deep pleading to them, as if all that was needed to make the world right was to agree. Izuku couldn't resist and nodded. 𝗒𝐻𝐢𝐻 smiled and hugged him, making Izuku blush. It was a brief hug, but she had pulled his head down to ample bosom. She released him as her smile dazzled him. So what is your quirk? I heard it was psychokinesis or something. How does that have anything to do with flying? Is it stylish jumping or falling with style? I can teach you how to fall with style. I always fell when I started. I would get tired, and boom, down I went. It was not very fun, but eventually, you get used to it. That is how gravity works. What goes up must come down. So tell me, can you fly, or is it falling? It took Izuku a second to find his voice. During this time, the blonde pulled 𝗒𝐻𝐢𝐻 back, which caused the girl to form the cutest pout as she whined out, Mirio. My quirk is psychokinesis, Izuku began. When it first started, I was able to move small objects, but then found that spreading through my body increased my strength, and recently, I have been able to concentrate on my feet, allowing me to float or fall with style. To demonstrate, he floated off the ground briefly. 𝗒𝐻𝐢𝐻 clapped excitedly. Izuku turned to the boys, extending his hand, hoping for an introduction. Miro immediately responded with a smile as he introduced himself and jerked his thumb over his shoulder, raising the indigo guy as Tamaki Amajiki. He is timid, just so that you know. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 added. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 explained that they were known as the Big Three, as they were at the top of their classes and commonly given credit as the strongest students in UA. Izuku's eyes danced as he wanted to ask about their quirks desperately. Still, before he could, 𝗬𝗧𝗧 grabbed his hand and pulled him behind her. 𝗵𝗲𝗄, no, he is my Kohei. No fighting him till later. Izuku was stunned as he watched 𝗵𝗲𝗄 smile and rub the back of his head. I was only going to fight him a little bit. But fine, 𝗬𝗧𝗧, I will watch for now. He looked past 𝗬𝗧𝗧. We can spar later, he said with a wink before stepping away to stand with Tamaki. Okay, Kohei, can you only float or move around? How high can you float? Does it go fast? Does it only go up and down? Can you carry anyone while you do it? How about spins? Can you spin? 𝗬𝗧𝗧 pushed into the air, momentarily spinning before lowering herself gracefully to the ground. I can move around. It is smooth, but only if I go very slowly. Going up is easy. I haven't tried to do it too fast, but coming down is slower unless I cut it off and fall. I have never tested how far I can go, but now I can go higher in the first-year dorms. I have carried my daughter some, but recently I carried someone else plus her, and we did a slow spin like a dance. You answered all my questions in order. My cute Kohei. That is awesome. Wait, did you say you have a daughter? Dude, you have a kid? 𝗵𝗲𝗄 added. Tamaki looked at Izuku with surprise as well. I do have a daughter, Izuku replied, feeling a bit defensive as he was unsure how they would react. I wasn't aware of her existence as my girlfriend at the time kept it hidden. Sadly, she was injured during a fight between heroes and villains and later died at the hospital. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Sorry for your loss. 𝗬𝗧𝗧, who had tears, leaped and hugged Izuku tightly. My poor Kohei, if you need anything, just let me know. A sense of relief washed over Izuku as they hadn't reacted poorly. Thank you, senpai, he said, making 𝗬𝗧𝗧 smile. Do you have a picture? Can I see her? If not, I understand. 𝗬𝗧𝗧 said, stepping back. Like many proud parents, Izuku quickly took his phone out and shared a photo of his daughter Inari. He introduced her by name and showed a picture of Inari, Momo, and Itsuka all dressed up in princess gowns from their trip to Disneyland. Izuku mentioned that Itsuka, a red-headed girl in Class 1B, is Inari's godmother, while Momo, his friend, is in Wano with him. 𝗬𝗧𝗧 smiled at him and expressed an interest in meeting Inari one day if he would be okay with it. Izuku smiled and told his enthusiastic senpai that he would think about it, but wanted to start his flying training first. 𝗬𝗧𝗧 jumped back and told him to lift off and try to maneuver his way around some simple obstacles the best he could. Izuku demonstrated that he could ascend quickly, but had to stop to change direction. It wasn't a smooth transition. As soon as he landed, 𝗬𝗧𝗧 began discussing with him the sensation of movement, the force pushing against him, how he directed it, and whether he had to adjust his focus to change direction. 𝗬𝗧𝗧 elaborated on her method of flying using her quirk, called wave motion, which acted as a booster to alter her trajectory like thrusters. She explained that her thrusters were constantly firing, allowing her to maintain motion and change direction. If his quirk functioned more like a force around his body, he could adjust the output to control his speed and use his body to maneuver, similar to swimming through water. Izuku was surprised at how fast 𝗬𝗧𝗧 noticed the discrepancies in their quirk's flight usage and gave prompt instructions on how he could improve his technique. He followed her advice and tried the course again, modifying the field around him to change his path. Although he had some mishaps hitting the walls, he considered it a promising beginning. As he landed, 𝗬𝗧𝗧 beamed at him and explained aerodynamics further, suggesting he create a mental flight plan instead of improvising. As Izuku focused on his quirk, he recalled Torino's initial explanation in comparing his body to a car. His feet were constantly producing thrust, and when he first started, it was all gas, and he had to learn how to brake or back it off. He visualized his acceleration as pedals for his feet and his head as the steering wheel. It was similar to full cowling in some aspects, making it easier to think about. With his eyes closed, he concentrated on the sensation of the float and successfully propelled himself forward, maintaining a better speed and avoiding any obstacles in his path. The training continued for a few hours, with his speed and control improving with every run of the course. Where he would falter, 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 was right there helping him to adjust the input of force. They left the training, exchanging numbers to set up another session. It would have to be on the fly, as 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 had her internship, classes, and everything else. She encouraged him to try to talk to his teachers to get permission to come to theta whenever he could do some laps, as nothing but practice would improve his skill. With a spring in his step, Izuku exited the building. Izuku thought of the connections between himself and Yagi, Yagi to Nana, and Torino, Nana to Sixth, and so forth. This line of people, and those they had surrounded themselves with, to the one who had started this whole thing the first and one for all. Forever married together, till death do they part. Threats. He arrived at the locker room before anyone else, and was able to shower and change. As the others walked in, he was surprised that 1B was coming in with the different groups of 1A. They all looked like they had been put through the ringers. Even Bakugo looked tired, not even angry, just tired. After texting Momo and Itsuka, he said that he would wait for them, so they could all retrieve Inari. Standing outside, he was looking through his phone, trying to see where he could maybe plan some dates with the girls. He blushed thinking about it, and had a goofy look. When he received an image from Ren, he opened it. He saw pictures of him throughout the day. Him with Inari, walking to and from the dorm. Itsuka and him on Friday at the coffee cart. In the air with Momo and Inari. His outing with Ochako. The carousel, lunch, the trio in the park. Momo and Itsuka talking, them kissing, playing with Inari, Inari taking her nap. The trio on the bench, the movie theater. The scariest one was an image of the trio hugging right outside the sliding door to his apartment. And the last one was of him leaning against the wall just moments ago. Izuku immediately activated full cowling and looked around. Momo and Itsuka emerged with most of the other girls and most of the guys. They stopped when they came out to see electricity dancing around Izuku as he scanned the tree line. "Izuku, what is wrong?" Momo said, her voice filled with worry. Izuku tossed his phone to her. Her hand flew to her mouth as she saw the pictures. Itsuka looked over at the images and immediately began to look around. He glanced and saw 𝗓𝗏. "𝗓𝗏, I need you to tell me if anyone is in that direction about 200 yards. 𝗓𝗏 was slightly nervous by the seriousness of his voice, but quickly she sprung into action. "Someone is giggling. There," she pointed. "No, wait, they are gone." Izuku grabbed his faculty phone and sent a message to Torino and All Might. Code 100. Inari in danger. Izuku saw Torino rocket above the school toward the daycare and Yoshi come busting out of the building in the same direction. He then dialed Nezu. "Sir, we have a problem. Another break-in has occurred." Izuku sat in the dorm's common area with Inari in his lap. The windows were shuttered due to Izuku and Inari being in lockdown, and the staff was scouring the surrounding area for the stalker who had sent a disturbing message. They were using photos provided to locate the suspected hiding spot. However, despite their hard work, the situation remained shrouded in a deepened mystery. Izuku was unaware of how deep the rabbit hole had become. The phone belonged to Ren Ishida, a first-year business course student, as suspected. When faculty had gone to Ren's apartment, the student was nowhere to be found, and in fact, the apartment was in a slight state of disarray, like whoever had been staying there had left in a hurry. Ren was from a far-off prefecture and had moved here to attend U.A. When contacted, the apartment was being paid for by her parents, who had immediately caused more issues as Ren had OCD regarding her living area and space. There was no trace of the student or where they had disappeared to evidence of someone being held in the bathroom. Against their will escalated from missing person to kidnap victim. The apartment was under surveillance to see if the kidnapper would return. DNA samples were collected to see if anything could be discerned. According to the security footage and her student ID, it was discovered that the missing girl entered U.A. through the front gate, had lunch at the cafeteria, did not attend any classes, went to the first-floor bathroom, and did not come out. No record of her badge being used was re-recorded or picked up by the security system's passive readings. It was found in an air vent in the bathroom. Other students mentioned that Ren had been acting differently the past few days before, not paying attention in class, and did not submit her homework assignments. She vanished during lunch as soon as the bell rang. Her homeroom teacher, Mr. Shin, had some concerns and tried to talk to her. But Ren became emotional and explained that she was struggling with being away from her family, the pressure of U.A. and living alone. Her phone records were being subpoenaed, and her parents were coming. Her parents commented that they hadn't heard from their daughter since Wednesday. While it was odd behavior for their daughter, they had attributed to her being simply busy. It was a normal school day, and several students were about to head home. Nezu recognized that he couldn't prevent everyone from leaving, but he planned to use this situation to promote the idea of having all students reside on campus. If all students lived on campus, it would have been more challenging for the imposter to infiltrate and remain undetected. It was possible that the imposter would have made a mistake earlier, primarily if the real Ren was held captive in the bathroom while the imposter assumed their identity. This raised the question of why the imposter spared the real Ren's life if they had already taken on their impersonation. Why keep them imprisoned in the bathroom? What benefit did it provide? They must have needed Ren alive for some reason, maybe due to their quirk. The kidnappers, that is. Maybe they needed something to keep up the masquerade, something that only the original could provide. Nezu was unhappy. He would find out who had done this and make them pay. A dorm entertaining Inari was more of a distraction. The girl would be focused on something before she would want to play outside. Thus, the girls would have to find another way to distract her. She couldn't be allowed to play outside, causing the little girl frustration. But Momo made her a mini guitar, a ukulele. Gyro was teaching her I.E., letting her stum the strings. It worked until Inari pronounced that it was broken and wanted to do something else. It was very different than what they had experienced before, as they couldn't necessarily let the little girl run wild. And 2-year-olds are not known for their attention span. Eventually, though, Disney movies won the day. As long as the others would sing the songs with her, Fumi and Ochako would rotate in helping to sing as well. Inari got Kota to sing while whisper along. The most surprising thing was when Bakugo made his way downstairs and just sat to the side, quasi looking at his phone, but more seemed to be watching the surroundings, like he was standing guard. Inari had a fun campout in the common area with the other girls, watching movies and playing games from inside the fort that had been constructed. Despite her best efforts to stay awake, Inari eventually lost the battle and fell asleep. Mina and Toru offered to sleep in the fort with her to ensure her safety and comfort, while the other girls went to bed. Izuku's friends also remained in the common area to watch until the late hours in case someone invaded suddenly. Torino was stationed on the roof and would be there all night. Izuku eventually managed to get most of everyone off to their beds. Bakugo walked over to him. "Hey, as long as I am here, I won't let anyone touch her." He then went back to his post by the stairs. He watched over the sleeping girls in the tent, finally struggling to stay awake as night crept on. He was jumping at every sound, every shadow. He knew why it wasn't his safety. It was Inari's. This was a crash course in what life for him and his daughter could be. He spent the night questioning the pros and cons. Izuku had made the conscious decision to enter heroics and its dangers. When Inari came into his life, he was concerned with her financial well-being should something happen to him. Not her being in the line of fire with him. Target him, fine. Target his daughter, then all bets were off. Momo managed to coax him to the couch, so he could get some sleep. She placed his head in her lap and lightly stroked his hair till he fell asleep. She drifted off as well, her hand on his side. It wasn't how she imagined their first time napping together, but she had been doing her best to remain calm. In truth, she was terrified. Everything had just come together, and now there was this threat of it being taken away. Someone was threatening her daughter, and when she got her hands on them, they would wish they had never been born. Dreamland, he was floating, weightless, with a feeling of warmth. Damn it, I fell asleep. That tricky girl. Yes, she is tricky, but everything is okay, and you need your sleep. A familiar voice said. As his senses returned, he was greeted by Nana in all her glory before him. He greeted her with a soft smile. I wish that were the case, but I need to wake up, Nana. You know what is going on. I need to wake up. I do know what is going on, and trust me, it has managed to annoy all of us. That is why this gentleman wishes to talk to you. Nana stepped aside, and a man stood there. He was average height with white hair and green eyes with two scar-like cracks running from his forehead to his chin along the left side. Greeting ninth, I am fourth. My quirk is danger sense, and I will teach you how to use it because no one messes with our great-granddaughter. Now let's get to work. We have much to do and less time to do it in. Did you just quote Mel Brooks? Izuku asked. Comedy genius, fourth responded with a smile. Relax, ninth. Your friends are all watching over her for you. And when you and I are done, you will rest much better. Now, seventh, punch him. What? He exclaimed as he felt a sharp pain in his head before he was knocked across the area. Nana smirked at him. You have to be faster than that, Izuku. 1B dorms. Itsuka walked into the dorms and collapsed on the couch, as the room was abuzz with all the activity. Setsuna came over and offered a cup of tea. Hey, you okay? What happened after training? Someone has been stalking Izuku and Inari, she said, taking the cup gratefully and taking a sip. Someone sent him photos that shouldn't have. One of them was right outside their room. Oh, fuck, Setsuna said, catching some attention from the others. Are they okay? Do they know who the person is? No, Itsuka said, looking at her tea. Izuku mentioned that different people had come to talk to him in areas where the pictures could have been taken. So it could be a group or an individual with a shape-shifting quirk. Is little Inari unharmed? Ibara said, coming over. Yes, the faculty rushed over to the daycare as we started to see if we could find who sent the photos. The last one was of him right outside the changing rooms. Kanoko sat next to Itsuka and hugged her. How are you holding up? Terrified. I love that little girl. And I am afraid for Izuku. She just started into the teacup. I want to be over there, but they made me return here. Their dorm is on lockdown. They have a few pros on guard duty. And what of the child? Nito said, causing people to turn and look at him. I may not like the one or be overly fond of children, but that does not mean I wish the child harm, as it is important to our classmates. From my understanding, many of them are going to sleep in the common room tonight. They have a makeshift little tent, and 2 girls will sleep in there with her, while Izuku and some others will sleep outside of it, she responded. That is why you shouldn't be attempting to be a hero when you have a child so young, Jirota said. I wish no ill will towards this child, but maybe he should withdraw from the university for her sake. While that may be a valid point, my friend, Naito said, I am sure that the right decision will be made once the threat has passed either by the father or someone in the faculty. These things have a way of sorting themselves out. I think we should walk with them tomorrow, Ryuko said, floating a plate of food over to Itsuka. Unlike some people in our class, it would be a good show of solidarity. No one should threaten a child. Yay, that is some pussy shit right there, Toguru said. Let them try something with me there. I will ensure they are buried in a small box. Everyone looked at him, shocked. Fuck them, Yui said simply. Hey, Kosei said. The kid seems nice, and I don't really know dick about the dad. But if it's important to one our classmates, then I give a shit as well. I like Inari, 𝗵𝗃 said. Thank you, Izuku said, setting her tea down and taking the plate of food. Set just sat back and smiled at the fact that the class was willing to rally behind Izuku and Inari. But what Naoto said rubbed her the wrong way. The next morning came, and he did his best to keep Inari to her morning routine. He made breakfast for Mina, Toru, and Bakugo as a sign of thanks. Bakugo politely declined to go to his room to prepare for the day. Of course, Izuku was over bright and early. As he watched all three girls eating, his head started to nod. He downed his fourth cup of coffee and set about making another. Mina and Toru tried to get him to nap, but he stubbornly refused, claiming he would be okay. Having Inari go to daycare was off the agenda today. Instead, Midnight told him to bring the girl to class for her safety and his peace of mind. The arrival of a mini uniform helped lighten the situation. Nezu informed him that the scope of the investigation had increased significantly over the night, but wouldn't elaborate further. He went to his room to get dressed, while the girls took Inari upstairs so they could fuss over her as they put her in the little uniform. Izuku smiled, seeing her dressed like the others, and was surprised when the rest of class 1 was waiting in the common room, even Ojiro, who was off to the side. I think we should all walk together, Tenya said with a gentle smile. When they stepped outside, they saw 1B standing there. 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 stepped forward. Good morning, Class 1A. Izuku told us of the situation, and we would like to walk with you this morning to drop off Inari at daycare. She is going to class with me today, Izuku said, revealing her in the little uniform. Then shall we walk to class together? He said with a bow. No one should ever make threats towards a child. I would appreciate that, 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃. Please call me 𝗂𝗃, he said, as we will be dealing with each other as class president and with our joint training tomorrow. I want you to know that we will stand with you and let nothing happen to your daughter. Thank you, 𝗂𝗃, Izuku said, extending his hand. The two presidents shook hands, and then Izuku turned to 1B. Thank you all for being here. It means a lot to me. The two classes began their walk to class, with Inari in the center, surrounded by all the girls from both classes. 1B walked them to their class before heading off to their own. Izuku hugged the little girl tightly and kissed her cheek, telling her they would eat lunch today. Entering the class, they saw a special desk set up sized for Inari. They all took their seat as Midnight walked in. Hello, class, she said, taking her spot at the front of the class. Hello, Inari, she called to the little girl. Hello, Midnight, she said from her desk, looking around at the new surroundings. Before we begin, I want to let you know that I saw all of you come to class together with 1B, and I have to say it warmed my heart. Seeing all of you react to the situation has been amazing. I can tell you that the perpetrator is still at large, and we are following up on some leads right now. We have reason to believe that the person responsible has kidnapped Miss Ishida and has been impersonating them. If you see Miss Ishida, immediately keep your distance and inform a staff member, including Mr. Midoriya, as he has a staff-issued communication device, she said, looking at her class. This is an unprecedented situation. I have to ask that none of you go anywhere alone for the time being, and that you travel in a minimum of a group of 3. Inari, can you come here, sweetie? The little girl ran up as Midnight held up a bracelet. I have a present for you. Inari held out her wrist as it clicked into place. A red light ran along the band before turning blue. You can go sit down now. Inari smiled as she looked at the bracelet, but she was not moving. Kyoka stood up and gently guided the little girl back to her chair. That is a tracking device, Izuku. You will receive a code to track her in real time. The bracelet cannot be removed without a special key, and an alert will be sent immediately should it be removed from her. You may share that code with whomever you wish. It will allow them to track as well. She turned her focus to the rest of the students. I know this situation may be difficult, but we ask for your patience and understanding. as Inari will be with us in class for now. Izuku immediately sent the code to Momo and Itsuka. Tomorrow, we will have our rescue training with 1B at the unforeseen simulation joint. We will keep Inari here on the main campus during the training. She will be with her Pap, Midnight said, smiling as Inari called out Pap. Nezu and Snipe will also be with them so that she will be well watched over Izuku. She will be in his office during the training until you return to campus. Izuku nodded. He didn't like being separated. But if Nezu and Torino were with her, he was confident they could keep her safe. The rest of the morning went on without incident, Inari only providing mild distractions as she played and colored. Izuku smiled when the teachers would give her little things to do, like hand out papers. Dark Shadow had come out and was hovering near the girl. Inari would occasionally go and want to sit with the different students she was familiar with. She even walked over to Bakugo, put her arms up, and demanded up by stomping her foot. Bakugo looked at her and sneered before allowing her to sit in his lap. She sat there for a while before leaving and climbing into Momo's lap, where she snuggled in and fell asleep. Momo looked so happy holding the little girl in her lap. Momo held her all through the final part of class before lunch, the little girl being startled by the bell, but quickly getting over it as Momo fussed over her. Lunch was quite the affair, as the two classes joined back up and went to lunch with Itsuka carrying Inari. It was another repeat with the boys on the outside and the girls with Inari. They took over the center of the lunchroom in the same way. Inari was enjoying the attention and the extra treats being slipped her way as she sat to eat. "Do you know what they are planning to do about tomorrow?" Itsuka asked as she wiped the corners of Inari's mouth, as the little girl was enjoying her special noodles from Lunch Rush. "She is going to be with Nezu and Torino in his office while we are training," Izuku said, smiling. "I was surprised when I saw your class 1B outside the dorms." "I was, too. It all started last night. I was talking with Set and my friends, and then people started saying how they had to make sure Inari was okay, or that if it was important to me, then it was important to them. A few just sided that threatening a child was just pure cowardice." Itsuka leaned close. "You better treat me right, or I may have other options." "Does that mean I should kiss you right here, and now to show everyone we are together?" he whispered. Itsuka began to blush some as she pulled back. "No, that's okay." "Hey, now what's going on over here?" Set said, seeing Itsuka blushing. "Oh, you know nothing, just Itsuka declaring her undying love for me," Izuku said. Itsuka tried to stammer out a denial, but was not making much progress. "You know how she is just a shameless flirt." "I know it. She was hitting on me the other day, coming on strong. I had to tell her to slow down." "Girl, I know I am hot, but relax. Setsuna takes her time." Set continued to tease. "I can't help it. I have a thing for dorks with green hair," Itsuka said, finding her voice. "While I would advise against pursuing any relationship with Setsuna as she is prone to mischief," 𝐈𝐵𝗲 said, handing Inari another juice. "You should most definitely be wary of this one here, as he has already indulged in certain activities. It fills their mind once a man has done so. That is why you must never allow a man access your flower until you are married." Momo stifled a laugh. "Is that so? Why as is that?" "Once he does, he becomes quite incorrigible," 𝐈𝐵𝗲 replied without missing a beat. "Even my dear father was that same way. My mother had to take a whole year off work to deal with his desires." "Wait a whole year," Ochako said. The spoon paused en route to her mouth. "Yes, it was quite the ordeal," 𝐈𝐵𝗲 stated. "I hope to one day stir a man to such passion," Ryuko added. "To know such frenzy would be a blissful ordeal. A year-long honeymoon filled with sex, and my husband chasing me around the house. Sign me up right now," Mina added enthusiastically. "I'm in," Toru said. "Fuck yay," Yui said, returning to handing Inari a cookie. "It may not be as much fun as you ladies may think," 𝐈𝐵𝗲 said. "My mother told me that her hips, legs, and back were sore many times. The blissful ignorance that Ibarra used to lob that comedy grenade was the icing on the cake, as the whole table burst into laughter. I fail to see what is so funny. It's okay, Ibarra, Kanoko said, patting the girl's shoulder. I will explain later tonight. When the lunch bell rang, the groups returned to class. Afternoon class's English literature was surprisingly quiet as Inari decided to take a nap in the corner with her blanket wrapped around her. Momo had created some headphones for her little girl, and Kyoka provided some quiet music to lull the princess to sleep. Present mic once began to get loud, but the death glares from the ladies of the class shut him down quickly. He felt that self-preservation was in his best interest. Art class was very much Inari's favorite part of the day, as she was finger painting under the direction of Midnight, who claimed her for the whole period. Mathematics managed to bore Inari back to sleep, cuddled up in Toru's lap. The invisible girl was reluctant for the class to end. The bell woke the sleeping princess. The walk back was the same as the morning walk, with Class 1B joining them. Are steps being taken for tomorrow? Nito asked. While I may not be your fan, only the most reprehensible villains would dare to threaten a child. She is going to be in the principal's care while we are in training, Izuku said. After that, I guess it will depend on the investigation. Is there a reason you are not a fan, as you said? Now is not the time for such discussions, but once things are settled, I would be happy to explain it to you, Nito said, looking down his nose at Izuku. We should head to our dorm, Nyron called out. As most of the class left, Momo whispered to Itsuka, who nodded. The Class 1A girls were going to hang out in the common room with Inari, and invited us 1B girls to join them. Anyone interested? The 1B girls looked at each other and nodded. Heading into the dorm? I think I need to do my homework in the kitchen, Minta said, following them in. A few of the other guys nodded. Izuku went to head in. As he started to walk to the common room, Momo intercepted him. I could use your help with something in my room, she said. My sink was draining very slowly. Would you mind checking it out? Izuku nodded, went to the closet, and got his toolbox before following her up. He stepped into Momo's room, headed towards her bathroom, and checked the sink to see it draining perfectly. Momo, there is nothing wrong with your sink, he said. I know, I lied. He heard her say from behind him. I want you to go to sleep. I can't. Yes, you can, she said, pulling him to her bed. You hardly got any sleep last night, and you are exhausted. Inari is surrounded by 13 capable heroines in training, and the other boys who will be down there trying to flirt. Let me and Itsuka be mothers and look after our little girl, and let us also be the girls who love you and look after you. Izuku was tired, exhausted. Momo wrapped her arms around him and kissed him. It was slow and passionate as she pulled him into bed. When they finally broke apart, she held him to her close. She could feel his breathing steadying out, and soon he was asleep. She gently moved him till she was free before slipping out of the room. When she exited, she unexpectedly encountered Bakugo. Is he asleep? Yes, she responded. Was there something you needed, Bakugo? No, I am going to go to bed as well, as are some other guys, he said, going to head down to his room. When you girls are done, wake me up so we can take over. I will do so, she said. Somewhere on campus, the child is going to be with the principal and some old man and ex-hero, I think. They said into a phone. Excellent. Were you able to place the beacon? A cold voice responded. Yes, you should be able to pick it up now. It was tricky, but I got it done. I wouldn't expect anything less from you, my boy. Tomorrow, we make our move. Yes, All Might will die after tomorrow, and this troublesome boy will be no more. Then, it will all be yours to take. You will be there to pick up all the pieces. Yes, father, after tomorrow, everything will be different. That night Inari was fast asleep in her makeshift tent that had increased in size to accommodate all the girls. In comparison, the night watch was getting settled in the kitchen with their books and homework. Izuku looked around the counter. Bakugo, Fumi, Ijiro, Tenya, Denki, Mizo, and Shoto were there. Izuku just looked at all of them. "Thank you. I owe you all one." Dark Shadow came out and quietly said, "For the princess's safety, think nothing of it." Most of the others nodded. "I will collect once this is over," Bakugo said as he opened his textbook. "Inari is nice and should be safe," was all Shoto said. "Hey Bakubro, did you understand question 4 in math today?" Ig said. "Yay, it was super simple shitty hair. Look, you just apply this formula." Izuku was working on his assignment when his faculty phone went off. He saw the notification that I was All Might calling, so he excused himself. "Is everything okay?" he said, as the time was nearly 5 a.m. "Yes, son," Toshi responded. "We have a lead on Ren. We believe she is being held a building down by the docks. I want to let you know I was supposed to be at your training tomorrow, but I won't be able to make it. If this all goes well, hopefully, we can put this to bed so your and Inari's life can return to normal. We are mobilizing now. Be safe today." "I will, Dad, you as well," Izuku said, ending the call. "I hope this will all be over soon." A small headache began in the back of his head. He barely even noticed it. After staying up for the night watch was a bit tired when morning rolled around. The girls all got up about the same time, with Momo taking Inari off to bathe and get dressed for her day with the principal. Some of the boys went to take a few hours nap before class, while others set about getting ready for the day. The Doc's All Might sat in the back of a van, in his skeletal form, keeping his reserve ready for as long as possible, only assuming his buff form when he needed to step out and give some instructions. For such a quick call to action, he was so happy that Ruko the dragon hero, Mariko, and 𝐻𝗏𝗏 had been able to respond to his call for assistance. He couldn't help but smile at Mount Lady and Kami Woods, who were pros but nervous in the presence of many top heroes. "It's time," rang over his earpiece. All Might took a deep breath and stepped out as he saw everyone gathering at the command post. All heads turned to him as he approached. "Listen, I first want to thank all of you pros for answering not only my call for assistance, but that of you, and the fine members of the police force here with us this morning." He looked at everyone and gave them a reassuring smile. "We are going into a possible very hostile situation. A student body member, Ren Ishida, has been kidnapped. Their kidnapper is unknown, but they used Miss Ishida's identity to access you. We believe that their kidnapper may have a shapeshifting quirk. Miss Ishida's safe return is the utmost priority." "How do we know we are rescuing the actual student and not their kidnapper?" 𝐻𝗏𝗏 asked. "We don't know when Miss Ishida is to be taken into custody. Full quirk suppressant cuffs. If it is a shapeshifter quirk, this should tell us immediately," All Might said. "Please be gentle when taking her into custody." "What kind of resistance should we expect?" Mariko asked as she was limbering up. "Unknown," All Might said. "Officers, take your position on the perimeter." After the officers had dispersed, someone broke into the UA in an attempt to steal information. A faculty member was able to stop them, but a teleporter got the perpetrator out. Ruko whistled. The teleporter was not physically present and managed to teleport the infiltrator while they were in midair. "That is not good," Mount Lady said, and the other heroes turned to her. "Teleportation is extremely rare. Most is limited to line of sight. Being able to teleport without line of sight is one of the rarest things on the planet." She shrugged as the other heroes turned to look at her. "I met a guy on vacation after graduation. He was nice." "You wouldn't happen to have gotten his name by chance?" Ruko asked with a wink. "I did, actually." "What was the teleportation like?" Mount Lady asked All Might. "Purple smoke," the hero said. "Not my guy. His are white," she said. "Well, that is good, I guess," All Might said. "I am going to go in the front, Mirko." I want you, Mount Lady, to take the back. Mount Lady, make sure no one makes a break for it. Kami Woods, I want you at the left. There is no visible access, but there can be a secret door. Ed shot. There is an access door on the east side. And I take the roof? Ruko said. That is correct now. Let's move out. All Might ordered as the heroes moved into position. Momo was in her room drying Inari's hair after a quick shower. Showers were not the little girl's favorite thing. It was only the promise that she was going to be with Pap and Mousy that made the little girl compliant. No school today, Inari said as she was getting her hair combed and braided. Not today, sweetie. Mommies and daddies have to do rescue training. So, you get to spend the day with your Pap. Momo replied. It was simple, but sitting here with Inari and braiding the little girl's hair, the only thing missing was Izuku being with them and sharing Momo's bed. The heiress shook her head from those thoughts, but she would surely collect something after this. Someone was threatening this piece of heaven that Momo was claiming for herself, and she would not let it be taken from her before she could taste it. She dressed Inari in a cute dress for her day with the principal. Inari was busy playing with a teddy bear that Momo had made for her. Momo got dressed for the day. The knock at the door. She peeped out and saw Izuku. She opened the door and pulled him in. Momo kissed him gently before he could question anything, making him weak in the knees. When this is over, we are going on a date, and you will take me to dinner and dancing, Izuku nodded. After that, we are going to come home and spend the night together, making out till neither of us can fill our lips. I will arrange for a babysitter for our daughter. Izuku nodded, and Inari giggled. Daddy looks funny, she said as she smiled at him past the teddy bear she had claimed. Momo smiled at her. We should head downstairs and get some breakfast. It is going to be a long day, Momo said, taking Inari into her arms and leading Izuku downstairs. Common room. Okay, I know many things are happening, but does anyone else think something is happening with Izuku and Momo? Minta said, taking a bite of his cereal. Like what? Denki probed. I think they are being a little more than friends, he replied. Lucky him, Suro said. Momo is one of the prettiest girls in class, and is top in the class. It is not very heroic to comment on our classmates' romantic life. If our class representatives have decided to enter into a romantic relationship, that is their discretion as long as it doesn't take away from their heroic studies, Ida said, taking a seat with his breakfast. If raising a daughter hasn't distracted Izuku, I don't believe this will either. Everyone deserves to be happy. The boys looked over with some shock at Ida. Is that how you feel? Denki said, pausing to eat. It is, Ida paused. The only thing I want more is to find out who is threatening the child. Only the truly wretched would terrorize a child. The boys nodded in agreement. Much like the day before, Class 1A was met with 1B outside the dorms and walked together. No one noticed that when one of their own straightened the collar of the little girl's jacket, or the device that was left in their wake. Inari was happy walking, holding on to each of her mommies. Itsuka and Momo shared the girl's delight. They walked through the faculty door, thanks to Izuku's pass, as he led them to the principal's office. Walking down the hall, they saw Torino coming from the opposite direction. As soon as Inari spied her Pap, she yelled for him and ran to his open arms. How are you, my precious one, he said, smiling at Inari. I slept in a tent with all my aunts, Inari said, throwing her arms up in exuberance. And we watched movies and sang songs, and I got to go to school with Daddy. Mommy let me sleep in her arms, and we ate lunch. Well, today, you get to spend the day with the principal? He beamed as he talked to the girl. Mousy, she questioned. I guess. Mousy, on cue. The door opened and out stepped Nezu. Inari wiggled free, running up, and to the shock of her mommies, she hugged him tight. Their surprise was when Nezu hugged her back. Now, why don't we go inside my office? Bright eyes. We have a lot planned today. The little family departed from the principal's office after receiving their hugs and kisses and the traditional bye-bye. They made their way to class, but it was more of a pit stop as they were immediately told to grab their costumes, change, and meet at the buses. Momo and Izuku gathered their classmates outside the bus to do a checklist to ensure everybody was present. They were soon joined by Class 1B representatives 𝗓𝗏𝗃𝗃 and 𝗧𝗏𝗏. I believe that to foster goodwill and friendship between our two classes, we should have a member of each class sit together, Nitro said. I agree, Midoriya said. Though the circumstances are, shall we say, less than ideal, the coming together of our classes has been something good we can take from this. Exactly, Nito said with a smile. It is important that we come together to show what we stand for. The classes made their way on board as their reps called out their seat numbers for the pairings. It was in this that Ojiro found sitting next to his friend Gshiroda. Gshiroda was happy to get a chance to sit next to his friend, wondering if Nito had engineered this for him. I need to know if you're all right. You've been acting odd ever since you lost in the battle trials. We will be doing rescue training, and a lot will be going on. It might be a good chance to get a little revenge, he said quietly. I am not interested in getting revenge, Ojiro responded. I crossed a line at the bottle trial and got what was coming. It probably should have been a lot worse. I talked with him. I apologize for what I said. I had built up this fantasy in my head of what had happened between me and Itsuka, that it wasn't my fault at all. I wanted to blame an outside source instead of placing the blame where it should be on her and me. What are you talking about? Gshiroda whispered a little too loudly. He was meddling in your relationship the entire time. By meddling, meaning he would talk to her maybe once or twice a week, and he was able to steal her from me. Then, I wasn't a very good boyfriend, and she wasn't in love with me. Ojiro responded, looking at the floor of the bus. But there is no more but. I need to know that he will have my back one day in the field, and he needs to know the same. Someone is waiting for him to come home. I don't want to be the reason she loses both her parents. My classmates are wary of me. I am sure some of yours are also because of my actions. Ojiro looked at Gshiroda in the eyes. And if he and Itsuka get together? Gshiroda whispered harshly, wondering where this reaction from Ojiro was coming from. I hope they are happy. It will still hurt, but I need to move past this. So do you. If we want to be friends with Kinoko, we need to grow up and move on, Ojiro said, looking at his friend. Holding on to hate gets you nowhere. Soon, the two classes found themselves on the bus heading towards their rescue training. The mood had been heavy over the last few days, and everyone was doing their best to lighten it. Some boys tried talking to the new girl beside them, hoping to make an impression. The girls, on their part, were polite, with some of them enjoying the extra attention. 𝗵𝗃, on the other hand, 𝗵𝗃 couldn't wait for the ride to end. His initial joy at sitting next to Ibara slowly turned to ash in his mouth. She immediately began to talk to him about his unbecoming behavior during the 4v4. While talking to him, she smiled and asked him what his plans were this Sunday. 𝗵𝗃 immediately forgot everything else and just said yes. Then I will see you at 6 a.m. for church on Sunday. She lit up as she said it. 𝗵𝗃 heard the word church and was about to complain. But the way she lit up, he just kept quiet. He was at a loss. He wanted to say something, but he was on his way out of the hero course as it was. Midnight, he had pulled him into her office, not to fulfill whatever fantasy he had in his mind, but to tell him that she would remove him from the course. It was his tears and pleading that had earned him a chance to be here right now. The paperwork was on her desk. All needed to be signed. He had managed to get one more chance. Everything would be monitored and graded. With one single misstep, he was out. Even if he did well, his place in Wano was hanging by a thread with the sports festival coming up. While he wasn't sure that church was the action, he needed to make some change. He looked at Izuku sitting with a man from 1B wearing a headband. He was in the middle of having him and his daughter being threatened and stalked by some bastard out there. He wasn't shrinking. He was doing his best to move forward and build up bonds with their sister class. And here he was, thinking about trying to score a date rather than trying to save his ass and his spot. "You don't have to come if you don't want to," 𝐈𝐵𝗃𝗧 said. "Religion is not for everyone. But you seem a little lost. It may do you good to see a different perspective or experience living for something higher than your interests." "Why do you want to be a hero?" he asked, meeting her gaze. "I want to save people," she replied. "It may sound like I am talking about doing so religiously. While that is true, but I can't do that if they are dead. Christianity has, shall we say, a difficult standing in Japan. I strive to show what it means to be a Christian and a hero. That the two things are not exclusive to the other. If I can inspire people by saving them from harm, I can hopefully inspire them to live better lives. By following your religion. Yes and no. The simple tenets of my religion should be followed by everyone. Be good to others, be good, and love others. At its core is a simple message. Things change and get warped over time." 𝗵𝗃𝗧 passion was drawing him in. Sin should be controlled as much as possible. Sins of the thought are not necessarily something you should beat yourself up over. I find others attractive or cute, but you shouldn't let it run your life or be your only pursuit. "What would you do if you found someone attractive then?" he questioned. "Get to know them beyond the physical," she said. "Physical relations are part of marriage and are important to a healthy relationship. If it were something to be disregarded, then God would not have made it feel good. But I cannot run your life. My parents have a very healthy physical relationship. I have seen others whose whole marriage fails due to neglect of that aspect. I figured you would be against sex and stuff," he said. "I am against premarital sex," 𝗵𝗃𝗧 replied. "If I were to date someone, it wouldn't mean I wouldn't want to be intimate with them. But there are other ways to be intimate other than sex. I want to save that for my husband, someone who has stood before their family, friends, and yes, God, and declared that they were devoting their life to me as I was to them. And you think me coming to your church will convert me? No, it may. It would be nice to have another hero student who shared my faith. But for this purpose, I want you to come to see if something inspires you. You don't have to come again if you don't like it. But maybe something will speak to you and help you find your path. Whether in the church or not, it doesn't matter. I want to help because that is what a good hero and a good Christian should do." 𝗵𝗃𝗧 smiled at him again. "I won't be offended if you say you don't want to come. When I asked about your plans this weekend, I am sure you may have thought I would ask you on a date. I did, actually." 𝗵𝗃𝗧 felt embarrassed admitting it. "Weren't you going on how Izuku had committed a sin and calling him a fornicator, though?" "I did and still believe what he did was wrong," 𝗵𝗃𝗧 replied. "Other things also colored my view. But after seeing how hard he tries to do right by his daughter and how wonderful she is, I believe God had put this here to show us to be more than we thought we could be. I will be sure to keep a close eye on him, so he does not repeat the same mistake, and that he continues to do right by Inari. Do you really think I should attend church?" he muttered. "It is up to you, 𝗵𝗃𝗧, to come with me. I told you why I believe it may be beneficial. If you decide to accompany me, meet me outside your dorm at 6 a.m., she said softly. 𝗵𝗃𝗧 just nodded. "Either way, you need to find something higher to fight for than carnal pleasures. What would you do if you were to have a child?" 𝗵𝗃𝗧 went to respond, but just stopped. He sat back and wondered what would have happened if he had been in Izuku's place. It was only a short time until the massive structure started to come into view. Many of the conversations slowed, if not stopped, as they looked at the huge dome larger than any professional stadium had ever seen. As the bus came to a stop, everyone slowly disembarked. The doors opened, and the hero 13, Midnight, and Vlad Sensei stepped out. "Welcome to my playground," 13 called out. Ochako was bouncing in place. She reached out, grabbed Izuku's arm, and whispered loudly that 13 was her favorite hero and inspiration. "This is the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or the 𝗧𝗃 for short. Today, We will participate in rescue training. The goal is to familiarize you somewhat with scenarios you will encounter one day regardless of whether you decide to dedicate yourself to rescue. She stepped forward. Some of you think you don't have a quirk suited to rescue. Does anyone know what my quirk is? Ochako pushed herself to the front, jumping up and down and raising her hand. 13 was thankful for the helmet so she could hide the massive smile. She pointed to Ochako, who burst out. Your quirk is called Black Hole. It allows you to replicate a black hole suction effect from her hands. The suction is so powerful that not even light can escape it. And like a black hole, anything sucked in will be disintegrated into dust. The smile radiated by Ochako would have been powerful enough to power a small city for a few hours. That is correct, 13 said with a hint of happiness. But even with such a dangerous quirk, I decided to pursue a career as a rescue hero, as the thought of hurting others with my quirk was more than I could bear to think about. Today will be your introduction to rescue operations. We will split you into teams and walk you through different scenarios. Your teachers have decided that everyone will be graded, and the class with the highest combined total will get an entire week of no homework. The students broke into cheers. Now, everyone follows me. As the students began to talk excitedly, none noticed as one drifted to the back. Nor did they see a small smoky black portal and the hand reach out to touch one of their own. Mito smirked as they walked in, and the doors closed. Deftly, he maneuvered himself back through the crowd, slipping past the others and carefully touching a select few along the way. The classes were in awe as they looked out over all the different zones. Izuku stepped to the side as his head started to pound, and Itsuka, who was closer, reached out and gently touched his cheek. Izu, are you okay? No, I got this splitting. He stopped as the pain increased even more. His eyes widened with a dawning realization. Is that part of the training? Ijiro said. Others turned to him. He was pointing over the railing to the courtyard. Several smoky black portals opened, and what could only be described as villains were pouring out. A little further back, another opened, and what were the ones in charge came stepping onto the stage. The first person was a thin man with sickly pale skin. He wore plain red sneakers, black pants that exposed his ankles, and a matching long-sleeved V-neck shirt. His arms and shoulders appeared covered by hands, which acted as a mask on his face, his bloodshot eyes peering out between the fingers. He was followed by two others, a man whose entire body is made out of a dark purple mist, save for his eyes, which are glowing yellow. He wore an exquisite suit with a tie and had a metal brace from around his collarbone to just below his eyes. The third was even more bizarre. It was a giant, black humanoid monster with a very muscular body covered in scars, like a horror movie monster. Its brain was exposed on the top of its head, while its large, lifeless eyes stared off into the distance. He has a beak-like mouth with an array of sharp teeth. It only wore beige pants and metal knee pads designed to emulate skulls. His feet and torso are left bare. Izuku's headache suddenly stopped. Sensei, that's the man from the break-in, he yelled. The name is Shigaraki, the leader of the League of Villains. The pale, skinny man said, throwing out his arms dramatically. I would tell you that we were here to kill All Might, but that honor has fallen to another. We are here to kill you, especially the damn mob that interfered in my stealth mission and forced me into this garbage man role. Izuku Midoriya, come and embrace death. The portal opened again, and a woman stepped out. A girl with straight black hair and black eyes, but a blue sclere. It was Ren Ishida. Kurogiri, Dominion, now, Shigaraki said as he snapped his fingers. Portals opened everywhere, swallowing students and teachers alike. Izuku immediately pulled Itsuka to him and took to the air. To avoid being consumed, he saw Setsuna disperse and grab Juzo and Tetsu, yanking them away from the portals that threatened to swallow them. Ida dove to the side, bringing Ochako with him. Momo found herself pulled backward, and to her surprise, she saw it was Bakugo. He had her arm and Kosai from 1B. Nezu's office. Nezu and Torino were enjoying tea as Inari stared rather intently at a gnarled and twisted stick, trying to move a ring around it to the other side. Her face was pure determination. Suddenly, a portal opened, and several cylinders dropped in. Nezu immediately dived over the desk towards Inari. He saw her falling into a portal as the flashbangs went off. He winced in pain, making a mad grab for his bright eyes, only to grab the ribbon in her hair as the portal closed. Instinct made him pull his hand back. When he saw it sever the ribbon, he knew it could have cost him his arm. Another portal opened, a much smaller one than the others, and out dropped Inari, landing in Ren's arms. Shigaraki smiled wickedly. He touched the gnarled stick that fell with the girl. The remaining group watched as it disintegrated into dust. Inari immediately began to scream and cry. She instinctively cried out, "Daddy! Come, Izuku Midoriya. Come and try to save your daughter before I get bored. And you need to vacuum her up." Shigaraki cackled madly, scaring Inari even more. Izuku looked at the army of villains standing between him and his daughter. Momo and Itsuka calmed themselves. The rest came to stand behind Izuku, ready to go into combat. Bakugo walked over and stood next to Izuku. "Call it, that is your daughter." He turned to Juzo, Tetsu, and Kosei. "Quirks?" The boys rattled them off quickly. "Juzo, I need you to open the doors. And Ida, I need you to sound the alarm. We don't know where faculty have been sent or what." Izuku tossed Ida his faculty phone, unlocked it, and raised the panic alarm. "Press that as soon as you get a signal, then return here. We are going to need help." "Tetsu, I have no idea what Big and Brainy can do, but I guess he hits like a truck. Ochako, Momo, Itsuka, and Kosei keep the small fish off my back. Set, I want you to be on my back. You get Inari. Bakugo keeps the portal bastard busy. The guy in charge has a quirk that can destroy things he touches. I don't think he needs finger contact like Ochako. Don't let him touch you." "I am getting bored already, Mob," Shigaraki yelled. Izuku walked to the edge of the railing and jumped over, powering up as he landed. The green lightning roared around him. The villains laughed, and Shigaraki yawned. They didn't see Set's hand hiding on Izuku's back. "Don't blink." The explosion of Izuku's assault was almost deafening. The villains in his way were tossed aside and run under like children's playthings. There was no holding back. Shigaraki was about to experience a world of pain. Unfortunately, or fortunately, the monster by his side could react. It blurred from its spot. It tanked Izuku's attack effortlessly, but it was knocked back, colliding with Shigaraki and sending him sprawling. The others didn't hesitate. Bakugo launched himself through the air with explosions. Tetsu led the charge with Itsuka and Momo hot on his heels, his quirk active as he shouldered past the stunned villains struggling to their feet. Ochako and Kosei brought up the rear, with Ochako tagging as many villains as she could, negating their gravity and sending them floating up. Kosei started to try to sow more chaos in their ranks as he began creating solid air platforms in their ranks, sending them crashing into each other. Juzo and Ida ran for the doors. Ida dashed to the side, and a portal opened. Rolling to his feet, he pushed off as Juzo slid past another portal and reached the door. Quickly, he activated his quirk, softening the doors. Another portal opened to their backs, and out tumbled some villains who looked shocked at their sudden arrival. "Don't stop," Ida yelled as he turned and dashed in with a sweeping sidekick. He caught two villains, sending them tumbling, and spun, and landed a spinning back fist to another. A villain reacting quicker than her compatriots ran towards Juzo. Ida reached out and snatched her hair, yanking her around violently, her head bouncing off the steel-plated floor. With no hesitation, he threw a left hook, knocking her out. A fifth villain managed to avoid all the carnage into Ida with a leaping knee strike, and the boy was able to get his arm up to deflect the blow. When he did so, he felt like dozens of needles were pricking him. Immediately, his arm went numb, and he rolled and came to his feet. 𝐎𝐸𝐽 took one hand off the door and placed the other on the ground, sending out his quirk to hopefully capture some downed villains. He pushed his quirk, trying to avoid the area where Iida was. He quickly shut down his quirk as they sank before turning to the door. Quickly, he pulled it back to make an opening for Iida. "I got the door," he yelled. Iida looked and dashed forward, racing to get free and make the call for help. The buzzing in Izuku's head was immense. He knew it was danger sense. As the monster swung its massive fist, Izuku felt this urge, or a pull, trusting it. He surrendered to the instinct and felt his body slide to the side and twist out the massive punch. He followed through with a spin and tried to kick the thing in the back. Again, it didn't seem to take anything from the impact, but he could shove it, sending it sprawling. As he did so, Set's hands released, diving toward Ren and Inari. Ren seemed surprised by the sudden hand assault, but could still react. Deftly, she twisted and evaded. Suddenly, she pulled a long blade from her back and swung, being able to drive one hand back. Setsuna had sent her head airborne as her other body parts snaked through the villains, and from different angles to take Ren by surprise. As they broke through, Tetsu spun to put himself between himself and the villains that were regaining their senses from the blitz attack. Kosei took up a position to his left as Momo stopped and created 2 riot shields, handing one to him and one to Ochako. Itsuka didn't stop. Instead, rushing towards Ren, out of the corner of her eye, she saw a claw-shaped hand reaching for her. She was able to slide under to avoid contact. She spun and saw Shigaraki had launched the attack, snarling at her. "Just another mob. How dare you interfere in my redemption quest?" he snarled. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" she bit back. "Besides the need for moisturizer and a fucking bath. Oh, this mob has an attitude setting. Let's see how much attitude you have when I dust you. That fucking piece of trash. And this annoying crying brat." He replied. Itsuka went quiet. Rage built inside her like nothing she had ever experienced. This shut-in threatened her, the man she loved, and her daughter. Movement from the side caused her to glance over and see that Momo had heard the whole thing. She could see the same cold anger burning in her eyes. "You better pray to whatever god whatever god you worship," Itsuka said coldly. "I promise you that if you walk away from this, you will wish you hadn't." "Not very heroic. Is that what heroes are becoming now?" he said, his voice full of disdain. "No, bitch, this is not a hero talking but a mother, and you just fucked up," she said. Bakugo Katsuki had his target set. This motherfucker would regret several things. Attacking the school, attacking his class, and daring to take a little girl hostage. Any child being taken hostage would have been enough for him to get pissed. But this little girl, in particular, would send him over the fucking edge. To say his relationship with Izuku was complicated would be like saying Godzilla and Japan had a difficult relationship in cinema. He had bullied Izuku and done his best to make his life miserable for most of their existence. Until Suijin had come into the picture, he first hated her. She had made a fool out of him and his lackeys that day at the river. Then she got Deku to stand up for himself. He joined a dojo, started working out, and dared to fight back. At first, Katsuki's anger and hatred towards Deku Izuku stemmed from him being quirkless and persisting that he could be a hero. It angered Katsuki to no end, and he didn't understand why it did, but it did. It just continued that way. He kept trying to beat Izuku down, and now he would fight back. He would still lose, but it wasn't as one-sided. Katsuki had left the encounter knowing that he had been in a fight. Then Izuku had the nerve to make that troublesome Suijin his girlfriend. It only seems to make the damn bastard even more dedicated to becoming a hero. Then, Katsuki began to realize Deku could do it, to show that it didn't matter the quirk, that anyone could be a hero with dedication and heart. Katsuki had been praised his whole life for his quirk, elevated and put on a pedestal for his quirk, the nature of it, the power of it. Now he knew that while he could be a top hero, the next number one, he also knew that right behind him would be Izuku. right on his heels, like an annoying dog with a bone. The thought ate him up, tore him up, chased him down, and consumed him. Then, that weekend, his mom and Auntie 𝗵𝗏 decided to go away for a girls' weekend. It had been fine enough that he spent time with the older man. Nothing earth-shattering than the phone call. The accident. The death. The mistake. Katsuki had never really been scared, especially since his quirk came in. He knew that even if he could beat something at the moment, he would get stronger and eventually be able to do it. It was the benefit of having a powerful quirk. But that night, he was scared. It wasn't something he could beat up or blow up. It had been a terrible decision by his mother, and it had cost 𝗵𝗏 her life. Being immature and an asshole, he lashed out at the only person he felt he could. The same person he lashed out at all the time. Izuku. He just said whatever heinous thing that came to his mind that day, letting it spew like a toxic river of shit. He crossed the line. In fact, he vaulted over it, and Izuku snapped. That day, when they fought, it wasn't a fight. Izuku was coming at him like a rabid animal when Izuku's quirk manifested. Izuku's quirk reached into Katsuki and began to rip the blood from his body, ripping right out his face. In fact, he had pulled Katsuki's eye from the socket, almost completely free before he passed out. Katsuki had put his hand over his eye when he felt it begin to rip out and turned his head. The blood was coming out so quickly that it cut the skin near his eye, leaving him the scar he has today. His mom was laid into him, broken over what had happened. It was her fault that 𝗵𝗏 had died, and that Izuku was now alone. One night, he sat there, and it all came crashing down. Izuku had no father. His father had died, and his mother was now dead. He knew Suijin had to leave suddenly, and that Izuku was now alone. A fact that Katsuki had helped to make sure of his relentless bullying of a person who just wanted to help people. Who just wanted to do what everyone had wanted to do at some point in their lives. Be a hero. He was willing to risk his life, quirk or no, to make the world a better place. And instead of allowing someone to dream, Katsuki tried to crush it because it bothered him in some fashion. He had seen Izuku work, train, and study. Strive just as hard as him. Work just as hard as him in pursuit of his dream. And just like that, Izuku was gone. For 9 months, then the sludge villain. Katsuki would have died if it hadn't been for Izuku. What did Katsuki do? He goes and yells dumb shit. Instead of saying what he should, he opens his mouth and stupid came out. When he bumped into Izuku and Inari, he kept his mouth shut. He didn't trust himself to say anything. His mother had a breakdown, and 𝗵𝗏 would never see her granddaughter. He discovered that it was Suijin and Izuku's kid, and that she had died. Again, life dealt Izuku a shit sandwich, and he ate it. Entrance exam, damn big hands kissing his cheek and wishing him luck. Battle trials kicking Tail Boy's ass into next week, while he gets beat up by Ponytail and talcum powder. Now these motherfuckers were trying to take Izuku's daughter. Katsuki Bakugo would not allow it. For his mother, for 𝗵𝗏, and even for Suijin. These motherfuckers had messed with the wrong fucking kid. Izuku versus Namu. Izuku saw the girls moving to engage Shigaraki. But he knew he couldn't break from this monster to aid them. The strength and speed this thing was already demonstrating were incredible, and it would be more than the others could handle. The thing swung again, and as Izuku felt the pull, he gave in again. He suddenly felt his costume get yanked and pulled back into the path of the punch. As the blow connected, he could roll with the impact to prevent this thing from breaking any bones. The thing went to attack again, and the same thing happened. But this time, Izuku was prepared and could deflect the blow. He hoisted the monster onto his shoulders and tossed the thing away to give himself a breather. He knew it would only be a moment, but he needed to find where this other assault originated. It was hard to see anything. No one except the monster seemed to be paying him attention. The buzzing happened again, and he went against it this time. He moved towards the attack side, and when the pull occurred, it ended, forcing him out of the way. He ducked past and threw another attack that the beast had just absorbed. This thing doesn't seem to have a kinetic negation, or else I wouldn't be able to shove it around. It must have either shock absorption or negation. If it is negation, I am in deep shit. But with Ochako here, we can work around that. Shock absorption, I should be able to override it, and I can go 100% as it will soften the impact of my punches so I don't hurt myself. Now who the fuck is using what feels like my quirk? Wait a fucking minute. Ren vs. Satsunari. Ren could maneuver out of the grasp of the floating hands. When one grabbed hold of the little girl in Ren's arms, she could drive it back by stabbing it through the top of the hand. Set recoiled her hand as the other managed to land a glancing blow on Ren. The woman struggled as Inari struggled in the other woman's arm. Inari was screaming and crying, working for all she could. Ren had difficulty controlling the girl and fighting, but she dared not set her down. Ren managed to jump over a leg sweep, but couldn't avoid the kick in the back. An arm snaked around Ren's neck as the other delivered an elbow to her face. Inari slipped some, not free, with the promise of freedom so daring close that Inari was not about to let it slip through her tiny fingers. Or her mouth. She bit down as hard as she could. Ren's arms were bare, and Inari took full advantage. She bit down as hard as she could. She ignored the splash of blood in her mouth. The yell of pain was music to her ears. Ren did her best not to release her hold till a right hook made that impossible. Ren stumbled back, but regained her footing quickly. In a flash, 2 more blades were in her hands. She slashed a floating arm and drove her blade deep into the thigh. A scream from above her drew her gaze quickly. She spotted Set's head floating above them. She threw a knife deftly to the feet of Inari, startling the girl and drawing another blade, throwing it towards the floating head. Set could dodge, but when the handle exploded, Set was forced to the ground as shrapnel bit deep into her. Shigaraki vs. Momo and Itsuka. Shigaraki swung at Itsuka. She sidestepped forward past his attack and went to tag her with his other arm. As he spun and turned to connect with her back, his arm was met with a metal baseball bat. Momo is less adept at hand-to-hand combat than Itsuka, but she is well versed with weapons, and thanks to Izuku, they knew that his quirk needed to make contact with fingertips for it to work. Itsuka didn't hesitate. Her fist enlarged as she followed through on the spin and cracked him in the ribs. Shigaraki grunted in pain at his arm and tumbled from the hit in his ribs. Several were cracked, and a few were broken. Cursing, he got to his feet. Momo swung again. Shigaraki could duck under the attack, his hand grazing past the bat, destroying it. He was about to kill the girl when a flash ran through his arm. He knew it was a warning. Instead, he was able to leap over an attack from Itsuka and land a solid kick on Momo, knocking her back. Damn Dominion, he thought. His momentary hesitation cost him as he was struck in the back, sending him sprawling face first. He scrambled to his feet as a metal staff connected to the back of his knees, and a thrusting knee strike from Itsuka cracked him square in the jaw, knocking him onto his back. His eyes watered from the impact, and the hand covering his face was sent flying. He panicked. Losing his father was throwing him into chaos. He barely saw the giant fist coming down to crush him. He rolled to his side, pushed off the ground, and landed a kick to the side of Itsuka's head. Momo saw Itsuka tumble, dazed slightly. Not wanting to let the villain follow up, she let out a battle cry, drawing his attention. She telegraphed her swing. She saw him grin as he grabbed her staff, disintegrating it. Her hand glowed as a stiletto blade sprung from her hand, and she plunged it into the villain's shoulder. Shigaraki yelled and kicked Momo in the stomach, his other hand grabbing and destroying the blade. He ducked under a swing by Itsuka, reaching out and grabbing the girl's ponytail. It disintegrates in an instant. He snarled like an animal at the girls as he dashed in to go on the offensive. Katsuki vs. Kurogiri. Kurogiri was surprised at the sudden assault of the target. He understood that the young master had wanted to deal with the target, but when the Namu moved on its own to intercept the attack, he knew it would be more than anticipated. The scope of the mission changed after the initial infiltration was compromised. The young master had been caught and had been forced to retreat. It has sparked an intensity in the young master, an obsession. It was worrisome. But the young master had ordered recon on the person who had disrupted their plans. When the report came in, the young master had begun to form this plan to take the child and lure the target into a battle. More complications were added when the prince was added to the mix. His desire for a specific female had altered his plans and hindered their options. When the master had told them to work together, only the prince seemed happy about the prospect. They were rivals, not the only ones in the game, but the ones dealing the most with each other. Dominion was more stable and more predictable than the young master. His desires, while sensual, also had merit in the influence that it would bring. The two heirs could only agree that Izuku Midoriya needed to die. The young master wanted the boy dead because he interfered when they broke into the 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻. This simple act led to an entirely different scenario. Now, All Might was being lured to other locations, and they were tasked with assaulting the hero course students. Fortunately, they could focus the attack on Izuku Midoriya, whose death became a top priority. Kurogiri saw the boy in combat with the 𝗓𝗏. It was alarming. Not only was the boy fighting the 𝗓𝗏, but he was not being turned into the past. He could see the prince interfering in the battle, removing himself from the battle. Kurogiri saw his opportunity when the 𝗓𝗏 grabbed the boy and went to slam him. Kurogiri opened a portal as the boy impacted and shut it, severing him in half. Suddenly, before Kurogiri could open anything, an explosion at the ground under his feet sent him sprawling. Katsuki landed as the mist villain came to his knees. He fired off an explosion. He hoped the villain would go down, but was surprised when the clothing was singed. A portal opened in front of Katsuki as he was advancing. He threw both hands in front of himself, letting off an explosion and launching himself back as the portal snapped shut. Katsuki swore that it clipped a nail, with how close it was. As he returned, he heard his explosion again off to the side. He looked and saw another portal open behind Izuku. It hit Izuku in the back, and as he attempted to dodge, the overhand right from the 𝗓𝗏 found its mark. Sending Izuku tumbling, he was struck again by an invisible force as he tried to roll to his feet to fend off another attack. The 𝗓𝗏 came running in and landed a kick into Izuku's ribs, sending him sprawling. Katsuki saw the kick hit a barrier that lessened the blow. It had to be 𝗏𝐻𝐼's doing. Katsuki cursed himself, but he had to dial back in. This damn mist villain was not going to make a fool of him. The direct attack didn't work, but his clothes were affected, and when I hit the ground at his feet, he was affected. The neck braced. A twisted grin spread across Katsuki's face. Tetsu, Ochako, 𝗏𝐻𝐼 vs the villains. The trio were doing their best, trying desperately to stem the tide of the villains' assault. But they were just three. 𝗏𝐻𝐼 used his solid air quirk to funnel the attackers, but it was impossible. Those initially focused on them had broken to go after Momo and Itsuka. Momo had turned, and flashbangs flew exploded, halting the advance as she created a new staff. Itsuka was now on one with Shigaraki. Ochako had released the initial group of villains that she had floated. They feel some were knocked out. Others had broken bones, removing them for the fight. She released the second crop, and unable to hold back her churning stomach, she hurled to the side. Her riot shield fell to the side. A villain rushed at her, its jaw enlarging to inhuman size. Ochako was in danger. She couldn't move. Tetsu was in the middle of a vicious scrap, surrounded and fighting for his life. 𝗏𝐻𝐼 was doing his best to keep throwing up walls of solid air to protect people. But he was on his heels as two villains were relentlessly trying to take him down. Ochako dug deep. She didn't want to die here. As the massive jaw came down to devour her, she dived to the side, narrowly avoiding a gruesome fate. She stumbled, desperately trying to find her footing. The villain was spitting out a chunk of dirt, a large reptilic eye fixed on her. Ochako grabbed a rock, removing all gravity from it, and hit the villain's eye dead center. All that time, throwing rocks in the woods behind her home had amounted to something. She would have to tell her mother about it after this was over. She dashed forward, tagging the villain with her quirk. She lifted the villain and threw them into the crowd. She negated the effects of her quirk, biting back the bile that wanted to erupt. Instead, she ran and shoulder-blocked one of the villains attacking Momo, sending them colliding with one of their companions. Momo passed over a simple metal baton. "We are being overwhelmed," Momo stated. "We need to hold till reinforcements arrive." Ochako nodded, steeling herself as the assault began again. "Ida," he ran. It was what his quirk was designed to do. He raced past the doors, hoping to find a signal immediately. When a shimmer in the air caught his eye and managed to stop, he reached out, and there was some wall, a nearly invisible barrier blocking his progress. He spun and ducked to the side as a cloaked figure came leaping out. His attack seemed focused on touching Ida more than any actual attack. Ida knew that avoiding it was in your best interests if someone wanted to touch you so desperately. The figure landed and twirled to face Ida, its cloak billowing out dramatically. A metallic face mask hid the man's features. "I didn't expect you to see my barrier, hero. It seems that this fight..." Ida, at first, was confused by this sudden need for conversation. But he was not about to let this opportunity pass him by. He activated his quirk in a quick burst and landed a devastating thrust kick, sending the villain colliding into the barrier. A sound of glass shattering rang through the hallway. Ida didn't stop to continue with the villain. Instead, he took off down that hall as fast as he could. As he burst outside, the signal meter sprang to life on the phone. He hit the panic button. Nezu sprang to life on the phone. "Mr. Midoriya, Inari has been kidnapped, Mr. Ida, sir, villains are attacking the 𝐬𝐽𝐽𝐻. They have a teleporter and Inari." Their leader called out Midoriya specifically and demanded one-on-one combat. "The class has been scattered throughout the 𝐬𝐽𝐽𝐻. I suspect they are engaged in their battles. We need assistance." He responded as calmly as he could, watching his surroundings to avoid being attacked again. "Understood. Help is on the way," Nezu responded, the line going dead. Ida was about to return to the 𝐬𝐽𝐽𝐻 when the phone lit up. It said, "Dad." Ida was confused for a second, but he answered it. Then, the confusion kicked into high gear as All Might's face came onto the screen. "All Might?" the speedster exclaimed. "Young Ida?" The hero responded, shocked. "Why do you have Mr. Midoriya's phone?" "The 𝐬𝐽𝐽𝐻 has been attacked, and they have taken Inari hostage." "What?" the hero responded. Ida had never heard the top heroes in the country's voice drip with such anger. "The villains have taken Inari hostage. Their leader demanded combat with Midoriya, or he would kill the girl." Ida managed to respond. He was terrified as he could feel the malice radiating off All Might through the phone. "Do the best you can, young Ida. I am coming." The line went dead. Inari, the little girl, wanted her daddy, but she couldn't see him. Instead, she saw the mean woman as they locked eyes. Inari turned and ran as fast as her little legs could carry her. That wasn't very fast, but as the scene's chaos helped her some, the other scary people weren't looking for a kid running at their feet. Even when she was knocked down, she got up and kept moving. Her tears ran down her cheek. She could feel the woman about to grab her. She called out for help. Ren was about to grab her hostage again. The shrapnel blast had momentarily taken her opponent out of action. She was about to snatch the little girl when a purple glow erupted around her, flinging her back. Inari felt something wrap around her waist and yank her towards the water. The little girl screamed until she saw it was Tsu pulling her. "Tsu!" she yelled as she felt her aunt's arms wrap around her. Huryu and Ryuko took positions in front of Tsu and Inari. "Keep her back," Tsu said. As Ren got to her feet, a few villains taking up position behind her. "You have something that belongs to me," Ren yelled. "Try and take her," Huryu replied. Ren smiled. This was going to be more fun than she thought.